A sealed letter at Wrenford. By the time Lady Stanhope reached the second Italian heir, I understood that a woman could be ruined by paper before she was ever ruined by conduct. The room shone with candlelight and polished gilt, all soft gold and gracious surfaces. Music moved through it with the practiced ease of people who had never once doubted their right to be heard. I stood half a step behind Mrs. Ashburn's chair, as I had stood in drawing rooms for nearly 2 years now, careful, useful, forgettable when needed. It was the safest kind of existence I had found, since my father died with his name in tatters and his accounts in every malicious mouth in Bath. Safe, however, had always proved itself a fragile word, and Mrs. Ashburn held out her empty glass without looking at me. I took it at once. That was our arrangement in all things. She liked me because I remembered the names she forgot, the callers she meant to avoid, the cousins she preferred to acknowledge only when necessary, and the exact degree of warmth each acquaintance deserved. I did not burden her with tears, ambition, or visible needs. In exchange, I was paid regularly, treated with a dry kind of fairness, and permitted to send a portion of my earnings to my sister in Winchester. It had been enough. Until that evening. I felt the shift before I understood it. Conversations near me did not stop altogether. That would have been mercy, because silence at least declares itself plainly. No, they plants here. A glance there. One lady lifted her fan, though the room was not warm. Another gentleman looked at me, and then very deliberately away, as if I had become something indecorous in the space of a single measure. I set down the glass for a footman to take and told myself not to be foolish. Then Miss Doring came toward me with false kindness already prepared upon her face. She said, "My dear Miss Vale," softly enough that one might almost mistake her purpose. "I had no notion you were to be congratulated." Every nerve in me turned cold. "I believe you mistake me." "Do I?" Her eyes traveled over my plain silver gray gown, my borrowed pearl pins, my hands folded with too much composure. "How modest you are. It is said the matter is nearly settled." She did not need to tell me which matter. The nearest two women had angled themselves just enough to listen without appearing to do so. Across the room, a young baronet I had met once at a supper table gave me a look of fascinated pity. I kept my voice even. I should never wish to deprive society of a fresh invention. Miss Doring smiled. She enjoyed that I had answered, because now she could press. "Then it is an invention that Lord Wrenford has singled you out." There it was. Not merely an engagement. A nobleman attached to it. A title placed like a torch to dry tinder. For one strange instant I thought perhaps some absurd confusion had arisen from a dance, a supper conversation, a call improperly reported. Then memory struck cleanly. 3 days earlier, at Lady Varnham's breakfast, Lord Wrenford had crossed a crowded room to return a glove I had dropped on the terrace steps. He had done it with grave courtesy, and no flourish at all, which was perhaps why half London had chosen to garnish the incident for him. A gentleman who notices a companion as being helpful. A gentleman who notices her twice becomes interested. A gentleman who speaks her name in public must be half in love, secretly compromised, or an utter fool. Society prefers the middle explanation until it may safely turn to the worst. I am acquainted with Lord Wrenford no more than any woman might be who has met him in company, I said. Miss Doring tilted her head. How prudent. She moved away before I could answer, leaving the poison to do its own work. Mrs. Ashburn had heard enough to be alarmed, though not enough to defend me. She half turned in her chair and fixed me with a sharp, displeased eye. What is this nonsense? Nonsense, I believe, is the exact word for it, but it touches my household, Miss Vale. Her voice dropped further. I cannot have my name carried with gossip. The words did not surprise me. They still hurt. I have done nothing to invite it. My employer's mouth thinned. That is not always the relevant question. No, it rarely was. I bowed my head because one may either keep one's dignity or display one's pain, and I had long ago learned which choice allowed a woman to eat next month. Yet while I stood there, a memory rose with cruel precision. My father at our breakfast table in Somerset, hands ink-stained, spectacles low on his nose, saying that accounts were not morality, merely arithmetic. And then 3 months later, those same accounts recited like a sermon against him, as if numbers had always been the truest measure of a man. Respectability goes first. Facts go after. I knew that lesson too well. A servant passed with a small silver tray of calling cards and folded notes meant for the hostess. My gaze fell upon one square of heavy cream paper lying carelessly near the edge. The hand upon it was bold, masculine, impatient. I might have looked away if the name had not caught at me like a hook. Wrenford. I only glimpsed it. The servant moved on. But it was enough to make my pulse start. Had he written ahead? Had some fool sent his card and supplied the rest with imagination? Or had someone merely used his name because it carried more consequence than my own ever could? I did not get the chance to think further, because Lady Stanhope's final note died away in the room, released from the discipline of listening, surged into movement. And with movement came appetite. A lady of formidable feathers stopped near Mrs. Ashbourne and said, with bright cruelty, "You must forgive us if we lose your companion soon. One does not keep an earl waiting." Mrs. Ashbourne gave a laugh that did not know where to settle. I saw, with sick clarity, the moment calculation began in her. Not whether the rumor was true, whether keeping me had become inconvenient. That was the true danger. Not scandal in the grand sense. Not even mockery. Utility lost. If she dismissed me, I would have 2 months at most before I began selling what little remained of my mother's jewelry. My sister Anne was meant to come out modestly next spring under the sponsorship of a cousin in Winchester. Without my wages, even modesty would become expensive. I stepped back from the chair. "Mrs. Ashbourne, I think the room is warm. I shall stand near the back for a little." She did not stop me. That told me enough. The rear of the salon offered no safety, only different predators. Men who would not have looked twice at me an hour earlier now considered whether a fallen woman might be more easily amused. Women who had once accepted my usefulness now studied me for signs of secret vanity. I kept my shoulders straight and my face composed. My mother had called it one's public skin. If so, mine had grown very thin. "Miss Vale." I turned at the sound of my name and found Mr. Edmund Harrow before me. He was cousin to the Earl of Wrenford, though no one would mistake them for brothers in spirit. Lord Wrenford's reserve suggested weight carried inward. Mr. Harrow's ease suggested a man forever searching for the nearest advantage and determined to look charming while he took it. He bowed. I had hoped to secure a word. I cannot imagine why. Because London is suddenly most interested in you. Then London must amuse itself without my assistance. His smile sharpened. I fear that may not be possible. My cousin has a talent for creating consequence without meaning to. I looked at him steadily. Lord Wrenford has been discussed tonight. He has not done me the honor of consulting me first. Edmund asked. No. Then perhaps he should have. There was something in the way he said it that set me on guard at once. Not gossip alone. Design. You appear unusually invested in your cousin's supposed attentions. He lowered his voice. Family matters require vigilance, particularly where reputation and legal standing are concerned. The phrase landed oddly. Legal standing. Not the usual language of ballroom malice. Before I could answer, a fresh stir moved through the room. Subtle but immediate. People shifted as grain bends under wind. I did not need to look to know someone important had entered the circle of attention. Edmund's eyes flicked past me, and his expression changed into a look of smooth anticipation. When I turned, Lord Wrenford was already walking toward us. He was not a man who relied on beauty, though many would have called him handsome. His face was too severe for that word to sit easily upon it. He had the kind of composure that made space around him seem suddenly arranged. Dark evening clothes, plain linen, no needless ornament. A man made for control, I thought at once, and for the sort of self-command that can feel like coldness until it breaks. He stopped before us. "Miss Val." His voice was low, clean, unmistakable. "I must ask your pardon." "For what, my lord?" "For arriving too late." The words were simple. The effect was not. Around us I could feel the room listening. Edmund gave a soft laugh. "You see, Clara, the story improves by the minute." Lord Wrenford did not glance at him. "You will not address Miss Vale with that familiarity." The correction fell without heat, which somehow made it harsher. Edmund's brows rose. "How protective." Julian said, "I am precise." It was the first time I had heard his Christian name spoken by a relation near enough to make it human, and I disliked the small leap my pulse gave in response. Precision was an attractive quality in a man. It was also a dangerous one. Precise men saw too much. He turned to me again. "May I speak with you?" Every eye near us burned. "If the matter concerns my ruin," I said quietly, "you may do me the kindness of naming it plainly." For the first time, something shifted in his expression. Not pity. Thank God, not pity. Something more respectful, and therefore far more unsettling, he said. "It concerns your protection. And my responsibility in what has been set loose tonight." Edmund moved one gloved finger across the back of a chair. "Take care, cousin. Protection is a word people hear as possession when an heiress is involved. Or a ward." Lord Wrenford looked at him then, and the air between them altered. "A ward. Not an heiress. Not merely property. A child, perhaps, or some legal trust. Something fragile enough that scandal could touch it." I saw at once that Edmund had wanted me to hear it. Lord Wrenford's face became unreadable. "You overstep?" Edmund asked. "Do I?" Lightly. "I thought we had all become fond of truths this evening." I understood then that whatever was happening was not confined to me. I had been made useful to some larger contest, and that knowledge should have comforted me. A woman is less singled out when she is also a tool. Instead, it made my skin feel colder. Lord Wrenford offered me his arm. Not boldly, not theatrically, with grave public correctness. He said, "Miss Vale," and this time his voice carried just enough for the nearest listeners to catch it. "Walk with me." I knew the danger of refusing. I knew the danger of accepting. One would make me look discarded. The other would make me look claimed. Between those injuries, society had already chosen for me. I placed my fingers on his sleeve. The instant my fingers touched his sleeve, the room made up its mind about me. One could feel it happen. Not hear it, though there was enough whispering for that. Feel it. A collective inward turn. Curiosity tightening into certainty. Even those too distant to catch a word would remember the sight later, with perfect confidence and very little accuracy. Lord Wrenford neither hurried nor faltered. He guided me through the edge of the salon with the calm of a man who understood that haste looks like guilt and display looks like appetite. We passed beneath two gilded mirrors, through a doorway draped in dark green velvet, and into a smaller music room, where the air was cooler, and the noise of the assembly reached us only as a softened hum. He released me at once. That alone improved him in my estimation. The room held a square piano, a writing table, and one tall arrangement of hothouse flowers that smelled too sweet for winter. 2 candles burned low near the mantel. A footman stood somewhere beyond the half-closed door, properly deaf unless needed. Lord Wrenford turned toward me. "I have put you in an impossible position." "That is one description of it." He accepted the rebuke without flinching. "You deserve the fuller truth." I should be enchanted by the novelty. A faint line appeared beside his mouth. Not amusement exactly. Recognition, perhaps, that I was not likely to make his task easy. He said, 3 days ago, I sent a note to Lady Stanhope. I intended only to ask whether Mrs. Ashburn might be induced to recommend a discreet and capable lady companion for my niece's governess until spring. For one moment I only stared at him. Your note named me. It did. Why? Because my sister-in-law mentioned you in the autumn. She said you were steady, intelligent, and unlikely to chatter. The insult of being hired like silverware might have stung less if I had not so badly needed the kind of post he described, and Lady Stanhope decided recommendation was too dull a story, I said. I believe my cousin improved it for her. Edmund, of course. I fold my hands more tightly to prevent myself from pacing. So half London thinks you mean to marry me because you asked whether I might manage a child's lessons for one season. His face hardened. Half London thinks what serves it. My request gave them paper. My cousin gave them fire. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The soft thread of music from the next room had resumed. Someone was singing in Italian again, though the words reached us only as elegant sorrow. My position with Mrs. Ashburn is finished, I said. He did not insult me by denying it. I've feared as much. Feared? I repeated. My lord, your fear costs me my living. It will not. The certainty of that answer made me look at him sharply. He met my gaze and said very plainly, I will not allow it. It should have angered me. In part it did. There is little a proud woman likes less than being saved by a man who can afford the gesture. Yet beneath the anger came something worse, because it was more tempting. Relief. I turned away and fixed my eyes on the darkened window panes. Outside, London was only black glass and the blurred reflection of candlelight. My own face looked back at me, pale and sharpened by strain. You spoke of a niece, I said. Emmett Harrow spoke of legal standing. I dislike puzzles when I am trapped inside them. After a brief pause he answered. My brother died in October. His wife had died the year before. Their daughter, Lily, is 8. I am her guardian under the present arrangement. The present arrangement. My cousin is attempting to challenge it. He said, on what grounds? Nothing for a beat too long. I turned back. Say it cleanly, my lord. His voice remained even. He argues that my household is unstable, my inheritance disputed in parts, and my judgment imperfect. Because of me. Because of scandal. You are only the form it has taken this week. That struck more deeply than I wished it to. Not because it humbled me, but because it was likely true. I was not the disease. I was the symptom chosen because I was convenient, female, and easier to bruise. What does he want? My title diminished if possible. My influence weakened if not. The guardianship would please him most. A child. An estate. A cousin smiling while he set matches to both. Darkness did not always announce itself with raised voices. Sometimes it arrived well-dressed and spoke in courteous tones. And now, I asked, what is it you intend to do with me? His eyes changed at that, not in softness, in attention. First, to apologize on that. Not adequately. No. The corner of his mouth moved, then stilled again. Second, to offer a temporary remedy. I waited. He said, a public understanding. A courtship. Brief, respectable, deliberate, enough to turn gossip into expectation and expectation into boredom. I let that sit between us. It had logic. That made it more dangerous. And if I declined to become useful in that particular fashion, I still secure you another post with references that cannot be touched. From you? Yes. I considered him in silence. He stood very still, as if movement might make him look more persuasive than he wished to appear. There was discipline in that stillness, but also strain. He did not enjoy asking favors. He enjoyed necessity even less. A courtship might answer drawing-room malice. I said at last, it will not answer your cousin if his object is the child. No, bah. So we come to the question beneath the question. His gaze held mine. Widow. I felt suddenly tired. Not weak. Tired in the way one grows tired when the world keeps requiring the same lesson under new decorations. You mean marriage? I do. The word stood there, severe as a door shut by hand. I had thought myself prepared for it, because the room outside had already married us twice over in whispers. Still, hearing it from his mouth drove all gossip away, and left only consequence. Marriage. To an earl with a dangerous cousin, a dead brother, a child ward, and a household already strung tight by money and rumor. Marriage to a man who had sought me first for usefulness and now, perhaps honorably, meant to go on seeking me in that same spirit. I should have laughed. I should have been outraged. I should have refused him for the good of my pride. Instead I asked, would you have offered this if I were plain, stupid, and born to no family at all? His answer came without delay. No. It was not the answer most flattering. It was perhaps the first answer that made me trust him a fraction. And because I am not. Because you are gentle-born, already in the line of this rumor, capable of household management, and strong enough not to mistake the nature of the proposal. How fortunate for us both. He said, no, quietly. Not fortunate. The honesty of that went through me with uncomfortable force. I crossed to the small writing table, more to put wood and air between us than from any interest in its contents. A blotter lay there, 2 fresh sheets, a little cut glass jar of sand. Such harmless objects. Such dangerous uses. My hand rested on the chair back. If I entered such a bargain, my sister would be provided for, Wes. Not by promises spoken in private. No. By settlement. I looked at him over my shoulder. You came prepared. I came afraid I had already done too much damage. That was not quite the same thing. My sister must have an allowance protected from any shift in your temper or fortune. Agreed. She must have the means for a proper season, modestly managed, under respectable sponsorship. Agreed. I turned fully then. If the marriage is real, my position in it is also real. I will not be taken north like some decorative receipt for your good conduct. A faint warmth entered his face. I had not imagined trying. You shall not control my correspondence, no. I will have my own pin money. Of course. My own maid. Wes, if your household despises me, you will not ask me to endure it smiling for the sake of convenience. Something flickered in his eyes then. Something dark and quick. Thee will not despise you. You speak as though obedience arrives with rent collection. He said. It arrives. Very softly, where I require it. For the first time since entering the room, I felt the true force of him. Not his title. Not even his composure. Authority. The dangerous kind that does not need to raise itself to be felt. I disliked how my pulse answered it. That is a troubling sentence in any man. His gaze remained fixed on me. I meant it to reassure. It did not. A small silence opened. Then, with visible care, he said, I would not ask this of you if there were a cleaner answer, but I know. That was the worst part. I knew it. Outside the door, laughter rose and fell. Somewhere a servant passed. Related causes. Somewhere Mrs. Ashburn was likely deciding whether to keep me through the end of the week or dismiss me before breakfast in order to appear prudent. The decision before me did not feel like a choice between freedom and captivity. It felt like a choice between one dependence and another, only this time dressed in silk and legal language. Yet there was Anne. Anne, who still wrote to me of ribbons as if ribbons were the true problem of girlhood. Anne, who deserved 1 year at least, in which no one measured her by our father's disgrace, before they measured her by herself. I lifted my chin. If I agree, it will not be to rescue your pride. No bow. Nor because I imagine myself in love with a title. I would not insult you by supposing it. Nor because I think gratitude is a form of devotion. His eyes held mine. I would despise that bargain. The words landed so cleanly that for one unstable instant the room seemed smaller. What would you call it then? I asked. He answered after a pause. An alliance under pressure. That was nearly bleak enough to be trustworthy. I drew one steady breath. Then hear my answer, Lord Wrenford. I will consider a marriage of convenience. Not a flirtation. Not a sentimental farce. A marriage. But only if every protection promised to my sister is written, and only if you understand that I enter it with my eyes open." A change passed through him, controlled but unmistakable. Not triumph. Not relief exactly. Something more dangerous, respect becoming interest. He said, "I would prefer nothing less." Prefer. There was heat in that word, though he spoke it as calmly as if discussing weather. I hated that I heard it. I hated more that he knew I had. He reached for the bell pull near the mantel, then stopped before touching it. "If we leave this room separately, the assembly will make sport of us until morning. If we leave it together, they will make plans. They already have." "Wes." I looked at the door. One step back into that light, and the bargain would begin before ink ever touched paper. "When do you require your answer?" I asked. His voice dropped. "Before my cousin moves again." That was not a lover's urgency. It was something colder. And I believed him. He said it quietly, but the words carried more force than anything else he had spoken that night. "Before my cousin moves again." I looked at him for a long moment. Then I said, "Explain that," as though I were not ornamental furniture placed in the path of an argument between gentlemen. A flicker of approval crossed his face. "Gladly." He drew out the chair near the writing table, not pressing me into it, merely offering. I remained standing. After the briefest pause, he inclined his head as if to say he had expected no better, and moved a step back. He said, "Edmund cannot take the title from me by gossip. He can, however, weaken my standing where it matters most this winter. The child." "Wes, you spoke of a present arrangement. That suggests one not yet secure." Julian said, "It is secure enough in law to be inconvenient for him. Not secure enough to survive every injury to my reputation without challenge. And, because half London now believes you have compromised a paid companion, he means to present you as reckless, or morally careless, or vulnerable to unsuitable influence. He will choose whichever phrasing sounds most pious in a solicitor's chambers." His voice did not rise. It did not need to. I could hear how often he had been forced to think in such terms already. "A child may be taken from you on that. A child may be taken from the safest person in the room if a worse person appears more respectable on paper." I almost laughed, though there was nothing humorous in it. "Then we understand one another very well." His gaze sharpened a fraction. He said, "Wes, I believe we do." For an instant the room felt smaller, as if some invisible thing had stepped closer between us. Not tenderness. Recognition. That could be more dangerous. I rested my fingertips on the back of the chair, and let my breathing settle. What makes him think scandal alone will serve? It will not serve alone. There. At last. The deeper layer. What? What else? Julian went still in the way he had when Edmund mentioned truth in the other room. It was not hesitation from ignorance. It was selection. How much to say? How soon? He said, "My brother died with parts of the estate accounts in disorder. At last. Some matters were merely neglected. Others were handled in a way I do not yet admire." That is a careful sentence. It is an accurate one. And Edmund means to use those matters. He means to suggest the house has been unstable for years, that the guardianship should rest elsewhere until every question is resolved. Something in that pricked at me sharply. Questions involving money. Among other things. I watched him. There are moments when a conversation seems to turn its head and look at you. This was one of them. "My father's ruin involved money," I said. Julian did not answer at once. The silence was enough. A strange coldness began at the base of my neck. "What has Wrenford to do with my father?" His expression changed, but only slightly. More guarded. More direct as well, which I almost preferred. "I do not know enough yet to answer that honestly." "Try." "I know your father's name appeared years ago in correspondence connected to a land lease dispute and a debt transfer involving one of our former agents. I know the matter ended badly for him and advantageously for my family. I know I dislike that fact. I do not yet know whether the advantage was lawful, accidental, or engineered. Every word seemed to fall separately. I heard them all. I understood perhaps half. My father's disgrace had been so complete in the eyes of the world that no one had ever cared to explain it beyond the useful version. Debts, poor judgment, vanity in accounts, weakness, a clergyman living above prudence. The story had been told so often that it hardened into fact. And now this man stood before me, grave as winter, and said Wrenford had somehow risen where my father had gone under. I thought of Bath, of whispers after chapel, of the day my mother sold the silver coffee service with such steadiness that the maid wept more than she did. Of my father at his escritoire 1 week before his final illness, turning over a folded paper sealed in dark red wax and saying, "Not to me exactly, but not so far from me that I could not hear. If anything ever survives the lies, it will be in that house, not mine." At the time I had thought fever spoke in him. Afterwards there had been too much ruin for memory to feel useful. Now, it came back whole. In that house. Not mine. A house tied to Wrenford. I had not remembered it in years. A sealed paper. A house. My father's face lit by one guttering candle and shame he could not quite hide from me. My pulse began to beat far too hard. Julian took 1 step toward me, then stopped. "Miss Vale, I am perfectly well." He did not insult me by agreeing. I lowered my eyes so he would not see what had risen there. Not tears. Something more dangerous than tears. Purpose. If there had been a paper. If there had been something kept at Wrenford. If my father had not been wholly what the world made him. Then the ground under my life shifted, not enough to save the past, perhaps enough to touch the future. I lifted my head again. "What sort of questions remain in your family papers?" He studied me. "Old transfers. Old obligations. Some correspondence my brother's steward claimed was mislaid. Edmund has lately shown too much interest in one missing document for that interest to be innocent." A missing document. My hands were very cold. "What document?" he said. "We do not know precisely. A sealed letter or packet according to one half-drunk former clerk and 2 stories from servants that contradict each other in all but that detail." It plainly. He could not know what the phrase did to me. A sealed letter. At Wrenford. For one awful instant I thought he must hear the change in my breathing. But if he did, he was too disciplined to show it. "What would it prove?" I asked. "We do not know that either. Edmund behaves as if it would strengthen him if he found it first, or at least weaken me if I did." "And you tell me this because?" "Because if I ask you to link your name to mine, you are entitled to know the roof is not entirely sound." The room seemed to tilt very slightly. Entitled. No man had used that word toward me in months, perhaps years, except to deny it. I turned away under the pretense of adjusting the fall of my glove. I needed the movement. Needed a heartbeat in which my face was not visible. A sealed letter. My father's memory. Anne's future. A marriage bargain with a man whose family might be tangled in the very ruin that had shaped mine. Fate would have felt too grand a word. This was more merciless than grand. This was opportunity disguised as compromise. When I faced him again, I had my expression under control. "If I agree," I said, "then let us not pretend the situation will improve by sentiment. No, you require a wife who looks beyond reproach. I require an alliance that cannot be shaken by tonight's gossip. And I require security strong enough to justify stepping into a scandal larger than my own. We should then be practical." His eyes rested on my face for one beat longer than was strictly my face for one gun necessary. He said, "Yes," again but softer. I ignored that, because the alternative was noticing it. "First, terms already named will be written at once. Settlement for my sister. Independent allowance for me. Protection of my correspondence, my own maid." Al agreed. "Second, there must be rules. There must." I glanced toward the door. "No one must see us behave like fools." A very faint change touched his mouth. Not mockery, merely wariness. I had no intention of behaving like a fool. I am relieved. Society commonly requires men to become them the instant a marriage is rumored. Then we shall disappoint society. The answer slipped past my guard more easily than it ought to have. I felt, against my will, the beginning of something like laughter. It was gone almost at once, but not before he saw it. That, too, he was careful not to remark upon. In public, I said, forcing myself back to business. You may offer your arm. You may call tomorrow in proper form. You may dance with me, if dancing becomes necessary. It has already become necessary. That is not the same as desirable. No beau. Again that clean, dangerous honesty. I pressed on. No private interviews without a servant within call, unless absolutely unavoidable. Agreed. No liberties taken because a clergyman has said words over us. Something dark and intent passed through his gaze, then disappeared so quickly I might have mistrusted my own sight. You need not fear that from me. The answer should have soothed me. Instead it set off a small, foolish ripple low in my stomach. Because he had not sounded offended. He had sounded certain. Good, I said. Separate rooms, separate dressing staff, separate routines unless public necessity requires otherwise. Of course. You will not use my Christian name in private. That one stopped him, not visibly to anyone less attentive. To me it was clear enough. He repeated, No, I see, do you, Wes? His voice had flattened almost imperceptibly. I ought not to have noticed. I did notice. That made me annoyed with both of us. In public, I went on, if some degree of familiarity is needed, you may call me Miss Vale until the matter is formal. After that, we shall determine what is least absurd.
Yeah.
He inclined his head. Very well. And I shall continue to call you Lord Wrenford. For as long as you wish. The words should not have sounded intimate. Somehow they did. I moved away from the table and toward the mantel, pretending an interest in the flowers there. Their scent was cloying. I welcomed the irritation of it. There is another matter, Wes. If I come north, I come with eyes open. You will not keep from me what directly concerns my safety or my name. A pause. Greed. It was the smallest pause in the world. It was still a pause. I turned. You are already deciding which truths do not count. No. I am deciding which truths I cannot yet prove. That is very convenient for you. It is not convenient for me at all. No anger. No raised tone. Yet the force in the sentence struck harder than if he had snapped it out. For the first time that night, I saw the strain beneath his composure with clarity. He was tired. Not bodily. Soul tired, perhaps, though I would not have given him that word if anyone else had spoken it. Tired in the manner of a man who had inherited grief, duty, suspicion, and a child's future in one cold season. It did not make him harmless. It did make him harder to despise. I am to travel north, then? I said, if you consent. How quickly? As quickly as respectability permits. Tomorrow would look panicked. The day after may pass as prudence. The day after, I repeated. My mind moved faster than my body let it show. 2 days to leave Mrs. Ashburn. 2 days to write Anne without alarming her. 2 days to step into a house where a sealed letter might exist, where my father's ruin might have another shape than the one I had carried all this time. It should have felt like falling. Instead it felt like the click of a lock turning. I asked, does your household know of this plan? No.
No?
Will they welcome it? No. The bluntness nearly drew another laugh from me. Nearly. Excellent. I prefer hostility honestly stated. It will not be permitted to become insolence. There you are again with your household obedience. A shadow of that earlier force returned to him. Miss Vale, if I ask you to enter my house under these circumstances, then I do not leave you undefended inside it. For one unstable moment we simply looked at one another. He had not said cherished. He had not said protected with softness. He had said undefended, and the severity of it moved through me like a low note through wood. I broke the gaze first. Then we understand one another sufficiently to be dangerous. His answer came almost too quietly to hear. Wes. The single word stayed in the air. I could not tell whether he meant dangerous to ourselves, to Edmund, or to every easy falsehood that had brought us into this room. Perhaps all three. From the salon beyond the door there came a swell of applause, then the sound of chairs shifting. The musicale was ending. People would soon flood into adjoining rooms, sharpened by music and hungry for newer entertainment. We were running out of privacy. Julian crossed to the writing table and took up one blank sheet. He did not sit. He only stood there, fingers resting lightly at the edge of the paper. I will have my solicitor draft the necessary settlement tonight. So swiftly. He is in attendance downstairs. Of course he was. You planned a great deal, he said. I planned for damage. I did not plan for you. The sentence landed before I could defend against it. I looked at him. He looked, I thought, as if he regretted having said it and would not take it back for that reason alone. The honesty of him was an irritation. Also an inducement. A poor combination. I shall choose not to be flattered, I said. That would be wise. There is comfort in finding we agree on something. There may be more than one thing. No smile. No lightness. Only that low, steady voice that made simple remarks feel indecently weighted. I could not decide whether he did it deliberately. I suspected he could not fully help it. The footman beyond the door shifted, perhaps hearing movement after too long a stillness. Time pressed in harder. I straightened my gloves. Then here is my answer, Lord Wrenford. He waited. I will come to Wrenford Hall. Nothing in him broke. Nothing visibly eased. Yet the room changed all the same. Some private tension in it altered shape. He asked, for Lily's sake. For my sister's sake, I said. It was not a lie. It was merely not the whole truth. And because I had already begun lying by omission, I added. And because if your cousin means to use my name, I prefer not to be absent when the account is made. His gaze held mine with sudden intensity, as, if he heard something in that answer I had not fully intended to reveal, he said, Very well. I moved toward the door. What happens now? He said. Now, following. We return before our absence acquires its own mythology. And after that. His hand reached past me to the door, but he did not open it yet. He said, After that, I ask you for the next dance. I felt my pulse in my throat. That will be noticed. Yes. And interpreted. Yes. And there will be no retreat from it. His eyes were on my face. Unreadable and entirely steady, he said. No, there will not. He opened the door. The noise of the house returned at once, warm and bright and merciless. I stepped through it beside him, carrying my father's ghost, my sister's future, and the knowledge that somewhere in the north, inside a house built on another family's advantage, a sealed letter might still exist. The room received us exactly as a hungry room always receives the return of two people who have been absent too long. No one rushed forward. No one stared openly. Good breeding is most dangerous when it chooses elegance over restraint. Faces turned back to one another a fraction too slowly. Fans shifted. Gloves were straightened. A gentleman near the pianoforte broke off in the middle of a sentence and then resumed it with exaggerated smoothness, as though conversation itself were an act of mercy. I had never felt more visible in my life. Lord Wrenford did not release me too quickly. He also did not keep me too close. It was the precision of the thing that made it impossible to dismiss. He guided me back into the edge of the assembly with the quiet assurance of a man who had already chosen his line and meant to walk it before witnesses. I knew then that whatever private bargain had been struck in the smaller room would only matter if it could survive public light. Mrs. Ashburn was standing now. The color in her face had risen, though whether from mortification or calculation I could not yet tell. She said, Miss Vale, with a degree of stiffness usually reserved for servants who have mislaid family silver. I would have answered, But Lord Wrenford spoke first. "Free as Ashburn." He bowed to her with perfect propriety. She was a widow of good family, with enough consequence to resent being overawed and not enough to resist it. When it arrived in the shape of an earl, "My lord," she recovered herself with visible effort. "I had not expected," he said. "No. This evening has encouraged a number of expectations that ought never been set loose in this manner." But it was as near a public rebuke of the room as anyone of sense could offer without naming names. It carried precisely because he did not raise his voice. Mrs. Ashburn's eyes flicked to me, then back to him. "I am sure none of us would willingly contribute to distress," he replied. "Then we are fortunate. That distress may still be corrected." Those nearest us had begun to orbit closer with the practiced laziness of people who do not wish to seem eager, while wishing very much to hear. Lady Stanhope approached in a cloud of pale silk and cultivated innocence. She said, "My dear Lord Wrenford, if there has been some misunderstanding under my roof, I shall be quite desolated." I thought it a marvel that a woman could look so wounded by a disorder she had probably helped compose. Julian bowed again. "You are kindness itself, Lady Stanhope. I would not have Miss Vale troubled further on my account." The choice of words was deliberate. Not scandal. Not rumor. My account. A gentleman's burden, not a woman's shame. It was a small correction in language, but I felt its effect at once. Lady Stanhope's painted smile sharpened at the edges. "Then perhaps you will set us all at ease." Julian's hand rested lightly at his side. He looked entirely composed. Only I, standing near enough to notice, saw the slight tightening in his jaw before he answered. "Gladly." He turned to me. "Miss Vale, may I claim the next dance?" The room changed shape. It was not loud. That was what made it extraordinary. Society loves a silence when it can fill it later with invention. Every sensible part of me understood that I had already agreed to this in substance. We had spoken of dances, of public forms, of the need to turn gossip into something more orderly before it became something filthier. But theory, I discovered, is a frail shelter against the shock of hearing a man ask for you before half a room determined to read more into it than exists, or perhaps less. I lifted my chin. "You may, my lord." Lady Stanhope released a breath that might have been relief if relief ever sounded quite so disappointed. Mrs. Ashburn looked as though she had been handed back a vase only after calculating the cost of replacing it. Around us conversation began again, though in a more organized key. A rumor granted form becomes infinitely more respectable than a rumor left wild. People like to know what story they are telling. The musicians were summoned. Chairs shifted. Partners arranged themselves with the little bursts of movement and delay that always accompany the opening of a set. Julian offered his arm again. This time I took it knowing precisely what I did. As we crossed toward the center of the room, I said under my breath, "You do not favor half measures." "No. It is an alarming quality." "So I am learning." A laugh almost escaped me. I swallowed it. To laugh on his arm now would have been ruinous in a different direction. We took our places opposite one another. It was a country dance, mercifully, not a waltz. Society pretends to distrust intimacy while structuring entire evenings around opportunities for regulated nearness. A country dance allowed witness, distance, approach, retreat. Enough motion to suggest innocence, enough pattern to feed speculation. I faced him across the set. There was nothing remarkable in the way he stood. That was the remarkable part. No flourish. No smile designed for effect. He met my gaze as though we had come to an understanding private enough to steady us and public enough to bind us. The first figures began. I moved when I must, turned where required, touched gloved fingers to other gloved fingers, passed, down the line, returned. I had danced often enough to keep my body obedient, while my mind raced ahead. Every exchange seemed heightened now. Every glance from the room struck like a pin. On the second figure, when we came nearer, Julian said, You need only continue exactly as you are doing, standing upright and pretending not to hear my own obituary being drafted around the room. Yes, I excel at economy, my lord, but not usually in this form. His gaze flickered. Almost a smile. Almost nothing. You are doing very well. It was absurd that such a plain sentence should warm and anger me both. The dance carried us apart again. I caught sight of Edmund near the far mantel. He had not joined any set. He stood with one hand braced on the carved stone, speaking to a gentleman old enough to be useful, and respectable enough to be dangerous. His face held the same easy civility as before. Too easy. If he had spent the evening trying to soil me beyond repair, he ought to have looked disappointed by this turn. He did not. He looked watchful, patient, the expression of a man who sees one move made and has already accounted for the next. Cold moved through me under all the candle warmth. When Julian came near me again, I said, "Your cousin does not appear surprised. He rarely wastes surprise on events he can exploit later, Gar. That is not encouraging." "No. You say no in a very irritating manner, Bot. I have been told worse. I should not have looked directly at him then. I did. The room, the music, the figures of the dance, all of it seemed to narrow for one beat into the space between us. He did not look like a man enjoying triumph. He looked like a man bracing himself. That was somehow more unsettling." The set ended to polite applause. There is always applause after a dance, when people are truly pleased with themselves. I heard Lady Stanhope call for refreshment. I heard someone remark that winter had not improved the roads to Yorkshire. I heard my own name in a whisper that ceased when I turned my head. Julian did not release me immediately at the close. He addressed Lady Stanhope in a voice pitched just high enough to carry to the first circle of listeners and no farther, which was all he needed. "I shall call upon Mrs. Ashburn tomorrow morning." There it was. The next stone laid into place. Mrs. Ashburn made a sound that might have been gratitude if gratitude had ever been sharpened by social relief. My lord is most considerate," he said. "I hope to be exact." Again with that word. Lady Stanhope beamed now that the room had been given a shape in which to settle. "Then we may expect felicity soon, I think." Julian answered before I could decide whether to blush, faint, or set fire to the nearest arrangement. "You may expect propriety." The sentence should have disappointed them. It pleased them even more. A gentleman who promises nothing sentimental is always believed to mean something serious. One of the gentlemen nearby laughed softly. "That sounds very like Wrenford." A lady replied. "And all the safer for the lady." Safer. How quickly the room rewrote itself. An hour ago I had been a companion one inconvenient whisper away from dismissal. Now I was a lady under evident protection, and society, finding me harder to devour, prepared instead to dress me for inspection. Julian turned slightly, including me within the shelter of his presence without touching me more than etiquette allowed. He said, "Miss Vale will require the evening to end with quiet. I fear she has been overtaxed." That gave me my line, and I took it. "Lady Stanhope, your musicale has been a great success. I must apologize if I have become unequal to the close of it." Lady Stanhope nearly purred with relief at being granted grace, while seeming to grant it. "My dear Miss Vale, you must think of your health above everything." Health. Another useful fiction. Mrs. Ashburn, now wholly committed to the safer side of the current, added, "Of course Miss Vale shall retire when she pleases." It would have amused me if I had not been so tired. Julian inclined his head to both women. "I am obliged. No man ought to be able to bend a room so gently and so completely." As he led me toward the outer corridor, several people bowed or curtsied with a new degree of attention. Not warmer. Merely more careful. Care follows power more quickly than kindness ever does. At the threshold of the salon I made the mistake of looking back. Edmund had not moved from the mantel. He held a glass untouched in one hand. His face wore the faintest expression of approval, as if the evening had not gone against him at all, but precisely according to some private plan. Our eyes met across the room. He lifted the glass in the smallest of acknowledgments. Not defeat. Recognition. My skin chilled. Once we had passed fully into the corridor, where servants moved at a respectful distance, and the air lost some of its perfume, I said. He wanted this. Julian slowed. What do you mean? That. I looked back toward the closed doors. He looked almost pleased. Julian's expression hardened. Edmund is pleased whenever he believes a situation has narrowed. Narrowed toward what? Toward a choice made under pressure. I stopped walking. The corridor lamp beside us burned steadily, picking out the severe line of his profile, the dark gloss of his coat, the control he wore as naturally as linen. Somewhere farther down the hall a footman opened a door and shut it again. The whole house seemed to be breathing around us. You think he expected you to marry quickly. I think he expected to force some visible response. Whether courtship, denial, or marriage, any of them serve if they can be timed to his purposes. A dreadful little clarity entered me. The North, I said. Wrenford. His eyes came back to mine at once. Wes, he wants us there. I have begun to suspect so, because of the missing document. Possibly. The word sat between us, thin as paper and dangerous as flame. I thought of my father's face in candlelight, of the remembered red wax, of the sentence that had returned to me like a hand from beneath the water. If anything ever survives the lies, it will be in that house, not mine. Wrenford. Not a tale told for comfort. Not memory embroidered by grief, a real place. A real house. One into which I had just agreed to marry. I said very carefully, then there may be more waiting for us there than a child and an uncomfortable household. Ah! Julian looked at me in a way that made me think he heard the weight under the sentence without yet knowing its full shape. He said, Wes. Dear May. A maid appeared at the far end of the corridor, looking for someone. I stepped back at once, creating the proper space between us. Julian did the same. We were both too practiced at caution to require discussion. He said, tomorrow morning. His voice once more fit for public hearing. My solicitor will meet with Mrs. Ashburn and with you, if I permit it. I shall also send instructions regarding your journey north. Very efficient. I was told that was not a charming quality. It is not. Useful. However, I could not help it. I looked at him directly. Wes, I said. It is useful. For one suspended moment, standing in a corridor between public noise and private consequence, usefulness seemed to mean far more than either of us ought to have allowed. Then the maid drew closer, and the moment was gone. Julian bowed. Good night, Miss Vale. Good night, Lord Wrenford. He turned away first, which I was grateful for, because it spared me the task of deciding whether to watch him go. I made my way upstairs behind the maid assigned to show me to Mrs. Ashburn's retiring room. The house had quieted. Music no longer reached us. Only distant voices, stair creaks, the rustle of servants mending the edges of the evening. At Mrs. Ashburn's door, the maid withdrew. I stood alone in the narrow passage for a second longer than necessary, my hand on the latch. The corridor candle laying a thin strip of gold across the paneling. When I had arrived that evening, I possessed a fragile salary, a precarious name, and no future broad enough to plan beyond spring. Now, I had a proposed marriage, a journey north, a child ward whose life had been made part of my own without my consent, and the first real reason in years to believe my father had not gone under for the sins history assigned to him. Worse, perhaps, than any of that, I had seen Edmund Harrow watch the whole performance with satisfaction too calm to be accidental. There are moments when retreat remains possible, if humiliating. This was no longer one of them. I opened the door and went in knowing that by this hour tomorrow, my life would have begun leaving London, whether I willed it or not. A source of file, a chapter 1, his name on cream paper, Text chunks return 50 files written 54 write eris zur. Source of file chapter 1 is name on cream paper. Text chunks 54. Words 128 724 quota parody first line shield letter at Wrenford. Words 204 cars 1147 quota parody first line Mrs. Ashburn held out her empty glass without looking at me. Words 204 chars my 1130 quota parody first line, she said, my dear Miss Vale. Softly enough that one might almost mistake her purpose. Words 100 cars 570 quota parodica first line 3 days earlier, at Lady Varnham's breakfast, Lord Wrenford had crossed a crowded room. Words 164 chars 896 quota parody first line. I am acquainted with Lord Wrenford no more than any woman might be who has met him in com. Words 131 chars 738 quota parody first line. Yet while I stood there, a memory rose with cruel precision my father at our breakfast. Words 165 937 quota parody first line only glimpsed it. Words 189 chars 1024 quota parody first line. If she dismissed me, I would have 2 months at most before I began selling what little Words 101 chars 607 quota parody first line. Lord Wrenford's reserve suggested weight carried inward. Miss Harrow's ease suggested a man. Words 179 chars 30 quota parika first line. Edmund asked, no. Words 110 cars 629 quota parody first line. A man made for control, I thought at once, and for the sort of self-command that can feel. Words 73 ars 959 parody first line. Julian said, I am precise. Words 240 char 1082 quota parody first line. Not an Harris. Words 184 chars 1060 quota parody first line. Lord Wrenford neither hurried nor faltered. Words 204 chars 142 quota parody first line. He said, 3 days ago, I sent a note to Lady Stanhope. I intended only to ask whether. Words number 98 chars 1097 quota parody first line. My position with Mrs. Ashburn is finished, I said. Words 196 chars 1122 quota parody first line. He said, on what grounds? Nothing for a beat too long. Words an A2 cars 156 quota parody first line. He said, a public understanding. Words 185 cars 1017 quota parody first line. Had thought myself prepared for it, because the room outside had already married us twice. Words 1A1 char 30 quota parody first line. He said, no, quietly. Words 114 cars 6052 quota parody first line. I had not imagined trying. Words 180 chars 981 quota parody first line. I disliked how my pulse answered it. Words 158 chars 918 quota parody first line. If I agree, it will not be to rescue your pride. Words 207 chars 1140 quota parody first line. He said, I would prefer nothing less. Words 215 134 quota parody first line remained standing. Words 201 chars 1147 quota parody first line. What makes him think scandal alone will serve? Words 192 cars 1080 quota parody first line. More direct as well, which I almost preferred. Words 127 chars 6041 quota parody first line. Of my father at his escritoire 1 week before his final illness, turning over a folded Words 143 chars 8019 quota parody first line. Julian took one step toward me then stopped. Words 50 chars 272 quota parody to first line. He said, we do not know precisely. A sealed letter or packet, according to one half drunk. Words 211 chars 1116 quota parody first line. For one awful instant I thought he must hear the change in my breathing. Words down 940 quota parody first line. No. Words 190 cars 1149 quota parody first line. That too he was careful not to remark upon. Words 2 on chars 1147 quota parody first line. His voice had flattened almost imperceptibly. Words 200 cars 1094 quota parody first line. For the first time that night, I saw the strain beneath his composure with clarity. Words 98 chars 57 quota parody first line. Excellent. I prefer hostility honestly stated. Words 150 chars 868 quota parody first line. Then we understand one another sufficiently to be dangerous. Words 202 cars 126 quota parody first line. He said, I plan for damage. Words 199 chars 3 quota parody first line. And because I had already begun lying by omission, I added, and because if your cousin me. Words 199 chars 115 quota parody first line. The room received us exactly as a hungry room always receives the return of two people who Words 149 chars 80 14 quota parody first line she said Miss Vale, with a degree of stiffness usually reserved for servants who have. Words 190 chars Lennon 03 quota parody first line he replied, then we are fortunate. That distress may still be corrected. Words 193 cars 1093 quota parody first line he turned to me. Words 188 chars 104 quota parody first line partners arrange themselves with the little bursts of movement and delay that always echo. Words 204 chars 1132 quota parody first line moved when I must, turned where required, touched gloved fingers to other gloved fingers. Words 191 char 1052 quota parody first line he looked watchful. Words 103 cars 570 quota parody first line he addressed Lady Stanhope in a voice pitched just high enough to carry to the first circle. Words 192 cars Lin 41 quota parody first line Julian answered before I could decide whether to blush, faint, or set fire to the nearest. Words 183 chars 1020 quota parody first line. My dear Miss Vale, you must think of your health above everything. Words 194 chars 1145 quota parody first line, once we had passed fully into the corridor, where servants moved at a respectful distance. Words 55 chars 293 quota parody first line, the word sat between us, thin as paper and dangerous as flame. Words 183 chars 15 quota parody first line, not a tale told for comfort. Words 171 chars 980 quota parody first line, for one suspended moment, standing in a corridor between public noise and private concert. Words 110 chars 596 quota parody first line, now I had a proposed marriage, a journey north, a child ward whose life had been made part. I had been Countess of Wrenford for 3 days, before I saw the house that had made me one. Marriage, I discovered, could occur with astonishing speed when guided by scandal, a competent solicitor, and a gentleman who had already exhausted his patience with delay. There had been a special license, a ceremony small enough to insult romance and satisfy necessity, and a breakfast afterward so correct in tone that it might have been arranged for a funeral if one ignored the ring on my hand. Mrs. Ashburn had kissed my cheek with relief disguised as affection. Lady Stanhope had been all gracious astonishment. The solicitor had spoken to me more plainly than anyone else, which almost made me like him. And Julian, I still thought of him so only in the privacy of my own head, had married me with the grave composure of a man entering into an alliance he meant to honor, whether or not it ever learned warmth. Now the London roads lay behind us, along with their soot, whispers, and clever malice. Snow had begun outside York, and deepened mile by mile until the whole world looked bleached of softness. The carriage windows filmed with frost at the edges. The sky had lowered into one solid sheet of dull white. Every hedgerow appeared burdened, every tree stripped to its blackest truth. I sat opposite my husband with a fur-lined lap robe over my knees, and his household waiting somewhere ahead to measure me. It is one thing to marry under pressure. It is another to travel toward the place where the consequences live. The carriage lurched in a drift, and then righted itself. My maid, Benson, dozed in the rear, facing seat beyond us with that peculiar rigidity servants acquire when determined not to seem asleep. Julian's valet had been sent ahead with the luggage at the last posting in. That left the two of us enclosed in a moving box of leather, wool winter light, and the formal intimacy of vows not yet worn in. He had removed one glove, and rested his bare hand against the edge of the seat beside him, as if cold affected him only through reason, and not through nerves. Men are never so composed as when trying not to be, he said. You need not look as though you are being conveyed to execution. I kept my gaze on the whitened glass. How fortunate that my face admits of so many interpretations. I count at least two: apprehension and contempt. Then you are observant. I was hoping to be reassured. That made me turn to him. His mouth had not moved. The words had been delivered in the same even tone he might have used to discuss road conditions. Yet something in his eyes suggested he had not spoken entirely in jest. I am not certain reassurance is among a wife's first duties, I said. He replied, no. I believe that distinction belongs to endurance. A smile touched me before I could prevent it. It did not last. The carriage swayed again, and beyond the frosted pane a stone marker half disappeared under snow. We are near then, I asked. Within half an hour if the lower road remains passable. And if it does not. We take the ridge and arrive cold. His calm seemed native to winter. I had begun to think it native to every season. Yet over the course of the journey I had learned that calm in him was not emptiness. It was governance. A severe, tireless kind. He governed his words, his movements, his appetite for certainty, and, I suspected, much of his unhappiness. I said, you still have time to warn me of any new catastrophe waiting at the gates, da. He looked at me steadily. I prefer to reserve catastrophes until they are certain. A generous habit. It is practical. Is that what we are to one another, then practical? His gaze shifted, not away but deeper. It was a disconcerting quality. Most men look at a woman in layers she can name at once. Vanity, politeness, desire, perhaps, if they are clumsy. Julian sometimes looked as though he meant to read the sentence beneath the sentence. He said, we are too newly acquainted to be anything else safely. The answer ought not to have disappointed me, because I had not wanted a softer one. Still, disappointment moved in me all the same, foolish and quickly hidden. I am relieved to find you cautious, I said. He said, no, quietly. You are relieved to find me predictable. That is not the same thing. Before I could decide whether to deny it, the carriage slowed. The horses labored once, twice, and then found firmer ground. Julian glanced toward the window to his right. We have reached the gates. I leaned slightly, trying to see past the lace of frost. At first I made out only stone and iron rising from the whiteness. Then the carriage turned enough for the whole entrance to reveal itself. Two tall gate pillars stood like sentries in the storm, each topped with a weather-darkened griffin whose wings were half lost to snow. The wrought iron gates between them bore the harrow crest worked into their center, elegant and faintly severe. Beyond them, the drive curved upward through bare beech trees toward a house not yet fully visible, only suggested in fragments along roofline, chimneys, pale stone catching what little light the day gave. The scale of it struck me before the beauty did. Not merely large. Established. The kind of house that had expected to outlive every grief committed inside it. Then beauty followed. Not bright beauty. Winter beauty. Restrained and old and cold enough to command rather than invite. By the time the gates opened, and we passed through, I understood why my father, fevered and disgraced, had spoken of the place as though it kept truths in reserve. Wrenford did not look built for confession. It looked built to survive it. The drive climbed slowly. Snow lay in soft banks against the low walls and yew hedges. An ornamental lake to the left had gone dull and half frozen, its edges trapped in white. Somewhere a rook called once, harsh against the stillness. The house emerged more fully with every turn. It was not one house, not truly. It was several ambitions bound together over time. The central block was older, gray and square, shouldered beneath a pediment darkened by weather. Two later wings extended from it with more elegance and less certainty. Tall windows stared blankly over the grounds. One western section had been shuttered entirely. Another showed the patched slate of a roof repaired not beautifully, but recently and in haste. Grandeur, yes. Money, not quite. Or rather, money strained. Directed where it must go and denied where it could be spared. The signs were small, but once noticed they multiplied. Gravel beneath the snow had been thinned by too many winters, and not enough renewal. One stone urn flanking the front sweep stood empty, while its twin still held a dead evergreen arrangement browned at the tips. The brass at the great doors gleamed, but the lantern on the left had a cracked pane repaired with an almost invisible strip of lead. No lady raised among accounts could fail to read a household any more than she could fail to read a face. Wrenford Hall was magnificent. Wrenford Hall was also bleeding somewhere under the bandages. The carriage drew up beneath the portico. Flutemen came down at once, efficient despite the cold. A groom took the horses. The front doors opened before any knock was needed, and warm air spilled outward carrying beeswax, old stone, and the kind of coal smoke that never entirely leaves a great house in winter. Julian was out first. He turned back at once and offered me his hand. Not because I required help. Because every eye in the entrance hall would be measuring the exact shape of his conduct before it measured mine. I placed my hand in his and stepped down into snow newly scattered with sand. "This is the part," I said under my breath, "where I learn whether your confidence in household obedience was justified. It will not be tested on the steps if it can be tested inside. There is comfort in that." "Very little, I expect." The butler awaited us just within the hall. He was tall, spare, and silver-haired, with the composed expression of a man who had seen births, deaths, bad marriages, political reversals, and roof leaks, and judged all of them improper in varying degrees. He said, "Wrenford," bowing first to Julian, then to me with perfect correctness, "My lady, welcome home." Home. The word landed strangely. "Thank you," I said. His eyes did not flicker. If he disapproved of my sudden appearance in his world, he had trained his face too well to expose it. That only made me more cautious. Behind him stood a line of household staff arranged with the unerring instinct of old houses to greet power and inspect change in the same motion. A housekeeper with strong shoulders and watchful eyes. 2 maids. A younger footman trying not to look at me directly and failing. Somewhere farther back, a cook or kitchen maid peering from the side passage before thinking better of it. I knew that line at once for what it was. Not welcome. Assessment. "My lady," said the housekeeper, curtsying. Mrs. Keating. She had one of those faces that tell truth even while practicing civility. Her respect was for the position. Her concern, at present, was for the house. Mrs. Keating. I gave her the same measure of steadiness she gave me. It was not affection. It was the beginning of terms. Julian handed off his gloves. "Benson is to be shown to Lady Wrenford's rooms. My wife will warm herself in the blue drawing-room before dinner." My wife. The phrase still felt newly forged each time I heard it. Less a caress than a fact laid down with care. "At once, my lord," said the butler. He would have said more, perhaps, had not a sharp sound cut across the hall. Running steps. Light. Quick, unchecked. Before anyone could stop her, a child flew around the curve of the staircase and came to an abrupt halt halfway across the black and white marble floor. She was small for 8, I thought at once, though perhaps grief and winter make every child look reduced. Dark curls had begun escaping the ribbons intended to discipline them. Her eyes were huge in a pale face, and very like Julian's in color, though not in expression. Nothing in her was governed yet. She looked entirely as if her heart had outrun her training. She said, "Uncle Julian," breathless. Then she saw me. The hall went still in a different way. Servants do not much like children at ceremonial moments because children mistake nothing for ceremony. They simply arrive with feeling in both hands and drop it, where everyone can see. Lily's gaze moved from my face to the ring on my hand and back again. "You really did bring her." Mrs. Keating took one step forward. "Miss Lily." Julian lifted a hand slightly without looking away from the child. The housekeeper stopped. He said, "Wes." Lily descended the remaining space between us more slowly than she had crossed the stairs. She came to stand before me with all the solemn intensity of one approaching an altar or an animal she has been told will not bite. I had not known until that moment what I feared most from her. Tears, perhaps. Hostility. A child's instinctive rejection of the woman brought suddenly into the vacancy left by the dead. Instead, she said, in a low voice made fiercer by care, "Will you go away if Cousin Edmund says you should?" The question passed through the hall like a draught. Miss Ressa Keating closed her eyes for one brief second. The butler might have turned to stone. Somewhere behind us, Benson made the smallest sound of dismay before swallowing it. Julian's expression did not change, though something in it sharpened dangerously. He said, "Lily, that is not a question you ask your aunt in the hall." Aunt. Another new word. Another piece laid into place before I had entirely consented to its weight. Lily did not look at him. She was still looking at me. The child had chosen the true authority in the matter. Not legal. Emotional. I crouched before her so that our eyes were level. "No," I said. The single word came more easily than almost anything else in my life. No, I would not go if Edmund said so. No, I would not be sent from this house like a servant dismissed for economy. No, I would not leave until I had found what my father's ruined voice had pointed toward all those years ago. Lily searched my face with painful seriousness. "You promise." There are promises one ought not make lightly. There are also moments when refusal does greater harm than dishonesty. I did not yet know whether I could keep such a promise to her. I only knew what it cost her to ask. "I promise," I said. Very slowly, as if something inside her had unclenched without warning, she nodded. Then she did the most dangerous thing a child can do to a guarded adult. She stepped forward and placed her small gloved hand in mine. Not for comfort alone, for proof. When I rose, still holding that small hand, I felt the hall readjust around us. Not warmer, not yet, but altered. A child's acceptance in a great house will sometimes shift more than a marriage contract can. Julian looked at Lily first, then at me. There was gratitude in his face. More than gratitude, perhaps. Something quieter and more unsettling because it had not been requested. I released Lily only when Mrs. Keating came forward with tact recovered and said, "Miss Lily, cook has ordered hot broth for you upstairs." Lily said, "I am not ill." "No, miss, but you are cold and have been running in the front hall." This, I saw at once, was a battle often fought and often lost by one side only through strategy. Lily sighed with an old woman's resignation, and finally allowed the housekeeper to guide her toward the stairs. Halfway up, she stopped and looked down at me again. "Your room is above the blue drawing room," she announced. "The west corridor is not to be opened if the wind is bad." Before anyone could tell her not to frighten the new countess with household warnings, she disappeared around the turn. I looked toward the staircase, then toward Julian. "The west corridor?" I asked. A shadow moved in his eyes and was gone. Old windows. Bad draughts. Family superstition improves the story. That answer was too quick to be complete. I stored it away at once. Then the butler stepped aside, opening the view beyond him into the long entrance hall and the passages reaching from it like veins. Portraits watched from paneled walls dark with age. A great clock ticked somewhere beyond sight. To the right, a pair of doors stood open onto the blue drawing room, where firelight moved over pale walls and gilt frames. To the left, a corridor vanished toward the older part of the house, darker, narrower, more private. I did not know how I knew it, but I knew at once that power lived that way. Not the public kind arranged in drawing rooms for visitors. The stored kind, study doors, locked cabinets, household memory, and perhaps if my father had not lied with fever, a sealed letter hidden where people trust old walls more than living mouths. Julian held out his arm. "My lady." I placed my hand upon it and stepped forward into the house that might hold my future, my danger, and the truth of my past all under the same roof. The blue drawing room had been arranged, I thought at once, by someone who mistrusted cheerfulness but respected comfort. The walls were of faded robins, egg shade gone soft with age. The curtains were heavy enough to defeat the winter light, though not the draught entirely. Fire burned in a white marble grate beneath a mantel crowded with smaller family portraits, none flattering, all expensive. There were 2 sofas upholstered in striped silk, a scattering of tables made for tea or cards, and 1 tall cabinet of porcelain that seemed to regard me with the same caution as the servants had. Mrs. Keating herself brought in the tray. That told me more than if she had sent a maid. Grade housekeepers do not carry tea unless they wish to inspect the temperature of a new countess at close range, she said, my lady, setting down the things with a competence almost martial. Tea, broth, and a little toast. Benson is unpacking in your dressing room. Thank you. She poured without asking whether I preferred to do it myself. That, too, was information. She had not yet decided what sort of mistress I meant to be and was defaulting to control. Julian stood near the fire with one hand resting lightly on the mantel. Snow still marked the shoulders of his greatcoat. He had not removed it. I suspected he did not intend to remain long. Mrs. Keating set a cup before me, then another for him. Dinner is late at 8, my lord. Miss Lily has taken broth upstairs. Dar Fenton called yesterday and left instructions that she is not to be overtired. Julian inclined his head. Thank you. Thank you. There was a pause in which it became evident that Mrs. Keating had more to say. My lord, she added, still looking at the teapot, Sir Harrow arrived this afternoon. The air in the room altered. Not dramatically. We were all far too practiced for drama. But it altered. Julian's face did not change. He was expected tomorrow. So he informed us, my lord. The weather, however, appears to have improved his determination. I looked down at my tea, because wives of 3 days' standing do not generally interrupt household reports, unless they wish to be hated before supper. Julian said, Where is he? In the Red Saloon at present. He requested mulled wine and asked whether the East Steward's room had been reopened. The answer. Mrs. Keating's mouth flattened very slightly. That it had not, my lord bade. Good. Nothing more. Yet between those 2 syllables passed a whole history from which I was presently excluded. Mrs. Keating turned to me then, and I could almost hear the internal adjustment required to address me directly where family matters were concerned. If my lady requires anything during the evening, Bristow will attend. I shall remember. She gave a small bow and withdrew, closing the door behind her with a softness so exact it might have been a warning. I waited until her steps had retreated down the passage. Is she loyal to you? I asked. Julian removed his gloves 1 finger at a time. Wes. To the point of affection. No. That may prove useful. His eyes lifted to mine. I have found affection in old houses somewhat overrated as a management principle. You surprise me. I thought it was one of the few things at which I might be relied upon. The answer should not have amused me. It did. I took refuge in the tea before the expression could reach my mouth too plainly. He crossed to the chair opposite mine but did not sit. He said, Idmond's early arrival changes little. It only makes the pace less comfortable. Your tone suggests comfort was never under serious consideration. No. I set down my cup carefully. What is the East Steward's room? A room my cousin has no business asking after. That is not an answer. It is the answer I can prove at present. There it was again. That infuriating distinction between truth and provable truth. I might have pressed him harder had not the door opened a crack, and Lily Lee slipped in with all the stealth of a small person, convinced she is invisible because she wishes to be. Mrs. Keating followed at once, clearly having lost a brief battle. She said, Miss Lily, you were instructed to remain upstairs. Lily replied, did remain upstairs. And then I came down. This, apparently, was logic under which the household had long suffered. Julian's voice was mild. What do you want, Lily? She came farther into the room and stopped a safe distance from me, as if still deciding what category I belonged to now that I had crossed the threshold into something more permanent than rumor. I want to know whether she likes the blue room. Mrs. Keating closed her eyes for 1 second exactly, then opened them again. The woman possessed heroic self-command. I do, I said before anyone else could answer. It seems a room intended for people who prefer honesty to display. That won me the smallest change in Lily's face. Not a smile exactly. A quickening. That is what Mama used to say. She told me. The sentence fell into the room with all the quiet force such sentences acquire when spoken by children who do not realize they have handed everyone else a wound. Julian did not move. Mrs. Keating did not move. I felt, rather than saw, the way both of them waited to learn whether I would offer condolence, platitude, or some other useless adult instrument. Instead I said, "Then your mother had good judgment." Lily nodded once, satisfied. Mrs. Keating inhaled as though the house itself had been spared a strain. She said, "Miss Lily, more gently now. Your aunt has traveled all day." Lily replied, "She is not faint." I looked. This time Julian did sit down, perhaps because standing made restraint too conspicuous. "Lily." She turned to him with reluctant obedience. "You may remain 5 minutes. No longer." Her whole person brightened in an instant. A transformation so swift and so earnest that I saw at much of the household's winter must bend around that child's weather. Mrs. Keating retreated with visible reluctance. The moment the door shut, Lily came nearer. "Mrs. Keating says the blue room is safe because no one argues in it anymore." I looked at Julian. He did not so much as blink. "That is an extraordinary recommendation for a room," I said. Lily considered this. "The library is better, but Uncle Julian says I am not to disturb the shelves." "I say," Julian corrected, "that you are not to remove papers from the shelves and turn them into boats." I made only one fleet.
No.
8 vessels constitute a fleet. Lily turned back to me immediately, clearly having won that argument before, and seeing no need to linger over the victory. She said, "There is a schoolroom on the west side. It is cold now, but it has the best view when it snows, and the old nursery is above it. Only the windows cry there when the wind is bad." Julian said, "Windows do not cry. They do if one listens properly." I hid a smile behind my cup. Children, I had always thought, are the only truthful supernaturalists. They assign feeling to objects not because they are foolish but because they are noticing what adults rename and file away. "The west corridor," I said lightly. Lily nodded. "Mrs. Keating does not like it opened after dark." Julian's eyes came to me at once. A brief warning. I kept my face composed. "And do you?" I asked the child. "I like all the places where people think secrets feel larger." That, from an 8-year-old, nearly made me spill my tea. Julian said, with a patience that had edges beneath it, "Lily, it is not kind to test grown people before dinner." "I am not testing her." "What are you doing then?" She thought for a moment, curls slipping farther loose from their ribbon, deciding whether she will stay real. It is a dreadful thing when a child names the fear in a room more clearly than any adult has dared. Julian looked down. Not away. Down briefly, like a man taking hold of himself from within. I said very quietly, "I do not know yet what staying real requires here. But I have no intention of becoming false on purpose." Lily studied me, grave as a magistrate. Then, to my astonishment, she came to stand at my knee, and leaned against my skirt with the absent trust of a creature who has decided enough for the present. The contact was light. It still went through me like a physical shock. I had not expected children in this house to touch first. I set my cup aside with care so that my hand did not betray me. Julian watched the whole thing without comment. There was no softness in his face, only attention. But that attention was somehow more intimate than softness would have been. Lily remained there long enough to make departure difficult, which I suspected was a talent long cultivated. At last Mrs. Keating returned, and this time Lily allowed herself to be removed with only one backward look. She said, at breakfast, to me from the doorway, "You must sit at Uncle Julian's right. The left chair wobbles." When she had gone, silence settled again. I looked toward the fire. She has more authority than anyone else in this county. Only within these walls. Then the county ought to be grateful for walls. He gave the faintest exhale, not quite laughter. That is more or less my opinion. The moment had altered us. Not much enough. I was still acutely aware that this was a strategic marriage made under pressure and built on truths I did not yet possess. He was still acutely aware, I thought, that I had entered his house with more courage than certainty. Yet Lily's trust, however provisional, had made performance harder. It is easier to lie elegantly before strangers than before a child who asks the correct question in the wrong room. Julian set down his cup. Dinner will be small. Edmund, myself, and you. That sounds less like dinner than a tribunal. In fairness, he may also discuss the weather. How generous. He rose. You need not attend if you prefer to plead fatigue. And leave you and your cousin to define me in my absence. No. I agreed. I had not thought so. His gaze rested on me a moment. You do not retreat easily. I had the habit cured. By London. By poverty. Nothing moved in his face, but I saw the answer land. He said, I am sorry. I should not have liked that. He said it plainly, with no decorative sympathy. Yet I did. It is not an attractive subject. I said no. That does not alter it. Before I could think of a reply, Bristow appeared to conduct me upstairs. My rooms occupied the front south side, above the blue drawing room, just as Lily had announced. They were handsome without extravaganza. A bedchamber with pale walls, and a canopy of watered silk, a dressing room beyond, and a sitting room with two windows looking across the drive toward the whitened sweep of the park. A fire burned in each grate. My trunk stood opened. Benson moved among them with brisk triumph. She said, Here ladyship's blue wool and the cream silk are laid out, already fully transferred in loyalty from Mrs. Ashburn's household to mine, or at least to the wages attached to it. And Mrs. Keating sent up hot bricks for the bed. How thoughtful. Benson gave me the kind of glance servants reserve for statements too mild to be believed. Thoughtful, perhaps. Also cautious. Yes, I said. I had seen it. She came to unfasten my traveling pillows. Will they do, madam? The people or the rooms? Both. The rooms will do very well. And the people. I considered. They are watching to see whether I mean to disturb the house. Benson snorted, then remembered herself. Beg pardon, madam. No. I believe that was the correct sound. She hid a smile. While she brushed my gown and set out linen for the evening, I went to the window. Snow fell more thickly now, soft but relentless, blurring the far trees and the line of the lower drive. Lamps had been lit at the entrance below. One small figure crossed the front hall carrying wood. Another shut the side door against the wind. Somewhere inside this enormous body of stone and history, Edmund Harrow was already established, warm, watchful and pleased. And somewhere, perhaps, if my father's broken words had meant anything at all, there remained a sealed letter not meant for friendly hands. A house reveals itself in layers. First the rooms it is proud of. Then the rooms it merely uses. Only later the rooms it hopes no one notices at all. A knock came at the communicating door, and before I could answer Mrs. Keating entered with a folded sheet of paper on a small salver. My lady. A note from Miss Lily. I took it. The paper had been folded 3 times and bore no superscription. Inside, in a hand not quite steady but fiercely determined, were the words, The old schoolroom is above the west corridor. No one goes there before lessons because the grate smokes. If you want to see the portraits that look angry, I can show you tomorrow. No signature. None needed. I felt Mrs. Keating watching me without appearing to do so. Miss Lily is very kind, I said. Miss Lily, said Mrs. Keating, is very direct. That quality appears to run in the house. For the first time, the housekeeper's mouth almost softened. She said, it was stronger once. Dinner is in 20 minutes, my lady. When she had gone, I read the note again. The old schoolroom. Above the west corridor. A reason to go there. Not as an intruder. Not yet. As a wife learning the house. As an aunt indulging a child. As a countess performing domestic interest, where everyone could see it and therefore no one need think it suspicious. I folded the note and slipped it inside my workbox. By the time Benson fastened the last hook of my evening gown, I knew something had shifted more usefully than any settlement paper. I did not yet have the freedom to search Wrenford. I had, however, acquired the first respectable excuse to walk where the house kept older things. Dinner proved that hostility in a great house is seldom loud unless it wishes to be vulgar. The dining room at Wrenford was long, candle, bright, and cold in the way large rooms remain cold, no matter how fiercely one heats them. Portraits of dead Harrows watched from the paneling with the composed disapproval of ancestors who had never been contradicted. Silver shone. Glass gleamed. The soup was excellent. None of these things improved Edmund Harrow. He sat at Julian's left and wore good humor as some men wear scent, lightly and for effect. A dark coat suited him too well. He had changed after the journey and looked almost indecently at home, which told me a great deal about his confidence and nothing pleasant about his intentions. He said, "My dear cousin, over the fish. I fear the weather has trapped me into imposing upon your hospitality earlier than planned." Julian broke bread with the same precise hands with which he had signed our marriage settlement. The weather has a willful character this season. It often does. Edmund glanced at me. Though I confess this week has brought more surprises than the roads. There are women who would have pretended not to hear the barb. I had once believed them wiser than I. I am less certain now. I am relieved to find Wrenford such a hospitable refuge, I said. One hears so often that remote houses sharpen tempers. Edmund smiled. Only when there is something in them worth fighting over. Julian set down his knife. You must be exhausted from travel, Edmund. It was on the surface a kind sentence. Underneath, it was an instruction to choose another line. Edmund heard it, so did I, he said. I recover quickly. An unfortunate gift in some men, I murmured. That earned me a brief look from Julian over the candlelight. Not censure. Something more difficult to read. Approval, perhaps, with caution attached. The rest of the meal passed under the discipline of good service and better breeding. Edmund spoke of roads, tenants, county magistrates, a new horse line in York, and one absurdly tedious conversation with a London solicitor, all while laying little threads through the tablecloth for anyone attentive enough to notice. A delayed guardianship review. Old estate inefficiencies. The burden of public responsibility. Questions of prudence. None of it named directly. All of it intended. Julian answered very little. The less he said, the more dangerous he seemed. I had already observed that his silence was not the silence of uncertainty. It was the silence of a man who knows the exact weight of words and has no wish to spend them cheaply. Across from him, with candlelight touching the clean line of his cheek, and the plain gold ring newly on his hand, he looked less like a husband acquired in haste than a severe historical fact from which one could not appeal. This, I admit, did not make him easier to dismiss as merely useful. When the cloth had been removed and the servants withdrew to a respectful distance, Edmund lifted his glass and said, "To new domestic harmony." Julian did not touch his own. He said, "To Lily's health." It was no more than a correction, yet it shifted the whole tone of the table. I saw Edmund understand, in the brief narrowing of his eyes. that Julian would not allow me to be publicly reduced to the status of a shield without reminding him what truly stood at stake. I also saw something else. Edmund did not resent Lily. He regarded her as leverage. Some men are more frightening for what they do not hate. After dinner, Julian asked whether I preferred the drawing room or the library. I chose the drawing room because wives of 4 days do not yet seek the library alone in a suspicious house. Edmund joined us there as well, though he had the decency to claim only 1 glass of port and 15 minutes of our time before pleading fatigue and withdrawing. The moment the door shut behind him, I realized how tense the room had been in his presence. I stood near the fire with my hands extended to it. "He behaves like a man enjoying a game whose rules he wrote himself," I said. Julian, at the mantel opposite me, replied, "That is often because he mistakes patience for authorship. He is too pleased." "Yes. With my being here." Julian looked at me steadily. "Yes." I had half hoped he would disagree. Agreement always feels colder. "Then he believes our marriage serves him," Julian said. "At present, he believes everything serves him." There was no irritation in it. That made it worse. "Do you know what he truly wants? My failure, as guardian, as earl, as head of this house, in any capacity that gives him less room to arrange outcomes." I let that settle. The fire cracked. Outside, wind moved somewhere along the windows. This room, the blue drawing room, felt safer than the rest of the house only because its safety had been named. That did not mean it was real. "I dislike not knowing the field," I said. Julian came a step nearer, but not so near as to crowd me. "Then learn it." The answer startled me enough that I looked up sharply. "You permit that? I married you because you see clearly. That is not why you married me." "No," he held my gaze. "But it is one reason I am relieved you are here." The words landed low in me, not as flattery, more dangerously, as trust that might become something else if one were not vigilant. I said, "Because I had to put distance somewhere. You are very economical with kindness. I thought you might find extravagance suspect." "I do." "Then we remain well suited to our arrangement." Bah! The sentence should have restored ease. Instead it made ease impossible. The phrase "our arrangement" now contained too many things: contract, household, danger ring, child, sealed possibilities. I said good night sooner than politeness required. Sleep came badly and in fragments. Once I woke convinced I had heard footsteps beyond my door. Once I woke because wind struck some ill-fitted window and produced a thin, grieving note somewhere in the west side of the house. Once I dreamed of my father's desk with the drawers pulled open and ash where the papers ought to have been. By morning the snow had deepened. Wrenford lay under a fresh white silence, broken only by rooks and the crunch of servants crossing the front sweep. At breakfast Lily informed me, with no preliminary softness at all, that eggs tasted better in winter if one ate them with more salt than Mrs. Keating approved. Julian informed her that physicians and housekeepers shared an unusual dislike of being ignored. Lily replied that this was because they loved power more than eggs. I nearly choked on tea. Julian, to my astonishment, did not smile. He only said, "There are statements for which one loses jam." Lily surrendered the preserve pot with tragic dignity. It was perhaps the first moment, since London, in which laughter entered me without guilt attached to it. I had not expected Wrenford breakfast to offer such novelty. Afterward Julian went out to inspect storm damage at the tenant farms nearest the lower road. I assumed he would go alone. Instead he paused in the hall, gloves in hand, and said, "The air is sharp but manageable. If you wish to see the West Meadow cottages before the roads worsen again, come with us." Us? Lily appeared from nowhere, already bundled in a cloak too practical to be fashionable and a knitted cap that made her resemble an indignant berry. She said, "I am included in us." Julian looked down at her. "You are included in trouble, which is adjacent." I knew you meant yes. He did not correct her. I ought to have declined. A new countess with no settled footing ought perhaps not go striding into estate life in weather that would have made common sense stay indoors. But I wanted to see how he stood among people who could not advance him socially. I wanted, too, to understand the house by understanding what fed it. So I went. The snow outside burned the lungs at first breath. The path to the side yard had been sanded, though fresh powder already softened the edges. We took a light cart for part of the distance, and the remainder on foot, where drifts narrowed the lane. Lily sat between us for the first half, mile wrapped in lap robes and commentary, informing me which gate was always troublesome, which tenant kept 6 cats and denied it, and which ash tree had once lost a branch directly on Cousin Edmund's curricle, to general improvement. Did it injure him? I asked. She said, no, gravely. Julian said, only his temper. A national disappointment. That did it. I laughed outright. The sound seemed to surprise all 3 of us. Lily turned and stared. Julian did not turn at all, but I saw the change in the set of his mouth. The first cottage stood low against the wind, smoke coming steadily from the chimney. A woman with red hands and a baby at her shoulder answered the door, before we reached it, having seen us cross from the lane. She curtsied to Julian, then to me, uncertainty flickering over her face before duty settled it. My lord, my lady, Julian said, Messa Fletcher. How is your father's breathing? The question was so immediate, so exact, that I felt my own uncertainty catch. He remembered names, illnesses, the details of people who paid him rent and perhaps feared him a little, yet were not abstractions to him. Better this morning, sir. The broth helped. Julian stepped inside only when invited. He checked the repaired shutter himself, though a groom and 2 laborers stood ready behind us. He noticed the damp by the hearth and ordered dry peat sent before evening. He asked about feed, not in the vague lordly manner of a man performing stewardship, but as though he understood the difference between a costly inconvenience and a loss that would bite by March. At the second cottage, he carried in a sack of coal from the cart when a boy slipped on the path. At the third, he crouched to Lily's height before letting her take a basket to an old woman who kissed her brow and called her Little Miss Stubbornness. With obvious affection, I had known titled men who were mannerly in public because admiration was a form of payment. This was not that. No one here would flatter an earl with useful effect. Yet Julian's attention did not slacken. It sharpened. By the time we turned back toward the house, snow collecting on our cloaks and Lily half asleep against the side of the cart, something in me had become inconveniently unstable. My certainty, I mean, not my distrust. Distrust had roots. It deserved them. But certainty, that old easy certainty that titled men used kindness only as a polished instrument, had taken a crack in the cold. I said, when Lily had gone silent, and the horse's harness was the only sound between us. You did not need to carry coal yourself. No, Pa, yet you did. The boy had a bad ankle. That is not a reason many men of rank would notice. He looked out across the whitened fields. Many men of rank were not left with my father's accounts. I waited. After a moment he added, one learns quickly what is ornamental in stewardship and what is not. The answer was in character, measured and factual. Still, I heard what sat beneath it. The estate had not simply been inherited. It had been handed to him in a state that required labor rather than entitlement. Labor I could respect, even when I disliked the hands doing it. By the time we returned to Wrenford, Lily had fully fallen asleep. Julian lifted her from the cart with a care so practiced it had nothing showy in it. She tucked herself into his shoulder without waking. One mittened hand caught in the lapel of his coat. He carried her through the side entrance, because the front hall was farther from the nursery stairs. I followed more slowly with Benson, who had accompanied us in increasing alarm and decreasing elegance. Inside, the house smelled of wet wool, polished wood, and luncheon being kept warm somewhere below stairs. Julian passed ahead of us toward the staircase, and then disappeared around the turn, Lily still asleep against him. I stood in the small passage for a moment longer than necessary. There is no dignity in admitting when one's assumptions begin to fail. There is even less comfort in it. I had married him for strategy. I had come north for Anne for necessity, and for the possibility of truth hidden in old walls. None of those motives had changed. Yet the sight of him carrying that child as if she were not merely his duty, but something beloved had unsettled the clean boundaries of my intention. I disliked that deeply. I disliked it enough that, after luncheon, I accepted Lily's invitation to tour the old schoolroom with more eagerness than was wise. "Only for 20 minutes, Mrs. Keating said. Lily replied, "That is what all tyrants say before history corrects them." Mrs. Keating did not even blink. 20 minutes, miss. We took the west staircase, narrower and older than the main one, its runner worn at the center by generations of feet. The air changed as we climbed. Not colder exactly, more neglected. The west corridor stretched long and dim beneath small windows filmed by age. A faint draught moved there even with the doors shut. At one end hung family portraits too stern for the public rooms. At the other stood the schoolroom, just as Lily had promised, with its imperfect grate, battered desks, and excellent view over the whitened grounds. She showed me the angry portraits, which were indeed angry, or at least painted by a man who believed all harrows improved by grievance. She informed me which cupboard once held slates, and now held nothing but dust, and one dead moth. She demonstrated where the window cried when the wind struck from the north-west and seemed disappointed when it refused to perform on command. After 10 minutes she grew tired of my proper interest and wandered toward the nursery cabinet in search of colored chalk. I crossed to the schoolroom window, then to the side table beneath it, where a spill of old copybooks, cracked rulers, and discarded household paper had collected in harmless untidiness, or what would have looked like harmless untidiness to anyone not half starved for evidence. There, among the schoolroom litter, lay a strip of thick paper charred black at one end. Not fireplace ash. Not common waste. Paper of better quality than copybook stock, curled as if partially burned, and then crushed under another hand before being forgotten. I picked it up very carefully. The unburned half held only a few visible lines in a cramped masculine script, the rest eaten away in black scallops. Most of the words were gone. 2 remained clear enough to strike the breath from me. Transfer. Veil. For a second the room ceased to be a room. It became only sound, the ticking grate, Lily rattling the chalk cupboard, the rush of my own blood. The edge of the scrap had been singed recently enough that a faint dark smear still marked my glove. Not ancient then. Not a relic abandoned for decades. Handled. Burned. Move here. At Wrenford. Lily, I said far more evenly than I felt. Did you put papers on this table? She looked up from the cupboard. No. Only chalk and the bad atlas with Africa wrong. Did anyone come here yesterday? She thought. Not yesterday. Cousin Edmund asked Mrs. Keating for the west key, but she said the corridor was not fit for company. Then Bristow came up this morning because the grate smoked. My fingers tightened on the scrap. Bristow. Edmund. A key. A smoky grate. Someone had brought paper here to burn. Someone had failed to finish the work. Lily, I said, folding the fragment into my palm, we should go down. Already, you are becoming obedient to Mrs. Keating. I prefer to astonish her gradually. That earned me a grin. She came at once, clutching 3 pieces of chalk like contraband. As we stepped back into the corridor, I slipped the charred strip into the pocket soon inside my skirt. Its weight was almost nothing. Its meaning was not. By the time we reached the stairs, one truth had fixed itself in me with terrible clarity. Whatever tied Wrenford to my father's ruin was not buried safely in the past. Someone in this house was still trying to burn it. I kept the charred scrap in my pocket through tea, Through Lily's recitation of a French fables, she mistrusted on moral grounds, and through a quarter of an hour in which Mrs. Keating attempted, with heroic diplomacy, to persuade the child that stair rails were not installed for descent at speed. All the while the paper rested against my skirt like a second pulse. I had not looked at it again. That was discipline, not indifference. A woman who snatches at evidence too quickly is apt to destroy the very thing she wants most. I meant to examine it alone, in better light, and with my hands steadier than they presently were. The difficulty lay not in concealment from the household. Concealment from servants is often easier than concealment from one intelligent man who has already begun watching where your thoughts go, when you believe yourself unobserved. Julian had returned from the tenant accounts with snow still dampening the hem of his coat. He found us in the morning room shortly before dusk, Lily on the carpet with her slates, myself at the escritoire, pretending to answer a note from Anne and managing instead to write the same 3 harmless lines twice. He paused just inside the door. The child looked up first. Mrs. Keating says you are not to bring ledgers into the house if your hands are cold. I did not know household law had expanded so rapidly. It has where you are concerned. He removed his gloves with the particular slowness that usually meant he was more tired than he wished to show. Then, I must submit, Lily went back to her slates. I bent my head over the paper, as though deeply engaged by a sentence about muslin. I might have succeeded better, had I not been so aware of him crossing the room. He stopped beside the fire. He asked, "Wallow's the schoolroom worth the rebellion?" My pen hovered. "Marginally," I said. "The portraits are furious, the great smokes, and Lily maintains a strong party interest in disobedience. I have observed that." His voice had shifted, not in tone, in direction. It was no longer cast generally into the room. It was aimed. I placed the pen carefully in its tray and looked up. "Lily also says your atlas is wrong." "It is not my atlas." Then the household will be comforted to know errors flourish democratically. For the briefest instant that almost smile touched him again. It was gone before I could be certain I had seen it. He said, "Lily, have you shown my wife every danger on the west side, or only the picturesque ones?" She did not look up. "Only the picturesque ones. She likes truth, so I thought I should save the other set." I felt his eyes come to me at once. He said, mildly enough, "And what truths did you find in the schoolroom?" There it was. Too direct to be casual. I kept my expression untouched. That children are rarely taught enough useful history and far too much penmanship. Only that. I lifted one brow. Should there have been more? The room seemed to hold itself very still. Lily hummed over her slate. Fire shifted in the grate. Outside, wind pushed a branch across the window once like fingers over glass. Then Julian said, "Not necessarily. Not necessarily. A careful man's retreat." I wanted, suddenly and sharply, to reach into my pocket, lay the burned scrap before him, and watch what his face did when confronted with the word veil beside transfer, in a hand not old enough to belong to ghosts. I wanted to see whether surprise or recognition came first. Instead I said, "The west corridor appears to inspire caution in everyone but Lily. Lily is reckless by education." Lily said, "I am only 8. That is not yet an education." He sat down across from me and accepted the tea Miss Keating had clearly ordered left warming for him. It is a beginning. The exchange should have eased the room. It did not. The scrap in my pocket had altered the shape of every harmless phrase. Each one now seemed to pass over darker ground. A footman entered with a salver. "My lord, Mr. Harrow asks whether you will join him in the Red Saloon. Mr. Laverton has arrived." Julian's hand tightened once on the teacup. "Not enough for a servant to notice. Enough for me," he said. "Shall Mr. Lavington to the library?" "I will come directly." The footman bowed and withdrew. Lily sighed like a small tragic queen. "Mr. Lavington always smells of law," Julian said. "He is a solicitor. That is what I said. He rose. I knew I ought to remain silent. New wives do not attach themselves to private business discussions between gentlemen and their legal adviser unless invited. On the other hand, I had married into a web of half-truths. One charred clue now hidden in my gown, and a cousin who had taken an interest in locked rooms. Should like to meet Mr. Lavington properly, I said. Julian looked at me. There is a kind of silence that is almost conversation by itself. This was that sort, he said. It will not be interesting, at last. Solicitors rarely are. Still, as your wife I may be expected to know the gentleman entrusted with your affairs. Lily looked from one to the other of us with bright, delighted suspicion, as if she had stumbled upon better entertainment than the slates provided. Julian set down his cup. You may join us for a few minutes if you wish. If you wish. Permission dressed as courtesy. How fortunate, I said, rising, that my wishes remain fashionable for the moment. Lily called after us as we reached the door. If Merharrow says anything false, will there be cake afterward? Not for you, Julian answered without turning. The library was warmer than the schoolroom, older than the drawing rooms, and infinitely more honest than either. A long chamber lined floor to ceiling with books. It smelled of leather, coal smoke, and the dry dust of paper handled by generations of men who had believed ink could order the world. 2 lamps had been lit near the hearth. Snow-muted evening pressed at the windows. On a side table stood decanters and untouched glasses. At the central writing table, arranged in disciplined stacks, lay estate ledgers, correspondence packets, and one dark leather dispatch case secured with a brass clasp. Mr. Lavington rose as we entered. He was a compact man in his 50s with sparse hair, a grave mouth, and the air of someone who had long ago made peace with other people's confusion because they paid him to endure it. My lord. Lady Wrenford. He bowed to me with no surprise whatsoever, which immediately improved my opinion of him. Surprise in a solicitor generally means disorder. Mr. Lavington, I said. Edmund stood by the hearth, one elbow on the mantel, as if this were his library and we the late arrivals. He smiled when he saw me. My dear Clara, I hope the house has not frightened you already. It has a talent for moods. Then it resembles some branches of the family. Julian moved past me toward the writing table. What requires immediate attention? Edmund watched me for half a beat longer than courtesy demanded before replying to his cousin. Only the question of timings. Lavington wished to confirm when the guardianship papers may be reviewed without inviting further theatrical interruption from London. Lavington opened the dispatch case with neat fingers. The review may proceed within the week, my lord, provided the supplementary affidavits are signed tomorrow. There is, however, one complication. No one in that room liked the word. Julian said, name it. Lavington selected one folded paper from the case. The old transfer schedules connected to the Ashton parcel and the Vale liabilities have not been fully reconciled. I do not know whether I moved. If I did, it was too little for anyone else to see. Vale. My own name spoken aloud by a solicitor in a room full of Harrow paper. Edmund's gaze came to me at once, quick and bright as a knife catching candlelight. He said, It is an unfortunate historical tangle. Softly. One hardly likes to trouble Lady Wrenford with old embarrassments. Julian's head turned. Enough. Only one word. It cut through the room like drawn steel. Edmund lifted both hands in easy surrender. I meant concern. Surely we are past pretending names have no history here. Lavington, to his credit, looked as if he would rather swallow sealing wax than participate in family theater. He said, The issue is merely documentary. Certain obligations were transferred during the late Earl's arrangements with Reverend Val's creditors. Whether those obligations were correctly represented at the time is the question left unresolved. My father had become Reverend Vale in a solicitor's mouth, a category, a problem, a line item with moral weather attached. I kept my voice level by force. What sort of obligations? Julian answered before Lavington could. Historical ones. It was too swift, too smooth, too final. Every instinct in me sharpened at once. Edmund smiled without warmth. My cousin is protective of ladies when the subject turns unpleasant. Julian said, I am protective of irrelevance when it wastes time. Then, Lady Wrenford's father is irrelevant. There are men who strike because they are angry. Edmund struck because he wanted to hear what sound the wound made. I felt the room's attention gather around me and, against my will, around the paper hidden in my pocket. I wanted to reach for it. I wanted not to. Julian's voice changed. Not louder. Harder. You will not use my wife's father as conversational leverage in this house. The silence that followed seemed to lengthen beyond measure. Edmund's expression stayed pleasant. Only his eyes lost polish. As you please. I had thought openness healthier than sentiment. Do not mistake discipline for sentiment. Lavington, the poor man, pretended great interest in aligning documents that had already been aligned. I could not decide whether to pity him or admire him. I said because someone had to restore shape to the air before it cracked. If my father's name appears in estate papers, I should not think ignorance the most stable courtesy. Julian looked at me. There are moments when a man's face reveals less by what appears than by what vanishes. Something vanished in his then. Not control. Never that. Something closer to distance. The chosen distance between what he knew and what he meant to allow. He said, It is not a matter for this evening. The words were unobjectionable. It was the tone that troubled me. He was not dismissing Edmund. He was managing me. The realization landed low and cold. Edmund saw it land. Of course he did. Satisfaction touched the corner of his mouth and was gone. As ever. He murmured, Timing is everything. Julian did not look at him. He said, Lavington. The affidavits tomorrow morning. The rest after. Lavington cleared his throat. Yes, my lord. The meeting dissolved then, at least formally. Edmund took his leave with infuriating grace, pausing only to bow over my hand with elaborate respect. He said, My lady. Low enough that only I could hear. Houses are kinder when one knows what they are built upon. I withdrew my fingers before his lips could come near the glove. Then, you must be very comfortable here. His smile deepened, which was answer enough. When he had gone, Lavington gathered his papers with the speed of a man eager to survive the evening intact. He said, Lady Wrenford, if there is anything within the settlement documents requiring your clarification, I remain at your disposal. How delicately solicitors offer help when they suspect a wife may soon need private counsel. Thank you, Mr. Lavington. He bowed, shot one unreadable glance at Julian, and withdrew. The door shut. I stood very still beside the table while the fire gave a low crack behind us. Outside the windows the snow had darkened into mere motion, visible only where it crossed the light. Julian did not speak at once. He was looking down at the open dispatch case, one hand braced beside it, as if every document inside had just become heavier. At last he said, I am sorry for that. I could have asked which part. Edmund's malice. The mention of my father. The lawyer's papers. The fact that he had cut off the conversation before I could hear more. Instead I said, Are you? He lifted his head slowly. The question surprised him. That much was clear. Yes. No, I said. You are sorry Edmund forced the subject badly. That is not the same as being sorry I do not know it. His face closed a little. Clara. It was the first time he had used my name without title, without asking, without circumstance requiring it. Under other conditions I might have felt the heat of it. Now I felt only the trespass. You told me in London, I said, that you did not know enough to answer honestly. Tonight you stopped your solicitor before he could answer at all. His jaw tightened, because this is not how you should hear it. From a lawyer. From Edmund. From anyone but you, perhaps. A beat passed, then, very quietly was. There it was. Not ignorance. Choice. I reached into the pocket inside my skirt. His eyes dropped to the movement. The charred scrap lay small and ugly against my glove when I placed it on the writing table between us. For the first time since I had known him, Julian looked wholly unguarded. Not for long, an instant, perhaps less. But enough, he knew it. Or knew the kind of thing it was. His hand did not move toward the paper. Where did you find that? The schoolroom. On the side table beneath the window. Partially burned. Recent enough to stain my glove. He stared at the fragment. I watched him stare. And no surprise first, recognition first. After that came calculation. Too late, he said, Lara, and my name was rougher now? You should have told me immediately. I almost laughed. That is a curious argument from you. He shut his eyes briefly. Not in defeat. In restraint. When he opened them again, the discipline was back. It no longer comforted me. This proves very little on its own. It proves enough to make your silences intolerable. That is unjust. Is it? He drew breath, then let it out carefully. The Vale matter is connected to Wrenford's older debt restructurings. I believed. You believed what? That if there were ugliness in it, I should confirm the facts before laying them at your feet. My feet. I repeated. How protective. His eyes flashed once. The first visible anger I had seen from him that was not cold. Do not make mock of motives you know perfectly well. What I know perfectly well, I said, and heard my own voice sharpen with every word, is that my father's name lives in your papers. A burned fragment with that name was hidden in your house. Your cousin enjoys watching me stand at the edge of a truth everyone else has agreed to manage for me. And you, my husband, decide, still, what I may safely hear. He did not answer. Silence from him had always felt controlled. This one felt costly. At last he said, yes. Only that. Yes. Not denial. Not excuse. The simplicity of it hurt more than defense would have done. I looked at the scrap between us. Vale. Transfer. Burned at the edge like a mouth forced shut. Then I looked back at him. Something had altered. Not my need for him as ally. Not yet. But trust, which had only just begun to move in him like thaw under snow, drew back at once. I begin to think, I said, very quietly, that you know more than you have ever intended to tell me. His face changed then. Not to guilt exactly. To the knowledge that I had crossed into a conclusion he could not presently undo. Clara. I took the paper back before he could touch it. Outside, wind struck the west side of the house and set some distant window crying in its frame. I should like to retire, I said. He did not stop me. I think he knew that to stop me then would have broken something neither of us could yet afford to lose. When I reached the door, I turned once. He had not moved. He stood by the library table with the dispatch case open before him, the fire at his back, and the look of a man who had wanted to choose the moment of truth and had, instead, just lost that privilege. I left him there. Upstairs, in my rooms, Benson remarked that my color was poor and my silence worse. I sent her away with more impatience than she deserved and locked the dressing-room door after her, though no one in that house would have dared enter unannounced. Then I took out the scrap again and laid it beneath the candle. The words remained what they had been. Transfer. Vale. Too little to save, far too much to ignore. I folded it once, twice, and slipped it into my workbox beneath my gloves. Not because I trusted the box. Because I trusted no one better. By the time I undressed for bed, one decision had fixed itself in me with the hard clarity of frost. Whatever Wrenford was hiding, I would not wait for Julian to decide when I might bear the truth. I would find it myself. Source of file Chapter 2 A Snow at Wrenford Gates. Text chunks returned 61 Philus written 61 Right errors Zor. Source of file Chapter Snow at Wrenford Gates. Text chunk 61. Words 195 Chars 105 Quoted parody First line I had been Countess of Wrenford for 3 days before I saw the house that had made me one. Words 200 Chars 1147 Quote a parody First line. The carriage windows filmed with frost at the edges. Words 266 chars 1501 quota parody first. How fortunate that my face admits of so many interpretations. Words 146 chars 830 quota parody first last men look at a woman in layers she can name at once. Words 101 chars 590 Fido parody a first line. At first I made out only stone and iron rising from the whiteness. Words 196 chars 1149 quota parody first line. The scale of it struck me before the beauty did. Words 149 chars 862 quota parody tough first line. Another showed the patched slate of a roof repaired not beautifully, but recently and in 8. Words 187 cars 1053 quota parody first lineman came down at once, efficient despite the cold. Words 194 cars wanting quota parody first line he said, Wrenford. Bowing first to Julian then to me with perfect correctness, my lad. Words 201 char 1130 quota parody first line Julian handed off his gloves. Words 163 cars 907 quota parody a first line. They simply arrive with feeling in both hands and drop it where everyone can see. Words 196 chars 104 quota parody first line. Mrs. Keating closed her eyes for one brief second. Words 162 chars 898 quota parody first line. Did not yet know whether I could keep such a promise to her. Words 192 287 quota parody first line. Lily said, I am not ill. Words 202 chars 1136 quota parody first line. To the right, a pair of doors stood open onto the blue drawing room, where firelight moved. Words 172 chars 952 quota parody first line. There were 2 sofas upholstered in striped silk, a scattering of tables made for tea or C. Words 184 chars 1078 quota parody first line. Mrs. Keating set a cup before me, then another for him. Words 199 chars 1132 quota parody first line. Yet between those 2 syllables passed a whole history from which I was presently excluded. Words 120 chars 6046 quota parody first line. Your tone suggests comfort was never under serious consideration. Words 179 chars quota parody first line. Lily replied, I did remain upstairs. Words 64 cars 377 quota parody first line. I felt, rather than saw the way both of them waited to learn whether I would offer condole. Words 185 1077 quota parody first line. Lily replied, she is not faint. Words 238 chars 1293 quota parody first line. She said, there is a schoolroom on the west side. Words 85 cars 456 quota parody first line. I said, very quietly, do not know yet what staying real requires here. But I have known. Words 199 chars 1132 quota parody first line. I set my cup aside with care so that my hand did not betray me. Words 192 chars 1061 quota parody first line. Yet Lily's trust, however provisional, had made performance harder. Words 187 cars 1089 quota parody to first line. They were handsome without extravagance, a bedchamber with pale walls and a canopy of weight. Words 191 chars 1066 quota parody a first line. While she brushed my gown and set out linen for the evening, I went to the window. Words 194 chars 1080 quota parody first line. The old schoolroom is above the west corridor. Words 194 chars 1139 quota parody first line. Had, however, acquired the first respectable excuse to walk where the house kept older tea. Words 160 chars 930 quota parody first line. Edmund glanced at me. Words 192 cars 1123 quota parody first line. Edmund spoke of roads, tenants, county magistrates, a new horse line in York, and one of Sioux. Words 107 there's 935 quota parody first line. He said, to Lily's health. Words 266 chars 1499 quota parody first line. He behaves like a man enjoying a game whose rules he wrote himself, I said. Words parcel 1135 quota parody first line. Do. Words 196 chars 1110 quota parody first line. Julian, to my astonishment, did not smile. Words 191 chars 1063 quota parody to first line. But I wanted to see how he stood among people who could not advance him socially. Words 242 chars 1369 quota parody first line. Woman with red hands and a baby at her shoulder answered the door. Before we reached it. Words 205 cars 1149 quota parody first line. No one here would flatter an earl with useful effect. Words 188 chars 1079 quota parody first line. Labor I could respect. Words 173 chars 1019 quota parody first line. Yet the sight of him carrying that child as if she were not merely his duty but something Words 181 chars 1074 4 quota parody first line. She showed me the Kangri portraits, which were indeed angry, or at least painted by a man. Words 101 chars 573 quota parody first line. The unburned half held only a few visible lines in a cramped masculine script. The rest E. Words 199 chars 1123 quota parody first line Peleli. I said far more evenly than I felt. Did you put papers on this table? Words 173 cars 104 quoto parody first line. Someone in this house was still trying to burn it. Words 205 cars 1142 quota parody first line. He found us in the morning room shortly before dusk. Lily on the carpet with her slates. Words 198 chars 188 quota parody first line. I placed the pen carefully in its tray and looked up. Words 207 chars 1155 quota parody first link wanted, suddenly and sharply to reach into my pocket, lay the burned scrap before him. Words 189 chars 1060 quota parody first line Julian said, he is a solicitor. Words 196 chars 1049 quota parody first line Lily called after us as we reached the door. If Mr. Harrow says anything false, we'll there. Words 145 char 1 quota parody first line Mayor Lavington, I said. Words 186 chars 30 quota parody first line Julian said, name it. Words 251 chars 1518 quota parody first line, my father had become Reverend Vale in a solicitor's mouth. Words 184 chars 1070 quota parody first line, there are moments when a man's face reveals less by what appears than by what vanishes. Words 157 chars 908 quota parody first line, then you must be very comfortable here. Words 79 chars 429 quota parody first line I could have asked which part. Words 203 cars 128 quota parody first line. It was the first time he had used my name without title, without asking, without circumstance. Words 100 cars 602 quota parody first line no surprise first. Recognition first. Words 24 chars 1145 quota parody first line, you believed what? Words 2 chars by 1134 quota parody first line. I begin to think, I said very quietly, that you know more than you have ever intended. Words 87 cars 460 quota parody first line. The words remained what they had been. The morning after I placed the charred scrap between us in the library, Wrenford behaved with intolerable normality. Snow still lay against the lower walls. The breakfast room was warm. The silver was bright. Lily objected to kedgeree on philosophical grounds, and informed Mrs. Keating that fish had no place before 10 of the clock. Mrs. Keating informed her, without any visible increase in pulse, that philosophy was not served at breakfast unless one first consumed eggs. Only Julian and I appeared to have spent the previous evening standing at the edge of something neither of us had chosen to name. He entered 5 minutes after I had taken my seat and greeted me with the same grave courtesy he might have shown any wife he had not kissed, deceived, or disappointed. My lady, my lord. Lily looked between us over the rim of her milk cup. Did you quarrel in the library? The footman at the sideboard achieved the near impossible feat of becoming more invisible than before. I said, no. At precisely the same moment Julian said, not exactly. Lily set down the cup with deep satisfaction. So that is a yes, Julian replied. That hat, unfolding his napkin, is what comes of answering before one has thought. Ah, Lily said. I had thought. I thought it looked like a quarrel. Mrs. Keating appeared in the doorway carrying a dish, and took in the room in one swift glance. Miss Lily, a lady does not inspect her relations as though they were weather damaged. Lily said, that is a pity. One would know more. Julian sat at my right. The chair no longer wobbled. I could not decide whether the household had repaired it for my comfort or because Lily had made the defect impossible to ignore. He reached for the coffee and, without asking, filled my cup before his own. It was a small action. That was perhaps why I felt it so sharply. Marriage, I had discovered, is built less of ceremonies than of these unguarded practicalities. A poured cup, a chair held, a blanket drawn an inch farther over one's knees in a carriage, because the other person has noticed the cold before it becomes complaint. The thought irritated me on principle. Lily watched the coffee pass from his hand to mine with the fascinated gravity of a scholar collecting evidence. "Now you look married again," she observed. I very nearly spilled it. Julian, whose composure ought by rights to have cracked at least once in the presence of that child, merely said, "How relieved we are to have regained your approval." I did not say approval. "No," I said, reaching for the marmalade, "only surveillance." Breakfast ended with the arrival of a note for Julian on a small tray. He broke the seal, read it once, and said, "Lavington asks for the old steward's ledgers before noon. He wishes to compare the transfer entries with the estate schedules from my brothers last year." The words were addressed generally, but his gaze came to me briefly, almost despite himself. I buttered a piece of toast with more care than it required. I trust the old steward's ledgers are less elusive than the truth. Lily looked delighted. Mrs. Keating did not look delighted at all. The footman became theoretical. Julian folded the note. "They are in the morning room annex. At least that is where they ought to be." Ought, a useful word in a house full of absences. Lily, sensing an opportunity no child should ever be allowed to sense so cleanly, said, "May I help find them?" "No," said both adults at once. She sighed with the martyrdom of the habitually opposed. "Then, I shall educate myself alone." After she was taken off by Mrs. Keating and a French primer, the room quieted. Julian stood at the window a moment with the note still in his hand. I remained seated because rising too quickly would have suggested eagerness, and eagerness is dangerous when one has spent the previous night accusing one's husband of curating truth. At last he turned. "I will have the boxes brought down." "Will you?" "If you intend to ask what has been touched and by whom, yes." I looked at him directly. "You assume I intend to involve myself." "No." "Oh." His expression did not soften. "I hope you do." It was not an apology. It was perhaps the closest thing he knew to one. "Why?" "Because you notice what other people ignore. There are compliments one accepts for vanity and others one accepts because refusing them would make one dishonest." I wrote, "Then let us hope your family papers enjoy being noticed." The morning room annex had once been a withdrawing chamber, and now served as the sort of workroom all large houses eventually invent for the management of documents too necessary to discard and too dull to display. Shelves lined one wall. A pair of high windows admitted pale winter light. Two long tables stood at the center under green, shaded lamps. Several boxes had already been brought down by Bristow and a footman, each labeled in an older hand with dates and categories that pretended, more confidently than the contents deserved, to order the past. Estate disbursements, tenant memoranda, household fuel, steward's correspondence, late Earl private transfers. That last box caught at me at once. Julian noticed where my eyes had gone. He came around the table and placed one hand upon the lid before I could touch it. "That one last." "Because it contains the most delicate deceptions." "Because if it contains anything useful, I would rather we had practiced with the hand before we judged the knife." I might have argued. Instead I said, "You grow poetic under pressure. I grow cautious." That, at least, is familiar. Bristow brought in a second tray with paper knives, fresh sand, and a small coal brazier to keep the room from icing around us. He set it down without comment. Though I suspected the entire household now knew that the new countess and the earl meant to spend the morning among old accounts, instead of improving one another with walks or agreeable conversation. Good. Let them know I was not ornamental. When the door had shut, Julian removed his coat and laid it over the back of a chair. The plainness of the gesture ought not to have unsettled me. It did. He looked more dangerous in shirt-sleeves than in evening dress, as some men do. Less finished, more real. I took the opposite side of the table. What precisely does Lavington want? The schedules tied to the Ashton parcel, the related debt transfers, and any notes left by the late steward when my brother consolidated the Eastern leases. And because this is your family, those items are not together. No. How reassuring. He opened the first box. If comfort was your object, you married unwisely. That was said so dryly I looked up before I could stop myself. He had not smiled. Neither, I discovered, had I. Yet some pressure in the room shifted a degree. Work, unlike feeling, often grants mercy by narrowing the field. Once the first bundle lay open between us, I forgot for several minutes to be angry in any active way. Paper demands a more disciplined set of passions. Dates, handwriting, blots, missing seals, pages folded the wrong direction, threads cut and retied by someone who does not know precisely how they were tied to begin with. I had spent too many years living on other women's correspondence not to understand the private habits of documents. They reveal their handlers sooner than their contents. Julian, I found, sorted quickly and with more method than most gentlemen of rank would have troubled themselves to acquire. He read ledgers as though numbers had once cost him sleep. I marked inventories, copied date ranges, and separated household from estate matters with a speed that made him glance at me twice before the first hour had passed. On the third bundle I said, "This was opened recently." He looked up from a rent abstract. "How do you know? The ribbon has been read by someone left-handed or careless. Perhaps both. See here." I held it up. The pressure mark lies under the fold instead of above it. The original knot would have flattened this side. Also the dust line is broken. He came around the table to look more closely. His shoulder nearly brushed mine, not enough to touch, enough to make me aware of heat that was not the brazier. "Are you certain?" "Wes." From a ribbon. From the ribbon, the dust, and the sand caught in the crease. This packet was not merely opened, it was opened in haste. Julian took the bundle from me and turned it in his hand. His brows drew together. 1. Within days, perhaps, not weeks. The dust beneath the shelf edge had not fully settled back when it was returned. He was silent a moment. Then he said, very quietly, "Clara." My name in his mouth had become a different thing since last night, less accidental, more dangerous because of it. "Yes. You ought not to be this useful." I kept my eyes on the paper, and yet here I remain. The answer ought to have sounded light. It did not. Something in it felt too close to the marrow of the whole business. Here I remained, in his house, at his table, inside his trouble, useful in ways that made dismissal impossible and dependence complicated. He set the packet down with care. Open it. I did. The contents were dull enough at first glance: fuel tallies, repair orders, wagon hire. Then, halfway through, I found a sheet misfiled among them. Not fuel, not repairs, a short memorandum in a different hand, newer than the rest, unsigned. West key retrieved. Old room aired. Nothing of value in desk. Papers previously removed, informed. I read it once, then again. Julian held out his hand. I gave him the paper. His face did not change for the first line, nor the second. At informed, something went hard in it all at once. I said, because silence had become unbearable. "Is either your cousin or a saint with poor timing." "It is my cousin." "You are sure?" "Wes." I leaned back in my chair. How comforting that he makes his schemes initialed. Julian did not answer. He was still looking at the memorandum as if the page might confess more under pressure. "The West key," I said. "Lily mentioned he asked after it. Mrs. Keating refused him. Then he found another weighty. Or had one already. He placed the memorandum aside. "Show me every packet from the west side shelves." I ought to have been gratified by the command. Instead, I heard the old note in it, the one that assumes obedience before agreement. "Ask properly." His eyes came to mine at once. For one suspended second I thought he might not. That he might continue in that hard, efficient mode and let the room freeze around us with whatever was left unresolved from the library. Then, with visible control, he said, "Please." The single syllable should not have pleased me so much. It did. I handed him the next bundle. We worked in a different silence after that. Less brittle, more dangerous perhaps, because it began to feel like alignment. By noon we had separated 2 boxes entirely, marked 6 packets as recently disturbed, and found that at least 3 documents referenced in the late steward's inventory were no longer present where they ought to have been. One concerned Eastern leases. One a transfer memorandum. One simply listed as sealed item, family instructions with no further description at all. That phrase chilled me more than the others. Sealed item. Family instructions. Not enough to prove. More than enough to quicken every thought I possessed. A knock came at the door. Bristow entered with mulled wine and a note. "For my lord." From Mrs. Fletcher's boy. Julian broke the seal and read. His expression sharpened again, differently this time. "What is it?" I asked. He handed me the paper. It was brief and clumsy, written by someone unused to formal script. "Mr. Harrow come by Lower Cottages asking who see my lord and lady together in Village Road. Ask if her ladyship seem content in house. Ask if my lord keep close accounts hisself." I lowered the note. "He is pressing tenants now, Wes, for gossip, for proof of instability." Julian's voice was flat. "Or for anything he may later arrange into proof." I folded the paper once and set it down very carefully. "So while we search his interference above stairs, he sifts below for witness. Wes, your cousin is industrious, That is the least offensive word for him." He came to the window, and stood there with both hands braced on the sill, looking out toward the whitened trees as if sheer force of sight might reveal Edmund already at the lower road. I watched him in silence. There is a point at which anger and admiration become alarmingly adjacent. Watching Julian among the papers had not softened what lay between us. It had, however, made clear something I had preferred not to know. He trusted my mind. Not decoratively. Not as a husband praising a wife's agreeable talent. Materially. Under pressure. In a fight. That sort of trust begins building rooms inside people whether one wishes it or not. He turned back from the window. "I will send word that no tenant is to answer household questions from Edmund without Bristow or me present. And that will stop him." "No." "Then it will only warn him." He said, "Wes." Yes to difficulty as though it were a language he had long since learned to read. I gathered the disturbed packets into one stack. One Lavington comes, he sees these first. The West memorandum. The missing inventory entries, the reopened bundles. He looked at the stack, then at me. Agreed. Not my lady. Not perhaps. Not if you think best. Agreed. Something warm and treacherous moved through me at the word. The brazier hissed softly as a coal settled. Snow thickened beyond the glass. Somewhere in the passage Lily ran past with a governess's resigned footsteps following. Inside the annex, with disturbed papers between us and Edmund moving through the estate like a patient infection, the room should have felt only tense. Instead, to my annoyance, it also felt steadier than most hours had since London. Useful, I thought. That was all. Useful people build habits beside one another. Useful people pass notes, sort damage, and begin to recognize the shape of the other's mind before they recognize the danger of doing so. Julian picked up the memorandum again. He said, "If Edmund reached the West Rooms before we did, then whatever he hoped to find was either already gone or moved. Not gone entirely." His eyes lifted. I touched the pocket where I no longer kept the charred scrap, only remembered it. "No," I said. "Not entirely. By the time the church clock in the village struck 4 through the snow, Wrenford had become a house of documents. Lavington arrived before luncheon and spent 2 hours in the annex with the disturbed packets spread before him. His spectacles low on his nose, and his patience wearing thinner with each memorandum. He confirmed what Julian and I had already guessed. Someone had opened records tied to the West Rooms and the old debt transfers within the last week. He confirmed, too, that the late steward had once maintained a secondary index for papers considered family sensitive, and that such items were often kept separately from estate schedules in order to avoid clerks knowing more than they ought. "Where separately?" I asked. Lavington tapped one finger against a list in the steward's cramped hand. Julian said, "In theory, either in the library press under the northern gallery or in the late Earl's private dispatch cabinet." The dispatch cabinet was emptied after my brother's death. Incompletely, perhaps, Lavington did not look up. This notation refers to an accessory key, small brass, ledger-sized, marked only by a filed notch on the bow, used for an inner compartment. "A key," I repeated. "Yes, my lady." My thoughts jumped at once to the West memorandum, to papers removed, to Edmund asking after rooms and keys with far too much interest for mere gossip. Julian stood near the table. One hand braced against the wood, and looked as though he had expected complication and been offended to receive confirmation of it. He asked, "Where is this accessory key now?" Lavington's silence was answer enough. He turned the inventory page toward us. Beside the old notation someone, later hand, rougher pressure, had added 2 words in the margin: "not found." I looked at Julian. He was already looking at me. It is an unnerving thing to realize one person's thoughts have begun reaching the same conclusion as one's own before either has spoken. Useful, yes. Also unnerving. Lavington cleared his throat. "If I were asked professionally, my lord, I would suggest the key matters more than the missing schedules themselves. One does not go hunting in old rooms for fuel tallies." Julian's voice stayed even. "And if I asked unprofessionally, I should say your cousin is either pursuing a specific paper or trying to prevent you from doing so first." Lily burst in 10 minutes later with wet boots, a muff askew, and a declaration that rooks had held a parliament of thieves in the yew hedge. Mrs. Keating removed her again with an efficiency that deserved public honors. Dinner was civilized. Edmund was almost charming. That alone made me want to strike him with a candlestick. He spoke of county weather, the tenant roads, a magistrate in York whose digestion had become a topic of undue public concern. He never once mentioned keys, ledgers, or old rooms. He might as well have mentioned them constantly. Julian gave him nothing. I gave him less, which is to say I smiled exactly when good breeding required it, and not once thereafter. By 11 the house had quieted. Benson dismissed herself, only after making certain the window latches were firm and my fire built up properly. She had developed a grim personal hatred of Wrenford draughts within 24 hours, which I considered a promising sign of loyalty. When I was alone, I took out the charred scrap once more. The burn had eaten so much of it that the surviving words seemed less like language than accusation. Transfer. Veil. Under candlelight the smear near the edge looked darker than before. I held the fragment at different angles, hoping some half-lost line might declare itself. Nothing new came. Only the same old certainty pressing at me from another direction. A key. A hidden compartment. A paper someone had tried to burn in the schoolroom. My father's name in Wrenford records. I ought to have gone to bed. Instead I sat by the fire in my wrapper and remembered a small thing I had nearly missed in the annex. Not in the ledgers. In the index. A line so abbreviated it had looked at first like a clerk's laziness en gall. Press E8 shelf civ ledger key. At the time Lavington had moved on too quickly for me to ask. North Gallery Press. 8 shelf. Ledger key. I looked toward the clock on the mantel. 11:30. Any sensible woman would wait until morning. Any sensible woman would also have married for affection, accepted her father's disgrace as settled history, and avoided storm-bound houses full of men who guarded the truth as if it were a second inheritance. I put on slippers, drew a dark wool shawl around my shoulders, and lifted the candle. The corridor outside my rooms lay in hush and shadow. Great houses at night do not sleep. They hold themselves in lower tones. Somewhere far below a servant shut a door. Somewhere along the west side, wind pressed briefly at the old windows, and made that faint crying sound Lily had described with such accuracy. The carpet runner softened my steps as I went toward the back stair. The library stood on the ground floor beyond the morning room, past a turn in the hall, where the portraits grew older and less flattering. I knew the way now without needing a maid's guidance. That knowledge carried an odd charge of its own. Inside, the room was dark except for the banked glow left in the grate, and the moon, whitened outline of the windows under snowlight. I shut the door behind me and set the candle on the central table. Books rose on every side, quiet as witness. Northern Gallery Press, I murmured to myself. The library had an upper gallery running along two walls, reachable by a narrow stair tucked behind one of the cases. I had noticed it at once on first entering, because galleries always suggest exclusion. A place for ladders, neglected titles, private arrangement. A place one might hide things in plain sight from those too grand to climb for them. I went up with the candle shielded in one hand. The gallery creaked only once beneath me. The press on the north side was narrower than the shelves below and faced the inner room. A brass grille covered the lower cabinets there, decorative rather than secure. 8 shelf took me a moment to count out. The books proved a mixed assembly of history, sermons, atlases, and bound parliamentary abstracts. Nothing leapt out as a hiding place. I began sliding volumes carefully forward one by one. Dust lay thick behind most. That was useful. Disturbed shelves declare themselves. The third row in, I found it a gap in the dust line behind a dull green volume of Hume's history. Not recent, but not untouched either. I pulled the book free. It opened to reveal nothing. I nearly swore. Then I felt the weight. 2 little pages for the heft. I turned it over. The edge had been cut and reattached. Hollowed. Inside lay a key no longer than my little finger, brass darkened with age. Its bow marked by a filed notch exactly as Lavington had described. For one absurd instant triumph rose so fast in me that I forgot caution altogether. Then the library door opened below. Light moved across the floor beneath the gallery rail. I blew out my candle at once. The dark came down hard and complete. Julian said, "Do not move," quietly from somewhere below. My heart struck once so violently I thought it must be audible from the servants' hall. He had a lamp, shaded low in one hand. In the other he held not a weapon, thankfully, but a folded paper. He came only 2 steps into the room before looking up toward the gallery, finding me by outline or instinct or both. "What, in God's name, are you doing?" "Improving my marriage," I whispered back, quietly. He shut the door with his heel and lowered the lamp to the table. Only then did I realize he was not dressed for bed either. Shirt sleeves again, dark waistcoat, no coat. As though he too had abandoned propriety in favor of unease. He climbed the stair 2 steps at a time, and stopped beside me in the narrow gallery. Close enough that the heat of him seemed startling after the cold dark. "You should not be here alone. You might have trusted me with that opinion sooner." His jaw tightened, but he looked not at my face first, at my hand. "You found something." I held up the hollowed book. Even in the thin light rising from below, I saw the change in him. Alertness first. Then a controlled satisfaction sharper than any smile. He said, "The 8 shelf." "Yes." "And the key." I opened my fingers. The brass caught one weak stroke of light and answered it. Julian exhaled once. "Give it to me." I drew back slightly. Clara. No. The gallery suddenly felt much smaller than before. His voice lowered further. If a servant walks in and finds you on the upper shelves with estate evidence in your hand at midnight, Edmund will not need invention for the rest of winter. And if I hand it to you at once, I am merely restored to the role of useful instrument. I have become attached to variation. Something like frustration moved across his face. Also, to my alarm, admiration. That combination in a man is never safe. Before he could answer, voices sounded in the corridor, not loud, nearer than they ought to have been. A servant, perhaps, and another responding. One laugh quickly hushed. The handle below shifted once and then stilled. Julian moved without warning. His hand closed around my wrist, not hard, only certain, and he drew me back into the shadowed angle where the gallery turned behind the curtain of a tall ladder and an architectural pillar. There was barely space there for one person comfortably. We became two. The library door opened. Light from the corridor spilled in a pale strip across the floor below. Thought I saw a lamp under the door, came Bristow's murmur. Likely the fire, sir, another servant answered. Or Miss Harrow having forgot some at earlier. I will look. The footsteps entered. I was pressed into the narrow recess with Julian between me and the open gallery rail, his body turned just enough to shield me from direct sight, should anyone glance upward. One hand braced against the paneling beyond my shoulder. The other, the hand that had taken my wrist, had slid, in the confusion of movement, to close around my fingers, and the key still caught within them. He felt it at once. So, did I. Neither of us moved. Below, Bristow crossed to the table, adjusted the lowered lamp Julian had left there, and muttered something about gentlemen who forgot they had finished reading. The sound of the shade being turned made a small metallic click. Another step. The library breathed. My own breath had nowhere to go except back warm against Julian's throat. His face was turned slightly away, listening. In that cramped darkness I noticed everything I ought not have noticed. The clean scent of starch and coal smoke in his linen. The roughness where evening had outlasted a razor. The precise control with which he held himself from leaning more fully into me when there was nowhere else to put his balance. The fact that his thumb, against all prudence, had settled over my knuckles as if to quiet them. Or himself. Bristow paused below long enough to look, I thought, toward the stair. If he came up, we were finished. Not ruined, perhaps. Worse. Interpretable. Julian bent his head the smallest degree and spoke so softly I barely heard him. Do not let go. As instructions go, it was an unfortunate one. Because it was not the key I was in danger of dropping. The servant moved again, closer to the lower shelves this time. A book was lifted and replaced. Then another. What was that? The second voice asked from the doorway. Mouse. Likely. Sounded larger. Everything sounds larger in this room. I wanted very badly to laugh and knew that if I did we should both perish of it socially before morning. Julian must have felt the tremor that ran through me, because his grip changed almost imperceptibly. Not restraint now. Reassurance. That was the more dangerous thing. At last Bristow set the lamp properly on the table, closed the door, and took his steps away, with the other servant fading beside him into the corridor. Silence returned. It did not at once feel safer. Julian did not move back immediately. Neither did I. The gallery shadow held us in an intimacy too accidental to claim and too vivid to ignore. His head turned. In the dimness our faces were very near. I could not have named when nearness becomes awareness. Only that there are moments when one stops noticing space and begins noticing its absence. His breath touched my cheek once, warm against the cold drift from the library glass. My own pulse had become a thing I might have hated in any lesser circumstance for its shamelessness. He said my name. Not as warning, not as argument. Simply Clara. I had never heard it sound like that. My answer, when it came, was scarcely more than air. Yes. The question that followed did not. Do you ever mean to make this easy? I ought to have said no at once. Instead I heard myself answer, "Do you?" A pause. Then, astonishingly honest even now, no bow. If he had touched me then, if he had done anything ungoverned, anything that tried to use the darkness or the concealment or the charged absurdity of the moment, I would have despised him and perhaps myself with gratifying simplicity. He did not. He only stood there, every line of him strained by the same restraint that had begun to unmake me in increments since London. I lifted my free hand before I understood that I had decided to do it. Not to his face. Not so far. Only to the fold of linen at his chest, where the waistcoat met the open throat of his shirt. A touch no more than balance might excuse. The instant my fingers made contact, the whole world seemed to narrow to one terrible, lucid fact. I want not title, not safety, not usefulness. Him. The recognition was so sharp it felt like injury. Julian closed his eyes for one heartbeat. When he opened them, the control was still there, though it had become costly enough for me to see. He said, "We should go down." Yes. Neither of us moved. Then, with visible effort, he stepped back first, and took the hollowed book gently from my other hand. "The key stays with me for the moment." I almost argued. Instead I said, because some wounded pride demanded a shape, "How generous. It is survival." That word grows very crowded between us. Everything does. He held out his hand again, not for the key now, but to help me from the recess and onto the open gallery. I took it because pretending not to would have been childish. And because, after what had just passed between us, refusing a hand seemed the least relevant form of self-protection available. We descended in silence. At the table below, he relit my candle from the lamp. The gesture was steady, almost impersonal. Only the pulse at his throat betrayed him, and I had no right to know that now well enough to notice it. He placed the key in his waistcoat pocket. "We search the dispatch cabinet tomorrow, in daylight, so that I may be managed respectably. So that if there is anything worse waiting, you need not meet it hidden behind a library column in your slippers." I looked down at the slippers as though they had betrayed me. "They are sensible slippers," he said. "They are." Gravely. "The rest of you is the problem." I stared at him. Then, to my horror, I laughed. The sound came out low and brief and entirely real. For one moment it altered his whole face. Not into softness. Into something warmer and more astonished than either of us had any business encouraging. That was enough to restore my caution at once. I gathered the shawl closer around me. "Good night, Lord Wrenford." His gaze held mine 1 second too long. He said, "Good night." Then, after the smallest pause, "Clara." I took my candle and left before anything in me could answer wrongly. In the corridor outside, the house felt colder than before, and I knew at once that it was not the draught. I had gone to the library looking for a key. I had found one. And something far less governable besides. I slept very little and regretted every minute that I had not spent sleeping. At 2 in the morning I awake remembering the gallery shadow, the narrow recess. The heat of Julian's hand closed over mine and the key between us. At 3 I remembered the look on his face when I had touched the linen at his chest. At 4 I despised myself for remembering either when far more serious matters stood waiting in the house. By dawn I had grown so wary of my own mind that Benson, when she came in with hot water, took one look at me, and declared that marriage agreed with some ladies very badly. "I am delighted to hear it has not flattered me into dullness," I said. She set down the basin with emphasis. "I only mean, madam, that great houses keep late hours and colder passages than any Christian arrangement requires." I let her believe that was the difficulty. By breakfast the snow had begun again, not heavily, but with the patient steadiness of weather that means to trap rather than threaten. Lily objected to porridge, accepted it after being told rebellion did not improve oats, and then announced that the rooks had stolen one of her blue ribbons as a political gesture. Mrs. Keating maintained, with admirable restraint, that rooks did not engage in politics. Lily asked how Mrs. Keating could be certain. Julian arrived while the question still hung unanswered over the toast rack. He greeted me with grave correctness, and took his place at my right, as though the previous night had involved nothing more intimate than the discovery of a useful book. Yet after the servants withdrew from the first exchange of dishes, he slipped something small and brass beside my plate. The key. It lay half hidden by the fold of my napkin, dark and discreet. I looked up at once. His own gaze did not lift from the coffee he was pouring, he said, after breakfast. Only that. Not apology, not explanation, invitation. I closed my fingers over the key. Lily, whose instincts for atmosphere were far too advanced for anyone's comfort, narrowed her eyes at us both. You are doing it again. Julian buttered a piece of toast. Doing what? Talking as though no one else knows there is more talking somewhere underneath. Mrs. Keating's hand tightened for 1 second on the teapot. I said, that is called being adult and tiresome. It is a habit one acquires with age. Lily considered this and seemed unconvinced. I hope not. So do I, Julian murmured. I ought not to have found that charming. I did not, I told myself. I merely found it unexpectedly human. When breakfast was over, Lily was sent to the schoolroom with a French exercise, and the kind of maternal firmness from Mrs. Keating that made even Napoleon seem likely to surrender. Julian did not speak again until we had crossed the hall and entered the late Earl's former dressing room, now used for storing dispatch cases, unused writing boxes, and those private household articles no servant rearranges unless commanded twice. The room had the stillness of something left too quickly. A dark wardrobe stood open at one side, only half emptied. 2 hunting prints remained on the walls, though one hung slightly crooked. A faint masculine scent of Old Bay rum, leather, and the stale dryness of papers not handled enough lingered beneath the coal fire someone had newly laid for our visit. There was a traveling desk on the side table, and against the inner wall, a mahogany dispatch cabinet with brass corners worn by use. Julian shut the door behind us. He said, "This belonged to my brother." Not the cabinet. The room. I looked at him. His face was composed, but not in the smooth formal way he wore for dinner or servants. This was rougher composure. More expensive. The kind a person uses when entering a place they have avoided longer than prudence alone can explain. You have not searched it before. Not thoroughly. Because. His hand rested on the cabinet top. Because after his death there was too much to settle at once, and because every object in these rooms seemed to accuse me of arriving too late. The honesty of the sentence silenced me for a beat. Then I said, "You were not the one who died." "No." "Then why should the room accuse you?" He looked at the brass corner under his hand instead of at me. Second sons are educated in irrelevance until catastrophe makes them necessary. It is a difficult lesson to unlearn without resenting the dead. There was no self-pity in it. That, more than anything, made it land. I thought suddenly of the way he had moved through the tenant cottages, the exactness with which he remembered names, fuel, damp, roof repairs, bad ankles. A man does not acquire that kind of attention by inheritance alone. He acquires it because one day in adulthood the world ceases to indulge abstraction and puts real hunger, real roofs, real ledgers into his hands. I said, more gently than I had intended, "You were not irrelevant." His eyes came to mine then, very clear, very unreadable. He said, "No," quietly, "only amused." The key felt warm from my hand. I crossed to the cabinet and ran my fingers over the small lock plate on the center drawer. It was too large for the key. The lower cupboard, too. The inner writing flap, perhaps, no. Then I saw a second brass escutcheon hidden inside the open drawer's right side, nearly flush with the wood. "There." Julian stepped closer. His coat brushed my sleeve once as he leaned past to see. And all at once I was absurdly aware of the room again, of its limited size, of our shared air, of the fact that my body still knew what it had learned in the library and disliked being reminded of it under daylight. He said, "You found it. I have been useful all week. Do try to keep pace." "I am trying." He did not sound amused. That was worse. I slid the key into the hidden lock. For one terrible second it resisted. Then it turned with a small old click, and a narrow inner panel released inward with the reluctant movement of something disturbed after years of privacy. Inside lay no dramatic packet tied in red ribbon, no jewel case, no single paper large enough to absolve a family in one glance. Instead there was a shallow compartment containing 3 folded memoranda, 1 small ledger, and a sealed oilskin envelope long since cracked at the edge by dryness. "Julian exhaled once," he said. "Take them out." I looked up. "You do not trust yourself too?" "No," he answered, and the plainness of it went through me more sharply than if he had denied the need. So I took them out. The first memorandum was in the former steward's hand. A severe cramped script I had already begun to recognize from the inventories in the annex. It was headed only with a date from 6 years earlier, and the words Ashton Parcel, temporary measures. We stood side by side at the writing table beneath the window as I opened it. The language was maddeningly careful, but the shape beneath it was not hard to see. Funds intended to complete improvements on the Ashton Parcel, drainage, tenant compensation, timber rights, had been redirected to cover immediate Wrenford obligations when anticipated capital did not arrive in time. Temporary measures. Short-term use. Expected restoration upon the conclusion of certain private notes. I turned the page. Below the formal entries, added in a different ink, was a smaller notation. Rev Vale continues troublesome regarding dates. Assures discretion if protected from exposure on unsecured endorsements. I stopped breathing for a moment. Julian read over my shoulder. "That is my father's name," I said, though no one in the room could have missed it. "Yes," he said, "protected from exposure, nothing." I read the line again. My father had endorsed something unsecured. Not stolen it, not vanished it. Signed his name to a risk. A foolish act, perhaps. A pressured one. But not the neat moral collapse society had found so satisfying. I set the paper down and reached for the second memorandum before my hands could begin shaking. This one was shorter. A note from the steward to the late Earl, written months later. As feared, Vale has become less manageable since his wife took alarm. If parish men begin asking, after the delay, it may be necessary to suggest improvidence on his side before he gathers sympathy. He lacks standing to contest us if the notes are shown. For a second, the words lost shape. Then they came back all at once. Hard enough to bruise. My mother took alarm. Parish men asking. Suggest improvidence. No wonder she had sold the silver with such steady hands. No wonder my father had gone from anxious to shamed so quickly after. They had not simply fallen into ruin. They had been steered toward it with language prepared in advance. I put one hand flat against the table. Julian moved, not to touch me but to pull the chair behind me a little farther clear. "Sit down." It was not a command now. Almost a plea. I sat because my knees had begun misbehaving. The room had grown very quiet. Even the fire seemed to wait. Julian took the page from me only when I let it go. He read it once, then again, and I saw the exact moment his face ceased to be merely controlled and became stricken in a way he would have hated anyone to name. "You feared this," I said. He did not look up. "Wes." "Since when?" "Since I began opening my brother's private ledgers after the funeral." He set the paper down carefully, as if violence to documents might count as moral weakness. I found references to the Ashton parcel, unexplained shortfalls, and one payment to the steward that made no sense unless he had been rewarded for silence or invention. Then I saw Vale's name in the transfer schedules. I knew enough to be afraid. Not enough to accuse a dead brother and a dead steward of ruining your father. The atch in my throat had turned sharp. "And so you married me first," His eyes rose to mine at once. He said, "Wes." The answer ought to have enraged me more than it did. Perhaps because it was not the whole answer. I could hear that already. Yes. For appearances. Yes. For my protection. Yes. He took one step nearer, and the force of him now was not authority but something far worse for my peace. And because by the thought of leaving you exposed to Edmund, while I untangled my family's filth, had become impossible to me. I looked away. That was not the sort of sentence one answers safely. He went on, voice lower. I knew how it would appear if I spoke without proof. A man of rank discovering that his family may have profited from a woman's ruin, and then offering marriage in the same breath, would look as though he meant to buy her silence. Wes. And, yet that is very nearly what you did. He accepted that without flinching. Wes. There are moments when agreement wounds more deeply than excuse. This was one. I rose again because sitting while my life rearranged itself around old paper felt unbearable. The third memorandum had slipped partly beneath the ledger. I pulled it free. This one was older and in a different hand still. Not the steward's, not Julian's brother's. A lawyer's perhaps, or some agent used to writing fast, and without style. Should Rever V. persist, remind him the estate may yet honor the principal if the separate instruction remains unseen. The late Countess must not be brought into it. The late Countess. Julian's mother, or his brother's wife. No, the date was wrong for the latter. His mother, then. Another woman somewhere inside the machinery of men deciding which paper must remain unseen. The separate instruction. My pulse turned over. The sealed letter, I said. Julian came round the table and took the memorandum from me. His eyes scanned it quickly. Perhaps. No. Not perhaps. Something separate. Something unseen. Something important enough to keep women's names out of it, and my father quiet with the promise of principle restored. He looked at the page a long moment. Then very quietly, Wes. I had expected anger to come cleaner. It did not. It came laced with grief, memory, and a kind of raw humiliation on behalf of the dead. My father begging, bargaining, perhaps trying to preserve both dignity and family, while men more powerful than he redefined delay as improvidence and caution as discretion. And Julian beside me, not guilty of it, yet carrying its house, its name, its profits. I turned to him. Did your brother do this? The question stood between us without etiquette. Julian did not answer at once. When he finally did, his voice had gone flat with honesty. I do not yet know whether he began it. I know he maintained it. That was somehow worse. He knew. Wes. And the steward. Wes. And Edmund. Edmund knows enough to look where the evidence is buried. Whether he knew then, I cannot say. I drew a breath that felt too cold going in. Julian laid the memorandum down and said, My father died. My brother inherited a beautiful shell and a dangerous set of obligations. The Ashton failure nearly broke the estate. If these papers are read as they appear, Reverend Vale signed unsecured endorsements believing Wrenford would settle them. And when Wrenford could not, or would not, the steward prepared the ground to make him appear solely responsible. Why? Why? To save the estate's credit. To save my brother public humiliation. To keep creditors from circling more closely. Choose the ugliest motive, and I suspect truth will not be far from it. His voice had roughened. Only slightly enough. I thought of the repaired lantern pane, the thinned gravel, the patched roof slates, the desperate efficiency of every economy I had noticed on arrival. Wrenford had been magnificent and bleeding for years. My father, then, had been a bandage, a human one, used and discarded when stained beyond utility. The knowledge should have made me hate everything in sight. Instead, horribly what I felt when I looked at Julian was more complicated. Not innocence, never that. He had withheld too much, chosen too much, arranged my life with too sure a hand. Yet the guilt in his face now was not the clean, selfish guilt of a man caught in convenience. It was something heavier and less flattering. Inheritance of damage. Knowledge arriving too late. Shame at benefiting from a wrong he had not committed but now could neither deny nor disentangle from himself. I saw, in that instant, not malice but burden. It did not absolve him. It did alter the shape of blame. You believe your brother buried the worst of it? I said. Wes. And the steward helped him? Wes. And you have been searching ever since his death for the paper that would prove how much? Wes. His eyes met mine with painful steadiness. I feared there was something shameful buried in these rooms before I ever met you in that crowded London salon. After I met you, fear stopped being abstract. No man should be allowed to speak so plainly when a woman is trying to remain angry with him. I turned away to the window before my face could betray me. Outside, snow moved over the park in slow white sheets. Somewhere beyond the trees lay the lower cottages, the tenants, the roads Edmund had been using like snares. Inside the room stood old proofs of ruin, a hidden key, and one man who had inherited all of it except the chance to be simple. Behind me Julian said, Clara. I closed my eyes briefly. What? If you wish to despise me, do it for what I have actually done. That was unexpected enough to bring me round at once. And what do you think you have actually done? Withheld proof until I had it. Married you under pressure. Asked you to trust a house that had already wronged your family. Put Lily's safety and your future into the same bargain. I have done enough without borrowing my brother's sins as decoration. The severity of that speech might have sounded theatrical in another man. In him, it sounded like self-indictment filed for Rickard. I looked at the papers on the table. My father's name. The steward's sly notes. The separate instruction. The late countess not to be brought into it. H. concurs. Not enough to clear him publicly perhaps, but enough to crack the elegant lie in two. Then hear me clearly. I said. I do not despise you for what your brother did. His face did not change, but something in the room did. I went on before courage could fail me. I despise the concealment. I despise being managed. I despise that your house fed upon my father's humiliation and called it necessity. His hands remained at his sides, motionless. But I do not think you are him. For the first time since I had known him, the certainty in his face faltered, not collapsed. Faltered. It made him look suddenly, shockingly human. He said, I do not know whether that is mercy. It is not. Do not flatter yourself. A breath passed between us that might almost have been laughter if the room had not been full of ghosts. I picked up the small ledger last. Inside were abbreviated entries, harder to interpret, many in ciphered shorthand. Most would require Lavington. But on the final page there was one line uncoded enough to chill me clean through. Packet removed from cabinet after Countess's illness. Left per instruction. Not with schedules, no location, only absence. Not with schedules. The sealed packet had been moved. Julian read the line over my shoulder. Your separate instruction, I said. Yes. Then, it existed. It still may. Yes. For a moment neither of us spoke. Then I laid the ledger shut and met his eyes. Somewhere in this house is the paper that can clear my father. He answered at once. Wes. And Edmund knows enough to hunt it. Wes. A strange steadiness came over me then. Not peace. Something more useful. Then we stopped treating this like a family embarrassment and treat it as what it is. His gaze sharpened. What is it? A race. Outside, wine moved along the eaves. Inside, old paper lay open like wounds under winter light. Julian's face changed not into softness, but into resolve that matched my own too exactly for comfort. He said, Very well. It was not reconciliation. It was something more dangerous. Partnership. Partnership, I discovered, altered the air more quickly than it altered trust. The papers remained on the table between us in the old dressing room, accusing the dead and burdening the living with admirable impartiality. My father's name had not been cleared in the eyes of the world by 3 memoranda and a ledger line. but the lie had split. I could see daylight through it now, and once one has seen daylight through a wall, one does not return meekly to admiring the plaster. Julian gathered the documents with methodical care. He said, "These go first to Lavington, and after that we find the separate instruction before Edmund does." I folded my arms. "Ah, you continue to say that as though it were still possible for me to sit quietly while men act in my interest." His mouth changed very slightly. Not enough for a smile. Enough for acknowledgement. I had not thought it possible since London. The answer ought not to have pleased me. It did a little. I watched him tie the memoranda and ledger together with fresh ribbon from the dispatch case. His fingers were steady. Only the pulse visible at his throat betrayed that steadiness as labor rather than nature. If the packet was removed from the cabinet after the Countess's illness, I said, then the person who moved it would have chosen a place already considered private. Wes. A widow's sitting room. A personal escritoire. A locked writing desk no steward would inventory too closely. Julian said, "Or my father's study." I looked up at once. He had gone very still. Why the study? Because my mother hated that room. His tone remained even, but only by force. If my father meant to keep something from her without moving it beyond his own reach, he would have put it there. She rarely entered it unless summoned. I thought of the memorandum line again. The late Countess must not be brought into it. Men always believe women remain out of things merely because they have been excluded from the room in which the ugliest decisions are spoken aloud. Then we begin there. Julian tied the ribbon into a hard flat knot. The study has been shut since my father's death, except for Bristow's cleaning, and whatever my brother chose to do in it after. Your tone suggests you expect not to like the answer. No. He tucked the papers into a leather case and held it out to me. You keep these. I stared. You trust me with them now. That is not the word. His eyes held mine with unnerving steadiness. I choose not to be a hypocrite twice in one morning. It was, perhaps, the nearest apology I should ever receive from him in language he considered clean enough to use. I took the case. The late Earl's study lay at the eastern end of the ground floor, beyond a narrow passage, used chiefly by servants and solicitors. Bristow produced the key without visible curiosity, which meant he was curious enough to have achieved complete stillness by force. He opened the door, announced that the fire had been laid an hour earlier because the room was damp, and withdrew before either of us could ask whether anyone else had used it that week. The moment the door shut, I understood why Julian's mother had hated the room. It was not ugly. On the contrary, it had been furnished with expensive confidence. Dark shelves, green leather, a wide writing table, 2 deep chairs placed for masculine certainty and agreeable surrender. But every surface seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. The curtains were too heavy. The ceiling too low for the scale of the furniture. Even the polished wood carried the sort of gloss that suggested hands resting on it in calculation, rather than affection. This room expects agreement, I said. Julian closed the door behind us. Generally received it. I crossed to the writing table. It was large enough to stage a treaty or ruin a man quietly, which perhaps amounted to the same thing in some households. The leather top bore old scratches, a candle ring, and one newer mark where something narrow had been dragged sharply across it, and then removed. Someone has been in here recently, I said. Julian joined me at once. The fire, the table. See this scrape? And the dust around the inkwell stand is broken. He bent over the surface, close enough that his shoulder almost touched mine. You always notice where order has been interrupted. That is only because disorder leaves fingerprints and people call them accidents. His head turned a fraction. In that small shift of his face I felt again, most inconveniently, how much easier it had become these last 2 days to stand near him without armor properly fastened. I moved away first. Search the drawers, I said. If this room expects agreement, let us disappoint it. But there were 6 drawers in the writing table. 4 held the dull relics of male administration, sealing wax, bills already settled, pension notes, quills so old their tips had cracked. The 5th contained nothing but an obsolete key tag and a dried sprig of rosemary pressed flat between 2 sheets of unused paper. The 6th was locked. Julian tried the cabinet key first. It failed. Then he ran his fingers beneath the drawer lip, over the side panel, along the carved trim. He said, "It is not a public lock. No gentleman ever hides an innocent drawer. There is a sentence Mrs. Keating would dislike in a countess. There are many." He glanced at me. "That too." I have begun to learn. Before I could decide whether the answer deserved notice, I found the relisa, a small spring catch set behind the right column, where the carving met the leather edge. The drawer slid outward 2 inches with a soft old click. Inside lay no packet. Only a blotting book, a broken penknife, and a square of folded paper torn across the middle. Julian picked up the blotting book. I took the torn paper. It was only the lower half of a note, enough to prove recent interference and not enough to reward it. 2 lines survived in a hurried hand. Not remain in the cabinet. Better in the West before the child. I read it twice. "The West," I said. Julian's face had hardened over the blotting book. He angled it toward the light from the window. The top sheet was covered in reverse impressions, most too faint to read. He shifted it again. Then his expression changed. What? Here." He pointed. 1 line only. I cannot make out the whole of it. I leaned beside him. The impressed words emerged only by insistence and angula. Instruction retained separately until review. Retained separately. Review. Not enough. Always not enough. I set the torn note down and tried the drawer beneath the false bottom. It lifted at once and revealed nothing but a key notch now empty, a circle of disturbed dust, and 1 dark smear of sealing wax caught in the groove. My pulse turned. There was a packet here. Wes. And recently. Wes. Then who took it? Julian straightened too quickly, looking toward the hearth. At first I saw nothing. Then, on the black iron rim of the grate, something pale caught the edge of firelight. He crossed the room before I could reach it. It was another scrap of paper, larger than the one I had found in the schoolroom, but more badly scorched. He had just picked it up when the study door opened. Edmund said, "How industrious." I had not heard a knock. He stood on the threshold in dark morning clothes, gloves in one hand, the expression on his face, one of courteous amusement so complete it might have deceived a church committee, and no one better. Julian did not turn at once. "What do you want?" Edmund took 2 steps into the room, letting the door remain partly open behind him. I had hoped only to ask whether the roads to York are likely to clear by Thursday. Instead, I find domestic scholarship in full exertion. His gaze came to me. "My dear Clara, I did not know Wrenford's archives had become so entertaining." I held the torn note in one hand, and had the absurd desire to crumple it solely to deny him the pleasure of seeing it intact. "This room appears unaccustomed to visitors who can read," I said. "On the contrary. That has always been its danger." Julian turned then, the scorched scrap still in his fingers. Edmund's eyes dropped at once to the fragment. Something bright and ugly moved through them too fast for civility to catch. He said, "Thier," softly. "What a remarkable coincidence. I found one like it this morning in the passage grate outside the West schoolroom." "No coincidence, then. No chance," he knew. "Did you?" I asked. "Yes." Imagine my concern. Burned family papers make solicitors so melancholy. Julian's voice had gone cold enough to silver. "You entered this room without permission." Edmund replied, "My cousin. When I am staying under this roof and the house appears to be yielding up old scandal in bits and pieces, permission becomes a flexible category." He came farther in, no longer even pretending he had arrived by accident. "It would be unfortunate," he went on, If servants began to think papers were being removed, burned, or hidden now that Lady Wrenford has taken such a keen interest in the west side of the house. There it was. Not accusation, worse. Placement. He was setting me into the rumor, before it had even been spoken aloud below stairs, ensuring that when it came it would seem to have risen naturally. Julian took one step forward. You will not suggest my wife tampers with family papers? Edmund's brows rose. Suggest? Certainly not. I merely observe that curiosity is often misunderstood by servants, and by guardianship reviewers. His gaze flicked to the fragment in Julian's hand, particularly when children are present in rooms adults have lately preferred to keep shut. I felt the chill of it at once. Lily. He meant Lily every time he meant leverage. The child was not in this room, I said. No. But she has been in the west corridor, in the schoolroom with you. His smile never warmed. One hates the thought of delicate minds seeing too much household anxiety. Julian's hand closed around the burned scrap. If you have a point, Edmund, make it cleanly. Very well. But Edmund looked at me directly. You are being watched, Clara. Not by me alone. A countess opening locked drawers, walking shut passages, and handling burned scraps from old rooms will never look merely dutiful to servants. It will look hungry. I had known social contempt. I had known pity. They bruise in different colors. This one came nearest humiliation because it borrowed an old vocabulary too familiar to me. Ambitious. Improper. Reaching above one's proper station. The same story always rewritten to fit whichever woman proved inconvenient. My voice stayed level by discipline only. And a gentleman of family searching the same rooms looks like stewardship, no doubt. Edmund said, precisely. You always were quick. Julian moved then so suddenly that even Edmund took one involuntary half-step back. Not fear. Surprise. It pleased me anyway. You have said enough. The room held. Edmund adjusted one glove finger at a time, recovering smoothness. As you like. I shall leave you to your scholarship. He paused at the door. But I would advise a little care. Houses decide very quickly which women are ornamental, and which are dangerous. The latter do not always fare best. When he had gone, the silence that remained seemed worse than his presence. Julian set the burned scrap beside the torn note. He knew we would come here. Wes. He may have been here before us. Yes. And now half the house will know we were found searching. Not if I stop it. The answer came too fast. I turned toward him. You stop very many things for my benefit. Something in his face changed. Not guilt this time. Frustration stripped of polish. For God's sake, Clara. Not every act of urgency is an attempt to govern you. No. Some are merely habits so established you no longer hear the tone in which they arrive. His jaw tightened. We stood on opposite sides of the late Earl's table, with scraps of my father's ruin between us, and the smoke from the newly stirred fire lifting in thin gray ribbons that seemed to make the whole room less breathable. At last he said, quieter, Edmund is right about one thing. I waited. The house is already watching you. How comforting that my enemies and my husband now agree. His gaze met mine. Do not do that. Do what? Make me stand with him 'cause you are angry. The rebuke struck cleanly because it was fair. I looked away first. The rest of the day proved him right in the most irritating possible fashion. At luncheon a maid dropped a spoon when I entered and flushed as if caught stealing. In the passage outside the morning room 2 footmen stopped speaking so quickly the silence had edges. Mrs. Keating, while maintaining perfect outward civility, asked whether my lady wished any rooms on the west side opened, through proper channels, in the future, which was housekeeper language for the servants are talking, and I would prefer the lies to be less inventive. Even Lily, who noticed everything and filtered nothing, came to me in the schoolroom door after French, and said, Cook says below stairs everyone has begun calling you the key countess. I stared at her. Surely not to my face, I said. No, they only whisper it. I am not sure whether it is an insult yet. Mrs. Keating, behind her, closed her eyes briefly. It is not a title anyone with sense should repeat. Miss. Lily absorbed this gravely. Then it is certainly an insult. When the child had gone inside, I remained in the doorway with the housekeeper. She clasped her hands before her apron in a way that told me she had decided honesty would be less offensive than delicacy. My lady. The house is uneasy. Because I opened a drawer. Because rooms long shut are being opened, old papers are moving, and Mr. Harrow has the sort of face that invites speculation whenever he chooses to wear concern. I almost smiled despite myself. That is a very exact description of him. Mrs. Keating's mouth twitched in the nearest approach to agreement she had yet allowed me. She said, I do not ask questions that are not my place. But if her ladyship wishes the house steady, it may be well to let certain matters appear less covert. Appear. Not be. Appear. Old houses are built as much from choreography as from stone. That evening Julian found me in the blue drawing room before dinner with Lily's abandoned copybook open on my lap, and my thoughts nowhere near it. He shut the door behind him and remained standing. Miss Keating spoke to you, Wes. And Lily spoke to everyone, more or less. A faint shadow of humor touched him and was gone. That, too, sounds accurate. I closed the copybook. Your house has decided I am not decorative enough for comfort. My house will decide what I tell it to decide. There you are again. He came nearer, not so close as to threaten, not so far as to evade. Listen to me carefully. From tomorrow morning the west rooms, the old study, and the northern gallery will be opened by order of the Earl and Countess together for a formal family inventory, before the guardianship review. Mrs. Keating and Bristow will attend part of it. Lavington will have access to any papers found. No one below stairs will be allowed to pretend you are wandering the house in secret. I stared at him. It was precisely the right answer. That made it dangerous. You mean to search with me openly? Yes. So that I cannot be slandered alone? Yes. So that Edmund cannot isolate me as the source of disturbance? Yes. And so that every step I take is also under your eye? He did not answer at once. That, too, was answer enough. When he finally spoke, his voice had lowered. I mean to stand beside you where the house can see it. The sentence moved through me with entirely too much force. Because it could mean protection. Because it could mean partnership. Because it could also mean containment dressed in better cloth. And I was no longer knave enough to mistake one for the other merely because they sometimes arrive looking similar. I rose slowly. That is either trust, I said, or control. His eyes held mine, steady and unreadable and far too honest for comfort. He said, at present. It may be both. Outside, the wind worried the west windows again until one of them gave that thin crying note like a voice too long shut away. Inside the blue drawing room, with dusk gathering at the edges, and the house listening through all its walls, I could not tell whether his answer steadied me or trapped me more elegantly. What I did know was this: tomorrow, the search would no longer belong to shadows, and that would make every truth we found far more expensive. Source of Phyla Chapter 3 The Letter in Hiding. Text chunks returned 64 Phylas written 64 Righty errors 0. A source of Phyla Chapter 3 The Letter in Hiding. Text chunks 64. Words 2 to 54 Cars 1471. Quota parody. First line. The morning after I placed the charred scrap between us in the library, Wrenford behaved well. Words 1 to 95 London 21 parody. First line. Lily said, that is a pity. Words 202 Chars 1130 Quota parody. First line. Breakfast ended with the arrival of a note for Julian on a small tray. Words 117 Cars 6080 Quota parody. First line. I remained seated because rising too quickly would have suggested eagerness. And eagerness. Words 1 Chars 624 Quota parody. First line. Rose. Words 196 Chars Lena 32 Quota parody. First line. Estate disbursements. Words 84 Cars 507 Quota parody. First line. He looked more dangerous in shirt sleeves than in evening dress, as some men do. Words 193 cars 126 quota parody first line. That was said so dryly I looked up before I could stop myself. Words 2 cars 1142 quota parodica first line. He looked up from a rent abstract. Words 91 Charleston 65 quota parody first line. It did not. Words 165 chars 941 quota parody first line. He was still looking at the memorandum as if the page might confess more under pressure. Words 193 cars 1142 quota parody first line. By noon we had separated 2 boxes entirely, marked 6 packets as recently disturbed, and words 269 chars 1544 quota parody first line, or for anything he may later arrange into proof. Words 178 chars 1050 quota parody first line. The brazier hissed softly as a coal settled. Words 183 chars 1120 quota parody first line. Lavington arrived before luncheon and spent 2 hours in the annex with the disturbed pack. Words 92 cars 5049 quota parody first line. My thoughts jumped at once to the West memorandum, to papers remove, to Edmund asking Af. Words 196 chars 150 quota parody first line. He looked at Julian. Words 198 chars 15 quota parody first line. Julian gave him nothing. Words 212 chars 134 quota parody the first line. A line so abbreviated it had looked at first like a clerk's laziness. Words 201 chars 1142 quota parody first line. I knew the way now without needing a maid's guidance. Words 208 chars 1142 quota parody first line. Nothing lipped out as a hiding place. Words 209 chars 1148 quota parody first line. He came only 2 steps into the room before looking up toward the gallery, finding me by Words 190 cars 101 quota parody first line. The gallery suddenly felt much smaller than before. Words 196 chars 1140 quota parody first line. Thought I saw a lamp under the door. Came Bristow's murmur. Words 194 cars 1116 quota parody first line. The roughness where evening had outlasted a razor. Words 182 cars 1011 quota parody first line. That was the more dangerous thing. Words 155 chars 837 quota parody first line. I ought to have said no at once. Words 206 chars 33 quota parody first line. Wanted. Words 251 chars 1395 quota parody first line. He placed the key in his waistcoat pocket. Words 193 cars 1086 quota parody first line. At 3 I remembered the look on his face when I had touched the linen at his chest. At F. Words 197 chars 1135 quota parody first line. Julian arrived while the question still hung unanswered over the toast rack. Words 199 chars 1147 quota parody first line. Ought not to have found that charming. Words and 99 chars 1126 quota parody prayer first line. His face was composed, but not in the smooth formal way he wore for dinner or servants. Words 208 chars 1114 quota parody first line. He acquires it because one day in adulthood the world ceases to indulge abstraction and pooh. Words 198 2016 quota parody on first line. For one terrible second it resisted. Words 105 cars 6694 quota parody first line. Funds intended to complete improvements on the Ashton Parcel drainage, tenant compensati. Words 202 chars 1140 quota parody first line. He said, protected from exposure. Nothing. Words 214 chars 1138 quota parody first line. Julian moved, not to touch me, but to pull the chair behind me a little farther clear. Words 130 cars 713 quota parody first line. The answer ought to have enraged me more than it did. Words 189 chars 1130 quota parody first line. Would look as though he meant to buy her silence. Words 195 cars 1110 quota parody first line. No, not perhaps. Something separate. Something unseen. Something important enough to keep. Words 184 chars 1134 quota parody first line. Julian laid the memorandum down and said, when my father died, my brother inherited a B. Words 201 chars 103 quota parody first line. He had withheld too much, chosen too much, arranged my life with too sure a hand. Words 153 chars 8055 quota parody first line. Somewhere beyond the trees lay the lower cottages, the tenants, the roads Edmund had been. Words 186 chars 1018 quota parody first line. I looked at the papers on the table. Words 106 chars 640 quota parody first line. Inside were abbreviated entries, harder to interpret, many enciphered shortened. Words 18 chars 6050 quota parody first line. He answered at once. Words 104 cars 596 quota parody first line. The papers remained on the table between us in the old dressing room, accusing the dead and Words 136 chars 796 quota parody first line. You continue to say that it were still possible for me to sit quietly while men. Words 197 cars 1077 quota parody first line Julian said, or my father's study. Words 193 cars 1130 quota parody first line it was, perhaps, the nearest apology I should ever receive from him in language he consigned. Words 171 chars 94 quota parody art first line this room expects agreement, I said. Words 197 chars 122 quota parody first line search the drawers, I said. Words 129 chars 746 quota parody first line Julian picked up the blotting book. Words 206 chars 1140 quota parody first line retained separately. Words 179 chars 1044 quota parody are first line. I had hoped only to ask whether the roads to York are likely to clear by Thursday. Instead, words 118 char 6077 quota parody first line Edmund replied, my cousin, when I am staying under this roof and the house appears to, words num 181 chars 1078 quota parody first line, you will not suggest my wife tampers with family papers. Words 198 chars 178 quota parody first line, this one came nearest humiliation because it borrowed an old vocabulary too familiar to me. Words 160 chars 889 parody first line I turned toward him. Words 190 cars 1095 quota ka parody first line. The rest of the day proved him right in the most irritating possible fashion. Words 2 and 3 cars 1145 quota parody first line. She clasped her hands before her apron in a way that told me she had decided honesty would. Words 2 and 4 chars 1124 quota parody to first line your house has decided I am not decorative enough for comfort. Words 155 chars 885 quota parody first line because it could mean protection. If a house cannot be quiet, it becomes efficient. That was my first lesson on the morning Wrenford began preparing for guests. For 3 days the west rooms had stood open by formal order of the Earl and Countess, exactly as Julian had promised. Bristow attended with keys. Mrs. Keating attended with a face that suggested no one had ever improved her peace by involving her in family secrets, but that if they must, they would at least do it on clean floors. Lavington came twice, once with inventories and once with a headache. Edmund moved through the edges of every room, like a polite infection, and found opportunities to observe even where none had been offered. The house, deprived of covert scandal, had turned to visible labor with almost indecent relief. Sheets were aired, silver was counted, fires were built in the guest chambers. Footmen carried trunks from the attic stores, opened shuttered rooms, and complained under their breath about frozen fingers and county hospitality in equal measure. The cook declared she required more game, more cream, and fewer gentlemen in passageways. Mrs. Keating declared she required obedience from the same 3 sources, all of which would have been tolerable if the guests were coming only for winter society. They were not. Wrenford, it appeared, had for years hosted a modest post-Christmas gathering at which neighboring families dined, played cards, endured one another, and congratulated themselves upon surviving January. Canceling it this year, with the guardianship review pending and my arrival still new enough to feed comment, would have looked defensive. Hosting it, however, meant inviting a fresh audience into a house already strung tight with suspicion. Edmund, with perfect timing and flawless malice, had improved the list. Merely prudence, he had said over breakfast the day before, helping himself to marmalade with the air of a man assisting Providence. Mrs. Devonish is connected to the magistrate's family. Sir Matthew Clear's wife knows everyone in York who matters, and Reverend Halcombe's sister has the kind of memory one likes attached to domestic respectability. Domestic respectability. Another phrase that sounds clean until one notices the boots in the hall. Julian had looked at him across the breakfast table and said, "How touching to find you so invested in our reputation." Edmund spread his knife on the toast as though he were smoothing silk. "I am invested in Lily's." That had silenced the room in exactly the way he intended. So now the county was coming to Wrenford, not in force, not with drums or lawyers at their heels. Far more dangerous than that, with wives, with excellent hearing, with memories trained by boredom into instruments sharper than legal inquiry. The sort of people who can attend a dinner, say nothing of note, and alter a child's future with what they choose later to remember. And I, by some monstrous good sense, had chosen a pale blue evening gown. Benson said, "It is not pale," fastening the last hooks with offended loyalty. "It is silvered blue, and it suits your complexion better than the cream, which makes you look too kind." How disastrous that would be. She smoothed the silk over my shoulders with a proprietary air. Benson had taken to countessdom as ducks take to ponds. Not because she respected rank on principle, but because she liked wages paid on time and rooms large enough to command. Wrenford, for all its family rot, excelled in both, she said. Mrs. Keating sent up the pearl comms, which means she means to endorse you from a distance. I thought housekeepers only endorse table linen. Housekeepers endorse survival, madam. That was so sound an observation I let it pass unchallenged. Benson set the pearls into my hair and stepped back, she said. "Theer. Now if they dislike you, it will be for reasons too mean to state aloud." I looked at myself in the glass. The gown had been one of my wedding acquisitions, ordered in haste and fitted by competence rather than fantasy. The blue was indeed not pale but a winter color, softened by candlelight and sharpened by shadow. Pearls at the com and throat. No rubies, nothing red. I could not have borne looking ornamental tonight. Ornament is helplessness polished for public use. Still, the mirror reflected a woman very far from the one who had stood behind Miss Ashbourne's chair in London, trying not to become useful to her own destruction. The ring on my hand still startled me now and then. The expression in my face startled me more. Less uncertainty. More purpose. Also, if I was honest, more strain than beauty improves. A knock sounded at the dressing-room door. "My lady," said Bristow from outside, "His lordship asks whether you require escort downstairs, or whether you prefer the appearance of sovereign independence." I turned my head. Benson's mouth twitched. "Bristow," I called, "tell his lordship that sovereign independence in a great house only means someone watches one descend alone." A pause. Then, in the butler's most neutral voice, "Very good, my lady." Benson muttered, "I begin to like him against my better judgment." Which man? The one who sends a butler to ask the question properly instead of opening the door himself. That was irritatingly fair. When I entered the upper hall, Julian was waiting near the head of the main staircase. He wore black evening clothes with no ornament beyond the white severity of his linen, and the signet ring at his hand. Candlelight from the branch sconces caught the line of his shoulders and the hard planes of his face. He had the look he often wore when he expected battle in a room that would call itself civilized until the first wound landed. His gaze moved over me once and returned to my face. For one small, traitorous second I forgot every guest downstairs. Then he said, "You look as though half the county is about to regret its manners." I descended the last stair slowly. "That is almost gallant. I was trying for useful. You increasingly fail to keep the categories separate." His mouth changed a fraction. "So I am told." He offered his arm. I took it because the house was watching. Because the guests were arriving, and because some newer, more dangerous part of me had begun noticing the simple correctness of his arm beneath my hand more than was wise. As we started downward, I said under my breath, "How many of them are truly guests? All of them." "That is not what I meant." "I know." We reached the first landing. Music floated upward from below, not full dance music yet. Only a pianoforte and violin trying to persuade the house that ease could be rehearsed. Julian continued in the same low tone. "Sir Matthew Clear is harmless if fed well and contradicted by no one. His wife is not harmless under any conditions. Mrs. Devonish has the face of kindness and the memory of an archivist. Reverend Halcombe is respectable, and his sister knows more about household fracture than any 3 lawyers combined. And your cousin invited them because each can later repeat that Wrenford was either calm or not. Lily's future being a form of village entertainment. Was. There are truths one cannot improve by ornament. This was one. At the foot of the stair, a footman announced the arrival of another carriage. The front hall glowed with lamps and polished marble. Snow had been tracked in and sanded over. Cloaks came and went. The whole machine of hospitality moved at speed, and through it all one could feel the real purpose, beneath the surface like a second rhythm under music. Julian's arm did not shift beneath my hand as the first of the county ladies turned and saw us together. I had been watched before. I had not, until marriage, understood how being watched beside power differs from being watched alone. Alone, scrutiny strips. Beside power, scrutiny measures. The insult changes shape but not necessarily kindness. Lady Clear was the first to approach. She was a handsome woman in her 40s with a good neck, excellent jewels, and the unmistakable air of one who has never in her life been denied entry to interesting rooms. She curtsied with warm perfection. "Lady Wrenford, at last we are properly introduced. At last meaning after hearing enough of you to be prepared." Lady Clear. Her eyes took in everything at once: gown, hair, expression, closeness to Julian, degree of composure under observation. "If she had carried scales in her pocket, she could not have weighed me more efficiently," she said. "We feared the roads would defeat us. But my husband insisted that no snow could justify missing Wrenford this year, particularly after such happy changes." Happy. A useful little lie people tell when the alternative is admitting interest in turbulence. Sir Matthew joined us, genial, broad, and pink from the cold. "Wrenford, your cook had better make this weather worth surviving." Julian shook his hand. "I have informed her of the stakes." Sir Matthew laughed as only men laugh who have never had servants decide how much of life is actually theirs to enjoy. Lady Clear turned back to me. "I hope you do not find the county too dull after London." Before I could answer, Julian said, "My wife has found London overrated in several respects." The sentence was not, on its face, remarkable, but I heard the choice in it. My wife. Not Lady Wrenford to soften public edges. Not Miss Vale by accident or habit. My wife, said before the first great county predator to test whether the marriage could be treated as provisional in conversation. Lady Clear heard it too. Something flickered in her expression. Adjustment. She smiled more warmly after that, which is to say she filed me under established fact, rather than available speculation. Progress of a sort. When the Clears moved on, I said quietly, "That was either generous or tactical. Do you require the distinction before dinner?" "I require it always." His gaze came to mine for one steady moment. "I know. That should not have steadied me." It did. More arrivals followed in a blur of cloaks, snow, damp velvet, introductions, names attached to parishes and pedigrees, wives attached to influence. Influence attached to nothing one can accuse openly in a drawing room. Mrs. Devonish arrived with 2 daughters, and a look of maternal sweetness, so complete it would have been criminal not to mistrust it. Reverend Halcombe brought his sister, Miss Halcombe, a woman of 50 with practical eyes and the expression of one who has seen households recover from worse things than weather, and therefore credits no performance until its servants support the story. She shook my hand rather than merely curtsying. She said, "My dear Lady Wrenford, Wrenford has needed another woman at the center of it." From her, bizarrely, it did not sound like a demand. It sounded like a diagnosis. Behind us, Lily descended the staircase under Mrs. Keating's supervision, wearing white muslin and a blue sash that she had already loosened by moral resistance. She came to my side without prompting, and put one hand in mine as though that had always been the natural place for it. The movement was so instinctive, so public, and so impossible to manufacture on command that I felt half the hall register it at once. Miss Halcombe noticed. Of course she did. Her face changed very slightly. She said, "Ah, here you are, child." Lily nodded, not curtsying because 8-year-old girls who are genuinely themselves rarely remember when performance is expected. "Aunt Clara says the west windows cry." I nearly choked. Julian said, from beside me, "Aunt Clara says no such thing." I said, "Lily says so, bah." And you agreed with regrettable speed. Miss Halcombe, to my astonishment, laughed. That changed more in the room than a speech could have done. Not because her laughter mattered morally, but because it carried the sound of approval from precisely the sort of witness Edmund had meant to gather for his own use. From across the hall, as another couple entered shedding snow and compliments, I felt a gaze settle upon us. Edmund. He stood near the doorway to the saloon speaking to Mrs. Devonish's elder daughter with an ease that ought to have made him seem ornamental, and instead made him look like a man placing pieces on a board only he believed himself able to read. His attention rested on Lily's hand in mine, then shifted to Julian, then back to me. Too cool. Too thoughtful. I looked away first, because one does not feed such men by admitting they have landed their glance exactly where they meant it. The company moved at last toward the drawing rooms. Lamps multiplied. Cards were set out. The pianoforte was opened in earnest. There would be dinner, then conversation, then later dancing in the long saloon if the weather and civility both held. Julian, having made the necessary first circuit of his guests, led me into the blue drawing room, where the ladies gathered before being called in. For 10 minutes I was passed from sofa to hearth to tea table, like a person and a topic in alternating order. Mrs. Devonish asked whether I preferred Yorkshire air to London's, and then whether I found Wrenford too large for comfort. Lady Clear asked whether I had any brothers, and whether my sister would visit in spring. One daughter admired my gown and the other my pearls, which I judged to be reconnaissance disguise as embroidery of the obvious. Through it all I kept hearing the same second question beneath every first. How secure are you here? Not merely as wife, as countess, as woman at the house's center, as the figure who must look both loved and proper if Lily's guardianship was to stand unquestioned. I answered carefully, not falsely, simply with the sort of selectivity all women learn long before men start calling it strategy. When dinner was announced, Julian crossed the room to claim me. He did not have to. Lady Clear could have led the movement. Sir Matthew might have offered his arm to some ranking widow and let precedent sort itself as it pleased. But Julian came himself, through the room, before every eye present, and offered me his hand as if the act were both ordinary and non-negotiable. I felt it like heat along my skin even before I touched him. As we entered the dining room, he bent his head just enough that only I could hear. Mrs. Devonish's daughters are frightened of your intelligence, Da. How comforting to know I still possess some weaponry. Thee will recover, bah. Will Lady Clear? A pause. That depends whether she prefers certainty or admiration. And what have I offered her? His voice lowered further. Both. Which is unkind. I ought not to have smiled. I did. Dinner at Wrenford under witness was a form of warfare refined by sauce. The seating had been chosen with Julian's usual severity of purpose. Mrs. Devenish at his right, Lady Clear opposite Sir Matthew and safely distant from the most fruitful intersections of gossip. Miss Halcombe near Lily, where her practical kindness might be seen by all and improved by no one. Edmund placed 3 seats from me, near enough to direct conversation, too far to dominate it entirely. The meal began well enough. Soup, fish, a debate about roads, county cattle. A harmless anecdote from Sir Matthew about a magistrate who had mislaid his spectacles and accused Parliament of theft. Then, Mrs. Devenish said, with perfect sweetness, "Letty Wrenford, you must find life at the Hall very different from London." Every fork in the room continued moving. That was how one knew the question mattered. "Different in weather, certainly," I said. "London seldom announces disapproval in snow." Sir Matthew laughed. Mrs. Devenish smiled. "And in household arrangements." There it was. Julian set down his glass. Before I could shape my answer, he said, "My wife has been restoring order with a courage the house scarcely deserves. Too direct. Too protective. Too impossible to mistake." Half the room pretended not to hear the sentence land with all its weight. The other half filed it for later. Mrs. Devenish, to her credit, did not look disappointed. She said, "How fortunate. For all under this roof." Edmund lifted his wine. "Indeed. Clara has brought an invigorating interest to old corners of the place. There are remarks that appear harmless until one notices where they choose to wound." Julian's face did not alter, but the temperature around him did. He said, "Every house benefits from intelligent attention." Edmund replied, "Unless the corners object." Miss Halcombe, buttering a roll at the far side of the table, said into the resulting pause, "Only dusty corners object to being opened. The rest are usually grateful." It was such a clean blow, delivered in such a mild tone, that I nearly loved her on sight. Edmund smiled. How fortunate Wrenford possesses so many defenders. Lily, who had been concentrating fiercely on peas, as if they were a moral problem, chose that moment to say, "Aunt Clara says corners are where people hide untidy decisions." Julian closed his eyes for 1 second. Mrs. Keating, standing near the sideboard, went entirely still. I wanted, quite violently, to vanish. Instead I said as calmly as if 8-year-olds cited countesses at dinner every day, "I believe I said houses tend to keep memory in corners." Lily frowned. "That is less interesting." Sir Matthew burst out laughing, and the whole table, grateful beyond measure for the chance to interpret the thing as child's nonsense rather than domestic revelation, followed him with varying degrees of haste. Only Edmund did not laugh. He was looking at me with that bright, patient, hateful satisfaction again. He wanted me visible. He wanted me active. He wanted every witness in the room to register that I had become a force inside Wrenford rather than merely its ornament, because forces may later be called disturbances, and disturbances made to sound dangerous around children. I knew at the instant it settled. The evening was not only a display. It was an inventory of me. By the time the ladies rose after dessert, I had endured 2 more delicate inquiries, 3 observations too polished to challenge directly, and 1 exchange with Miss Halcombe that began with weather and ended with her saying quietly, as we crossed to the drawing-room, "Children tell the truth before adults decide who may survive it." I looked at her. She did not look back, only took the chair nearest Lily and began discussing samplers as if she had not just mapped the entire night in 1 sentence. From the drawing-room doorway I saw Julian remain behind with the gentleman for wine. Edmund had moved closer to him. Sir Matthew was telling a story. Lavington, whom Julian had included at dinner on the respectable pretense of legal business in the county, sat at the lower end of the table, listening too carefully to be comfortable. And beside the decanter stood Reverend Halcombe speaking to Edmund in low tones, while Edmund's expression suggested courtesy and calculation in equal parts. Legal witnesses, I thought. Not lawyers in robes. Worse. Moral witnesses. People who would later remember whether the Earl's wife seemed settled whether the child attached naturally to her, whether the household looked eased or strained, whether old family friends felt received into confidence or kept at the edge of some concealed crisis. This was not a party. It was testimony with pastry. I turned from the doorway before anyone could see too much on my face. In the drawing room, Lady Clear called me to the pianoforte. Mrs. Devonish asked whether I sang. Lily brought me a dropped glove as if serving the crown. Miss Halcombe watched everything and betrayed nothing. And through all of it, beneath every civil word and polished courtesy, I felt the evening tightening toward something still to come. Because Julian had been openly protective. Because Edmund had invited the right witnesses. Because the room had begun not merely to observe our marriage, but to judge whether it would hold. The first hour after dinner passed in that curious state society most admires, when everyone agrees to call strain by prettier names. Music resumed in the long saloon. Chairs were drawn back from the polished floor. Card tables opened in the smaller drawing room for those who preferred observation to movement, though, in my experience, card players merely sit down in order to watch more efficiently. The gentlemen came in from their wine at last, carrying with them the altered temperature that always follows male conversation when none of the women have been permitted to hear its true subject. Julian crossed the room almost at once, not hurriedly. Nothing in him ever hurried unless weather or danger required it. Yet there was directness in his path that made 3 separate conversations falter as he passed. Lady Clear, who had just been beginning an anecdote about a vicar's wife and some oranges, broke off mid-fruit, and smiled as if she had meant silence all along. "My lord," I said, because the whole room required that level of form between us in public. "My lady." He stopped before me. "Will you dance?" The question ought not to have startled me. Dancing had been arranged in the shape of the evening from the start. There was a violinist from the village. A second musician had come from York. The younger guests were already moving toward the floor, with that particular blend of eagerness and false unconcern which marks those still young enough to think everyone watches them constantly, and old enough to enjoy being right. Still, I hesitated. Not from reluctance. That would have been cleaner. From knowledge. A dance between husband and wife at Wrenford tonight would not be interpreted as courtesy. It would be weighed, measured, stored. Lady Clear would remember the degree of ease. Mrs. Devonish would remember whether my hand trembled. Reverend Halcombe's sister would remember everything and say very little, which is the most dangerous form of memory. Lily, seated by Miss Halcombe with her feet not quite touching the floor, would remember only whether the room looked safer afterward. Most of all, Edmund would remember what use the sight could later be put to. The musicians had begun a country dance. "Brisk and respectable," I said quietly. "This one is harmless." Julian replied, "So are loaded pistols when set on tables." I looked at him. There was not a trace of amusement in his face. Only calculation. And beneath it something more difficult for me to bear because it was warmer. Determination, perhaps, that tonight the room would not be permitted to decide our marriage by the absence of evidence. That sounds excessively comforting. I had not intended comfort. No. Only coercive clarity. His gaze rested on mine. "Will you dance?" Consent should always sound like choice, even in marriage, especially in a marriage first built from pressure. He waited. He did not offer his hand yet. He simply stood before me and let me refuse if I wished. Across the room, Edmund had turned slightly toward us without seeming to do so. Mrs. Devonish's elder daughter had also stopped pretending to study the music. Lady Clear's eyes, warm and bright and infuriatingly intelligent, were upon us both. Time in such moments contracts into one simple cruelty. Indecision itself becomes information. "Yes," I said. Only then did Julian hold out his hand. He led me not to the set already forming for the country dance but to the edge of the floor, where the musicians, seeing movement in the higher ranks of the room, shifted, almost at once to a slower measure. Not a full waltz at first, though the violinist flirted with the idea. One of those newer turning dances, still treated by the older generation as barely respectable, unless contained by private hospitality and good family names. Naturally, then, Edmund requested it before Julian could. He said, "Come, Miss Devonish," offering his arm to the younger daughter. "Let us scandalize the county with modernity." It won him laughter. He knew exactly what he was doing. If he danced first, our dance would seem less deliberate by comparison. If he made it harmless, ours would have to either imitate harmlessness or exceed it. Julian watched him take his place on the floor, and said very low at my ear, "He has done me a kindness." I turned my head a fraction. "How terrible for you. The room will now pretend the waltz is his mischief rather than mine." I felt the answer in my pulse before I spoke it. "And you intend one?" His hand came to rest, with perfect public correctness and private danger, at the back of my waist. "Wes." The room altered around us. It did not become silent. Better bred rooms never do when scandal ripens. But conversations lowered. Chairs settled. One heard, suddenly, the particular sounds that announce witness: silk shifting against silk, a fan closing, a glass set down too carefully, one footman choosing stillness over movement, because he has been trained enough to know when a tray makes more noise than a rumor. The first bars of the waltz began. I drew one measured breath and placed my gloved hand in his. I had danced before. I had danced in London, Bath, and little assemblies in houses too poor for good violins, and too determined to care. But I had not danced like this. Not with a husband whose hand felt steady enough at my waist to support me if I fell, and close enough there to make the thought of falling indecently vivid. He guided the first turn with infuriating ease. "You are too practiced at this," I murmured. "I learned because my mother disliked it." An excellent reason for any skill. Bah! The room turned with us. Candlelight slid over polished floorboards and gilt frames. The great mirror at the far wall caught us once and sent us back, doubled blue silk, black coat, pearls, controlled faces. And between those orderly surfaces a degree of tension no mirror ought to have been permitted to witness. Julian's hand remained exactly where propriety allowed. That was almost the worst of it. Had he pressed lower, closer, with male presumption or opportunistic hunger, I could have armed myself against him at once. Resentment is a fine protection when a woman is granted the comfort of certainty. But he did not presume. He measured every turn so that our closeness could be blamed entirely on the dance, and my awareness of it entirely on myself. "Lady Clear will call this elegant," I said. "Lady Clear will call it reassuring if we survive the second turn without looking murderously formal." "And what will Mrs. Devonish call it?" "Providential." How pious of her. The answer almost pulled a smile at the corner of his mouth. It did not fully arrive. The dance carried us through another turn before he said, "Do not look at Edmund." Naturally I looked at Edmund. He was dancing well enough, which I disliked on principle. Miss Devonish was flushed and flattered. Yet his attention, even while turning her, was not wholly hers. It moved once, briefly, toward the card-room door where Reverend Halcombe stood speaking with Sir Matthew. Then to the farther passage leading toward the library wing. Then back to us. Not pleasure, exactly. Inventory. I turned back to Julian too quickly and nearly missed a step. His hand tightened just enough to steady me, then loosened at once. He said, "That, low and severe, was foolish. You should have known better than to instruct me not to look." "I did." "Then whose foolishness is it properly?" His gaze came to mine. The room went on turning. "Both of ours, I think." The waltz took us closer through the center of the floor. We passed Lady Clear and Sir Matthew, where they stood together near the mantel. Sir Matthew was smiling in that comfortable male fashion which indicates approval without observation. Lady Clear was observing enough for three men and finding it worth the effort. Miss Halcombe, by the pianoforte, did not smile at all. Lily sat beside her on a gilt chair too large for her, and watched us with her hands folded in her lap and her whole face intent. Not delighted. That would have been easier. Hopeful. The sight touched something in me so sharply I nearly looked away from it. Julian must have seen the direction of my attention. He said, "She is counting whether we look false." I know. What does she conclude? I thought of answering lightly. It would have been safer. Instead I said, "That depends whether you keep speaking like a magistrate in evening clothes." A breath left him that might almost have been laughter. To anyone watching, perhaps it looked like ease growing between us. They could not know ease had little to do with it. The truth was more dangerous. I had begun to understand the shape of his mind well enough that our conversation no longer required effort at the same pace as before. I could hear the sentence beneath his sentence. He could hear when I was using wit as cover, and when as weapon. That sort of recognition is not comfort. It is intimacy wearing a disciplined face. The next turn brought us too close to the musician's platform. Julian guided us away with a pressure of fingers at my back so slight no one but I would have noticed. I noticed. Of course I noticed. My body had become a traitor of late, recording stupid details with appalling fidelity. The precise breadth of his hand, the change in his breathing, when anger cost him more than he admitted, the way his voice dropped and roughened by a shade when he spoke my name without intending ceremony. Now, I felt the full steady length of him moving with mine under the pretense of dance, and for one hateful instant I forgot the room altogether. He did not. His gaze sharpened. "Clara." My name, low and even and very nearly hidden by the music. "Wes. You are thinking too loudly." I looked up at him in outrage. He was right. That made it worse. I should be protected from men who can tell such things. "You married unwisely." "I have been informed." The turn of his mouth finally deepened into something nearer a smile, though still grave enough to be mistaken for concentration at a distance. Lady Clear saw it. I knew the exact second she saw it, because her eyes widened by the smallest margin, and then softened into a kind of satisfaction she would later deny under oath. Mrs. Devonish, half turned from her daughter's partner, saw it too. Miss Halcombe's expression did not alter, but one of her brows lifted a breath. So this, I thought, was how reputations stabilize. Not through declarations, through moments. A wife made to laugh. A husband whose face changes because he meant her to. A child seeing the change and settling more easily in her chair, because whatever else the adults are hiding. This part at least looks less brittle than yesterday. The realization should have made me grateful. Instead it brought a swift heart unease. Because the dance had ceased to be performance alone. Somewhere between the first turn and now, truth had entered it. Not the whole truth. God forbid. Only enough to make the room's satisfaction dangerous. We were no longer merely acting well. We were losing track of where the act ended. The music slowed, then swelled again for the final turns. Julian drew me closer for the pivot with a precision so perfect it could not be criticized by anyone of sense, and yet felt, to my treacherous nerves, perilously like desire granted brief legal structure by rhythm. My hand on his shoulder tightened of its own accord. He felt it. I knew because his gaze darkened once, swiftly, then steadied before the room could read him. When the final note ended, the applause was immediate. Not wild. Never that. Approving. I had the absurd sensation that the whole county had just breathed out at once. Julian bowed over my hand. His head lowered, his fingers closed lightly around mine, and for one unstable second, I thought he might say something to restore distance. Instead he said, very softly, "Too close." I could not tell whether he meant the dance or us. "Wes," I answered, and hated how unsteady the single syllable sounded. He released me at once. That somehow was worse than if he had lingered. Lady Clear claimed me the moment decorum permitted it. She said, My dear, in the voice of a woman who has just been handed a pleasing fact wrapped in plausible innocence. You dance beautifully. That is kind. It is observant. She steered me 3 steps toward the tea table with all the authority of a woman who collects confidences by making them look accidental. You have settled quickly. I have had excellent reason. Indeed. Her eyes were warm, but not careless. There are women who wield gossip like knives because they enjoy blood. Lady Clear did not. She wielded it like architecture. She wanted to know what was safe to build upon. I was still choosing my answer when Lily appeared at my elbow and announced, "You did not look false." Lady Clear's mouth almost betrayed her. "Lily," I said, "that is not a sentence suitable for direct conversation." "It should be. It would save time." Miss Halcombe, arriving just behind the child, said, "There are whole marriages in Yorkshire that could be repaired by such economy." Lady Clear laughed outright. I nearly did as well. The pressure in the room eased a degree. Then I saw Edmund leaving by the side passage. Not the main drawing-room door. The side passage that led toward the morning-room, library wing, and the narrower back stair used by servants when traffic in the great hall was thick. He moved quickly enough to betray purpose and slowly enough to pretend none existed. I handed Lily's glove back to her and said to Lady Clear, "Will you excuse me for one moment? I promised Mrs. Keating I would look in on the chocolate." Lady Clear, being too well-bred to admit she knew perfectly well there was no pressing chocolate emergency, smiled and released me. Miss Halcombe's eyes came to mine for one brief second. She knew I was lying. She also knew why women lie in houses like these, and was kind enough not to interfere. I crossed the threshold into the side passage without haste until the room fell behind me. Then I quickened. The corridor there was dimmer, lit only by wall lamps turned low, and the borrowed glow from open doors. I heard voices before I saw anyone. Men's voices. One Edmund's, unmistakable even in a hush because charm leaves a particular shape in the air after it. The other lower, rougher. Likely his valet or one of the outdoor men. They stood just beyond the turn near the door to the old steward's room, where an unlit passage ran deeper toward the service stair. I stopped in the shadow, beside a console table, and listened. "Do not care what Bristow thinks he has counted," Edmund was saying. "If the packet is still in the house, I want it before Truscott arrives." Truscott. I had never heard the name. The other man muttered something too low for me to catch. Edmund answered, sharper now. "No. Not the schedules. The letter. The separate one. If Lavington sees that first, we'll lose the only decent pressure left." My whole body went cold. The letter. Not rumor, not suspicion. Not merely a family-sensitive packet now diffused through uncertainty. The letter. Named cleanly. The servant, or valet, said, "And if it is not in the West?" Then it was moved after the old woman took sick. Search the chapel cupboard, the former nursery press, and anything left from the Countess's private things before the Earl decides to inventory sentiment next. Ah, the old woman. The Countess. His mother. My breath had grown shallow and far too loud in my own ears. I pressed one hand against the wall to keep still. "Tomorrow morning?" the man asked. "Tonight if you can manage it without being seen, tomorrow before noon if you cannot." Truscott must hear stability and debt, not extortion and forged piety. Forged piety. The phrase struck like a slap. So he knew. Or enough of it. And Truscott, whoever he was, mattered enough that the letter must be found before noon. I ought to have retreated at once. Any sensible woman would have. But outrage is a poor guardian of prudence, and I leaned just enough to catch a better angle beyond the turn. Edmund had one hand in his pocket and the other braced against the doorframe. His face, half lit by the corridor lamp, was stripped of public grace at last. No charm. No smoothness. Only impatience in the bright, hungry focus of a man who believes one more shove will rearrange the future in his favor. Then the other man moved, and the shadow shifted in a way that sent a sliver of light across the polished wood near my shoes. Edmund's head turned. I stepped back at once, too quickly, and my skirt brushed the console table behind me. Something porcelain gave the faintest treacherous click. Silence. "Who is there?" Edmund called. My heart struck so hard I felt it in my throat. I had 1 second to choose between flight and invention. Then Julian's voice sounded from the far end of the passage behind me. He said, "My wife?" with deadly calm. "Was beginning to wonder whether you meant to rejoin your guests this evening." He had come silently enough that I had not heard him. The realization almost undid me. Edmund stepped out into fuller light, his expression already repaired. "Wrenford. Clara." He glanced once at the console table, once at me, and smiled. I had lost the thread of a household arrangement. Bah! Julian came nearer. I did not look at him, because I knew if I did he would read too much from my face. He stopped beside me, not touching, not crowding, simply arriving in the exact place from which no one could mistake the alignment. He said, "Then the thread must have been very long." Edmund shrugged with elegant indifference. "One of your men has the memory of a sheep and the discretion of a bell." It required correction. At this hour. These are anxious times. His eyes came briefly to mine. He knew I had heard something. Perhaps not how much. Enough. And now the room behind us still glittered with guests who could not know that 2 corridors away the child's future, my father's name, and a hidden letter had just been discussed like contraband before a legal arrival. Julian said, "Return to the saloon, Edmund." Not loud. Far worse than loud. Edmund's smile thinned. "As you wish." He passed us then, close enough that I caught the scent of winter air, still clinging to his coat, and said under his breath, as he went by, "For me alone, be careful what you look over here in my cousin's house. Truth is rarely the safest possession." I held perfectly still until his steps had gone. Only then did I draw breath properly. Julian turned to me. "What did you hear?" I looked up at him and saw at once that control had cost him dearly tonight. The dance. The room. Edmund in the passage. Whatever he had seen on my face when he arrived had stripped the last easy layer from his composure. "Nuff," I said, his jaw tightened. "That is not an answer." "No." I met his gaze. "Teed is a warning." The music from the saloon floated faintly toward us again, absurdly graceful after what had just passed. I lowered my voice. "There is another solicitor coming. Truscott. By noon tomorrow, perhaps earlier. Edmund wants the letter before he arrives." Julian's face changed all at once. "Are you certain he said letter, Wes?" For one heartbeat the corridor seemed to vanish, leaving only that knowledge between us. Then he said very quietly, "God help us." Not because he expected help, I thought. Because time had just ended. From the saloon came renewed laughter, and Lily's voice carried for one bright instant above it before being absorbed again into music and candlelight and county manners. The house was still entertaining. The county was still watching. And by this hour tomorrow, if we did not find the letter first, every witness under this roof might be taught to remember Wrenford in exactly the way Edmund required. If one must return from overhearing treachery to a room full of violins, one ought at least to be granted the decency of not also being handed a cup of chocolate by Lady Clear. Julian and I entered the saloon with faces composed so carefully that I felt the effort of my own cheeks as something almost physical. The room, warm with candlelight and county satisfaction, received us exactly as it had left us, ladies seated in little arrangements of silk and scrutiny, gentlemen standing where they might be seen to best advantage. Lily drowsing against Miss Halcombe's shoulder as if the world were still simple enough to permit children sleep in public without consequences gathering around them like weather. Only the world was no longer simple at all. Truscott. The letter. Before noon. The words kept time under the music more steadily than the musicians did. Lady Clear put a porcelain cup into my hand and said, My dear, you vanished long enough to make the chocolate nervous. I should grieve to unsettle anything so useful. She smiled. That is a practical answer. I approve. I doubted very much that chocolate figured in her approval. Across the room, Julian resumed a conversation with Sir Matthew and Reverend Halcombe that to any casual eye concerned roads and parish roofs. I knew better now than to mistake the look on his face for ordinary civility. He was counting time. Counting doors. Counting what could still be done without allowing Edmund to smell urgency more strongly than he already did. Edmund, meanwhile, had returned to Miss Devonish's side with the expression of a man who had just been mildly bored in a corridor and not at all pleased with himself for forcing a new clock onto the evening. I hated him with admirable clarity. Miss Halcombe caught my eye once over Lily's bowed head. I cannot say what she saw in my face, only that her own altered so slightly one might have missed it. Not pity. Never insult me so. Recognition, perhaps, of the sort women exchange only when men have done something nearby and called it necessity. Julian came to me at the first respectable pause. He asked, "Do you wish to sit?" The question was simple. The answer beneath it was not. Do you mean to tremble? Do you mean to pursue this now? Do you mean to do something rash while half the county watches? No, I said. I mean to survive the next quarter hour. His gaze held mine. That is, for the present, my preferred arrangement. How comforting that we continue to agree on the broad points. The cup in my hand rattled once against its saucer. I moved it at once to the tea table before anyone else could notice. Julian said very low, "You are shaken." I am furious. Yes. Do not answer every feeling with yes. It gives the impression you find women predictable. His eyes changed then. Not with amusement, but with that strange warmer attentiveness I had begun to dread, because it made me far too aware of the exact quality of his listening. I find you legible when you are trying not to be. No woman should marry a man with that skill, he said. On that point, quietly, we may yet disagree. There are replies that ought never be spoken in public because their danger lies not in scandal but in truth. I had no safe answer ready, which infuriated me. Fortunately, Lily chose that moment to wake and declare herself tired in the tone of a small monarch granting a border concession. Miss Halcombe looked up. She said, "I believe that the child has reached the end of civilization for one evening." Mrs. Keating appeared as if summoned by an older and stricter providence. "I will see Miss Lily upstairs, my lord." Lily, however, had already lifted her face toward me. "I want Aunt Clara." The words carried just far enough to be heard by those nearest us. Lady Clear, Mrs. Devonish, and Miss Halcombe each heard them with an alertness that felt almost audible. Julian and I looked at one another. Here, again, were witness and risk made to share a single moment. "Of course," I said before anyone else could shape the scene for me. "I shall bring you up." A lily slid at once from Miss Halcombe's side and came to stand against my skirts with the exhausted possessiveness of a child who has decided what belongs to her in a room full of adults. Julian said, "I will join you shortly." I knew at once from his tone that he meant do not search alone. Do not take this opportunity and make yourself vulnerable again. I said, "Miss Halcombe, would you forgive me if I steal away for 10 minutes? She replied, "My dear Lady Wrenford, I should think much less of you if you did not." Mrs. Devonish murmured something about maternal instincts ripening beautifully in winter. Lady Clear smiled over her cup like a woman mentally arranging furniture she expected later to describe in detail. So Lily and I went upstairs while the music continued below, and the county congratulated itself on domestic sweetness. The staircase felt colder after the crowd. Lily's hand in mine was very warm. Halfway to the nursery landing she looked up and said, "You are walking as if your thoughts have knives." I stopped so abruptly that Mrs. Keating, following behind us, nearly collided with my skirts. What an extraordinary thing to say. It is only true. Ah. Lily yawned. Grandmama said people walk differently when they are deciding whether to forgive. Mrs. Keating made a sound very like despair wrapped in duty. Miss Lily, you must not repeat every remark made in private by your relations. Ah. Then why do they make interesting ones only in private? No one answered, because no one could do so honestly. In the nursery passage, Mrs. Keating took charge of shawls, shoes, and all matters involving hot water. Lily submitted with the air of a saint accepting temporary martyrdom. The former nursery lay beyond the present schoolroom, half unused now that lessons and order had displaced some of its earlier comforts. There were old cupboards there, a toy chest too small for present needs, and a linen press that Mrs. Keating had promised to have cleared. When there is time. Which in a great house means never unless fire reaches it first. Lily was in bed before the nursery fire with her hair brushed and one stubborn curl refusing moral improvement. She asked, "Will you read? You are half asleep." "That is when reading works best," Mrs. Keating said. 10 minutes, my lady." "Then Miss Lily must rest 10 minutes. I sat at the bedside and opened the little book of fairy stories left on the coverlet. I read exactly 3 pages, none of which I could later have recalled. Lily listened for the first page, yawned through the second, and by the middle of the third had gone soft and heavy with sleep, her hand still resting against the blanket, where she had last tried to keep herself awake. I closed the book. Mrs. Keating had withdrawn to the dressing closet with the maid for the child's things. I could hear the low murmur of their voices beyond the screen. 10 minutes. Perhaps less. The former nursery door stood half open. Beyond it, the dim old room waited in the hush of late evening. A discarded rocking horse, the linen press, shelves of children's books, grown too simple for Lily, and at the far wall the narrow cabinet where old workboxes, samplers, and broken playthings had been put out of daily use, but not quite out of family reach. The former nursery press, Edmund had said. I set the storybook aside and rose. I told myself, as I crossed into the older room, that I meant only to glance. Nothing more. A glance is not a betrayal of promises one has not technically made. A glance is not a search. A glance is a woman satisfying curiosity, before she returns downstairs to a husband who has spent all evening speaking in calm tones over an abyss. The linen press opened first. Sheets. Old nursery blankets. A box of ribbons gone dusty at the corners. Nothing. The lower shelf held an assortment of things no one had found worth cataloging. A child's tea service missing 2 cups. A cracked ivory rattle. A packet of old household bills, tied with blue thread, and beneath those, at the very back, a flat lacquered workbox I recognized at once as not belonging among children's things at all. It was too fine for the shelf. Black lacquer with worn gilt vines, one hinge repaired long ago in silver, the sort of personal object a woman keeps near her when she does not trust drawers or husbands. I took it out carefully. Locked. Of course. Then I noticed the catch was not truly fastened, only resting as if someone had once meant to secure it and thought better or forgotten. I lifted the lid. Inside lay embroidery silks brittle with age. A mother of pearl bodkin, 2 mourning brooches wrapped in a handkerchief, and beneath the removable tray, folded into the narrow baize, a single memorandum sealed once but now only tucked flat. My heartbeat changed shape. I drew it out. The paper was older than the scraps we had found, better preserved, and written in a strong, slanted feminine hand, unlike the steward's, unlike Julian's brother's, unlike any clerk's. Across the outside, in ink faded to brown, were the words for Miss Truscott only if the separate instruction is not recovered by the time of my death. I stared. Then, very carefully, I unfolded it. The Countess's hand, for I could not imagine whose else it might be, grew more hurried. After the first lines, as if the writer had begun in control and ended under the pressure of too many things understood too late. I read, Miss Truscott, if you receive this, Then the paper I required from Christopher has not been restored to me, and I fear my strength will not permit further delay. You know already that Reverend Vale's collapse did not arise solely from his own improvidence, though that story has suited the estate far too well. The separate instruction, if produced, will show that my son Christopher devised the Ashton diversion with Hadley, and chose Vale as the pliable signer when Wrenford's immediate debts became unmanageable. Whether he intended the clergyman's full ruin at the outset I cannot swear, that he accepted it once useful I no longer doubt. My fingers tightened on the page so sharply I feared I would tear it. Christopher, Julian's brother, not merely maintaining the lie, devising it. I read on. Edmund suspects enough to be dangerous and would preserve the family name by sacrificing any truth still hidden. For that reason, and because I do not trust my son's chosen friends where the child is concerned, I have bound Lily's protection to Julian's guardianship as far as law will allow. He is severe, but not corrupt. If the instruction emerges after my death, let the guardianship remain so long as he is willing to bear the scandal of it. Christopher must not be permitted, through others, to bury the matter with the girl in improper hands. The words blurred once. I blinked and forced them back into shape. There it was. The thing we had only guessed until now, drawn cleanly by a dead woman's hand. Lily's guardianship had not been arranged merely out of affection or prudence or ordinary family preference. The Countess had tied the child to Julian because she knew Christopher was corrupt, Edmund opportunistic, and the hidden truth dangerous enough that only one man in the house might yet choose conscience over blood. My thoughts raced so violently that for a moment I heard only fragments. He is severe, but not corrupt. I read the line again. Not innocent, not ignorant, not even blameless, only not corrupt. The distinction felt like cold water. If the Countess had written this before her death, how much had Julian known? Enough to suspect. Perhaps not enough to prove. He had said as much. Yet this memorandum was addressed to Truscott, the very man Edmund feared would arrive tomorrow. If Julian knew of it, then his silences had run deeper than even I had accused. If he did not know of it, then I held in my hand the first family paper that named his brother cleanly and explained why Lily's future had been braided so deliberately to the lie that ruined my father. I turned the page. At the bottom, beneath a final line instructing that the memorandum be destroyed once the separate instruction was safely recovered, stood the Countess's signature. Eleanor Wrenford. No ambiguity there. No clerk shortened. No ghost of interpretation. Only a mother testifying against her own son. Behind me, from the dressing closet, I heard Mrs. Keating say, "My lady, shall I lower the lamp in here?" The room seemed to lurch back into present time. "Wes," I called, far more evenly than I felt. "Miss Lily is asleep." I folded the memorandum once, twice, slid it back into the outer leaf, and stood perfectly still for one heartbeat while choice arrived. Take it to Julian at once. That would be the honorable course. The safe course, perhaps. The married course, if such a thing had any meaning between us yet. Also the course most likely to shatter what remained of his control in the middle of a house full of witnesses. A dead mother accusing a dead brother. Lily's guardianship no longer merely legal difficulty, but moral trap set by the Countess herself. My father's ruin no longer an inference. A scheme. If I laid this in Julian's hand tonight, what would happen first? Grief. Fury. Confrontation with Edmund. Some disastrous need to speak before Truscott arrived. And beneath all that, a quieter worse question, had he known enough already that this would not surprise him as much as it ought? I did not know. I needed to know. I slipped the memorandum into the inner pocket soon beneath the waistband of my gown. The workbox went back exactly where I had found it. The tray, the mourning brooches, the bodkin, the brittle silks. Lid shut. Press door closed. Linen shifted once to disguise disturbance. By the time Mrs. Keating entered the old nursery to collect the candle stand. I was once more at Lily's bedside, one hand resting lightly on the blanket as if I had never moved farther than the chair. "She sleeps soundly," Mrs. Keating said. "So I am glad to see." The housekeeper gave me one of her grave measuring looks. I could not tell whether she noticed anything altered in me. I thought not. Yet she had been reading households longer than I had been reading novels. She said, "There is no need for your ladyship to return downstairs unless you wish it. The company is well established. There are moments when women speak one mercy to one another without naming it. This was such a moment." "Thank you," I said. "I shall go down. It is better." She replied, "Wes," quietly. "Often it is." On the landing outside the nursery, I found Julian waiting in the shadow between two wall lamps. Of course he was. He had one hand on the rail and look of a man who had told himself not to come up sooner, and then failed to obey. He alley. "Asleep? And you?" That nearly undid me. There are questions that ought to be answered with lies because truth would be too large for the corridor in which one stands. This was one. "I am vertical," I said. His gaze searched my face with such infuriating steadiness that I had to look away first. You were gone longer than 10 minutes. That is because children refuse sleep as a matter of principal law. Did you search?" The question was too quiet to be anything but dangerous. I could feel the memorandum against my body like a second pulse. "Yes," I said. He waited. The air between us thinned. "In the former nursery press, eyelinen, old ribbons, children's things, a few household bills. Nothing that would help tonight. Nothing that would help tonight." It was the smallest lie I could manage. Not clean enough to satisfy conscience. Not dirty enough, I hoped, to destroy it. Julian looked at me for a long time. I do not know whether he heard the omission. I think he heard that something had changed. That much was impossible to hide. Yet if he suspected discovery, he chose for reasons of his own not to press me there under the nursery lamps. He said, "Truscott's carriage sent word from the lower road, at last. Snow delayed him. He will arrive at first light." So time had shrunk again. "Then we have until morning," he said. "No, less." Because Edmund would not wait for morning either. The house seemed suddenly full of sleeping people and waking danger at once. Below us the last strains of violin drifted up from the saloon, thinner now, the evening beginning at last to tire of itself. Somewhere a servant shut the back door against the wind. Somewhere else a board creaked in the west side of the house, as if memory itself were shifting its weight. Julian offered his arm. It was an absurdly ordinary gesture after the corridor, the dance, the hidden memorandum at my waist, and the dead countess's accusation burning against my skin. I took it anyway. We descended together through the quieting house, husband and wife under the same roof. Allies in danger, strangers still in one essential way. Because I had not told him what I had found. And by the time we reached the turn toward the drawing rooms, I knew I would not tell him tonight. Not until I had seen Truscott's face when the Countess's name was spoken. Not until I knew whether Julian's surprise, when it came, was grief alone or recognition too practiced to trust. Not until I had verified that the paper in my pocket was the beginning of truth, and not merely another branch of family strategy designed to make women choose between men's versions of ruin. So I went back into the light beside him, carrying the first clear proof that his brother had architected my father's destruction, and that Lily's guardianship had been bound to that hidden shame from the start. And I kept it from him. The remainder of the evening passed as all dangerous evenings do, once the true injury has already occurred. With excellent manners and a degree of conversation, no one could later fault in detail. I went back into the light beside Julian Carrion, carrying the dead Countess's memorandum against my skin, and the knowledge of Edmund's corridor instructions, still ringing in my ears. The company had begun to soften into that late hour intimacy rich people mistake for honesty, Sir Matthew wanted cards and another decanter. Mrs. Devonish wanted everyone arranged in ways that later proved reassuring. Lady Clare wanted music no one could object to, and enough candlelight to flatter memory. Miss Halcombe wanted Lily upstairs and the younger guests prevented from making fools of themselves in corners not meant for them. Edmund, I thought, wanted mourning. So did I. Julian never once left me unattended long enough for anyone to interpret it kindly. That ought to have eased me. Instead it made every omission heavier. He stood beside me during cards. Beside me when Lady Clare pressed a second cup of chocolate upon me. Beside me when Sir Matthew insisted upon a charade no one truly wished to endure. If our marriage was under examination, then by midnight it had, to outward appearances, passed a respectable portion of the test. Only outward appearances had never yet improved my life for very long. By 11:30, the older guests began retiring to rooms prepared upstairs, and the younger ones discovered sudden fatigue, because their mothers had found their enjoyment equal to impropriety. Mrs. Devinish's daughters vanished in a rustle of silk and obedience. Lady Clare allowed Sir Matthew to take her arm with a look that promised she would discuss the entire evening in detail the instant the door shut behind them. Miss Halcombe carried a candle herself, and insisted Lily's sash be properly untied before she slept, for the child will wake looking morally defeated. Lily, already near senseless with drowsiness, kissed my cheek in the hall and murmured, "Do not let the house go false overnight." Then she went upstairs like a benediction and an accusation combined. When at last only Edmund, Julian, Lavington, and I remained in the blue drawing-room with the fires sinking lower and the music entirely gone, the house seemed to draw a new breath. The guests had retired. The witnesses were contained. The real night, I thought, was only just beginning. Lavington rose first. "My lord, if Truscott's carriage reaches the lower road by dawn, I shall meet him in the front hall before breakfast." Julian inclined his head. "Good." Edmund, standing by the mantel with a glass he had barely touched, said, "How reassuring to know law keeps better hours than the rest of us." Lavington looked at him, with the steady lack of admiration peculiar to solicitors who have already priced a man's calm, and found it expensive rather than valuable. He said, "Law, Mr. Harrow, keeps whatever hours damage requires." I nearly smiled. Edmund did not. When Lavington had gone, Julian turned to me. "You should sleep. I should know whether Truscott arrives intact before I decide what sleep is worth." His eyes rested on my face one moment too long. "You are still holding something back." There are sentences which, because they are true, feel almost like theft when spoken aloud. Edmund looked up sharply from his glass. I said, "I am still deciding whom truth most endangers when spoken too quickly." It was the nearest answer I could give without handing him the Countess's memorandum there under his cousin's gaze. Julian's expression did not change. That made it worse. I had become too skilled now at reading what stillness cost him. This one cost him more than he meant me to know. He said, "Not me, apparently." The quietness of it cut. Before I could answer, Edmund set down his glass with exaggerated care. "I see the hour has improved everyone's candor. How heartening." Julian did not look at him. "Go to bed, Edmund," his cousin laughed softly. "Wrenford, you persist in giving orders as though authority were a form of weather. And you persist in testing whether roofs exist because you dislike being dry." It ought to have ended there. Instead, Edmund turned to me and said, "Sleep well, Clara. Tomorrow requires steadier nerves than this house has lately encouraged." Then he bowed and left the room as if he had not just placed a hand of cards face up on the table and dared us to ignore it. I stood very still until his steps had faded. Julian moved to the fire and turned back toward me. "What did you hear in the corridor?" I had known the question would return. I had not known how tired I would be when it did. Not physically. In that deeper place where concealment begins to feel like carrying a second body. Enough to know he wants the letter before Truscott sees it. His gaze sharpened. And only that. I looked at the embers. Tonight, yes. A pause. Then, very quietly, that is another answer that is not one. Anger rose at once, partly because he was right and partly because I had grown to hate being right in ways that favored him. And what would satisfy you? I asked. The dead countess speaking from under my bodice. A schedule of every thought I have not yet had time to sort into something survivable. The instant the words left me, I wished them back. Not because they were wholly false. Because one part of them was not false at all. Julian's face changed. Not at the anger. At the countess. He took one step toward me. What did you say? Too sharp. The room had grown suddenly very small. I forced my hands to stay loose at my sides. Nothing useful, Clara. The way he said my name then would have stopped wiser women than I. I was tired, frightened, furious, and holding in my gown a dead woman's direct accusation against his brother. Wisdom had no strong place in me at that moment. I am going upstairs. He came no nearer, which somehow made refusal harder. You found something in the nursery. It was not a question. I lifted my chin. I found enough to know that tomorrow must not belong to Edmund. Then give it to me. There it was again. The old instinct. Hand it over. Let him decide sequence, risk, revelation, burden. And because I understood now that the impulse came from fear rather than vanity, refusal hurt more than it would have earlier. No. His jaw tightened. Because you do not trust me. Because I do not yet know what part of this surprises you. The words landed between us with the force of a blow. For a second, even the fire seemed to quiet. When he spoke again, his voice had gone low enough to be more dangerous than anger. That is a full thing to think of me. Is it? I asked, and heard the crack in my own restraint. You have asked me for patience while standing in rooms built from my father's ruin. You have chosen what I may hear, when I may hear it, and what shape truth should take, when it reaches me. Forgive me if I wish to see your face, when the Countess's own hand speaks before I decide what honor I owe your family. The last two words should perhaps not have been spoken. I knew it when I said them. Too late. Something hard entered his face. My family. Yes. I am not asking you to honor my family. No, I said. Only you. He did not answer that. The silence that followed was of the sort no marriage, however strategic, can remain wholly untouched by. At last he said, not coldly, which would have been easier, but with a fatigue that went to the bone. Very well. Keep it tonight. But if Truscott arrives before I have seen whatever you found, you may do damage none of us can control. High damage already exists. That is not an argument. It is a ruin. I nearly laughed then. Not because anything was amusing. Because ruin had become the common language between us, and that in itself felt like some grotesque intimacy I had never requested. He moved aside from the hearth. Go to bed, Clara. The formality of my name would have stung less. Instead he said it as though he no longer trusted himself to say anything else. So I went. I did not sleep. At 2 a.m. I took the memorandum out again and read it by candlelight until the words seemed branded on the backs of my eyes. Christopher devised the Ashton diversion. He is severe, but not corrupt. Let the guardianship remain, so long as he is willing to bear the scandal of it. By 4 I understood that no part of tomorrow would remain clean, whichever hand held the paper first. At first light the house woke into weather and expectation. Snow had ceased some time before dawn, leaving the world outside sharp and silvered. The lower sky was clear at the horizon and still leaden above, as if the storm had merely stepped back to watch what men did next. In the servants' passages doors opened and shut with unusual frequency. Fires were stirred earlier than usual. Somewhere below stairs a bell rang twice in quick succession, which Benson informed me meant the front steps were being cleared in earnest. She said, "Guests are law," fastening my gown. Nothing else gets a house out of bed that fast, That is a bleak observation. It is a true one. I wore dark green that morning. Something sober enough for breakfast and severe enough that no one could mistake softness for surrender. The memorandum lay hidden, where only my own hand could reach it quickly. I had not yet decided whether I meant to show it to Truscott privately, to Julian first, or to no one until I saw who moved where once the solicitor crossed the threshold. Uncertainty, I have found, is the least elegant garment and the hardest to remove. When I reached the upper hall, a footman was just turning away from my door. "My lady," Mr. Harrow asked whether, if you were free before breakfast, you might grant him 5 minutes in the winter garden. He said the matter concerns Miss Lily's comfort during the review. For a second, I only looked at the boy. The winter garden lay off the east corridor, enclosed in glass and seldom used in January, because the heating there never fully defeated the cold. Semi-public enough to appear respectable. Private enough to be dangerous. And Lily's comfort was exactly the sort of phrase one uses when one means blackmail has learned to wear children's shoes. Julian had not yet emerged from his rooms. Or perhaps he had and chosen not to seek me out. I could not tell which thought angered me more. "I will come presently," I said. The footman bowed and went. Benson, who had heard enough through the open dressing-room door to understand mischief if not content, said, "Shall I accompany you, madam?" I considered it, then shook my head. If he means to be improper, a maid's presence will not improve his character. If he means only to speak, he will be less candid with witness. Benson frowned. That sounds like a reason for witness. It is too early for good choices. That, at least, she did not argue with. The winter garden smelled of damp earth, cold stone, and orange leaves trying very hard to justify their existence in Yorkshire. Frost had crept into delicate white veins across the outer panes. The palms looked resigned. A lemon tree in one corner had one fruit left on it like a yellow insult to climate. Iron chairs stood among the tiled paths in decorative expectation of company. No one sensible had ever provided in January. Edmund waited near the long central bench with gloves in one hand and a sealed envelope in the other. He looked fresh, composed, and infernally satisfied to see that I had come alone. He said, "How gratifying that you still grant me the courtesy of private conversation after yesterday. I grant almost everyone courtesy until they prove more expensive than expected. Then I must hurry before my price rises." The glass above us clicked softly as the temperature shifted. I did not move farther into the room than necessary. "You invoked Lily. That was either clumsy or deliberate." "Deliberate." He did not blush. "There are few other subjects certain to bring both your conscience and your curiosity to the same appointment." I hated the accuracy of it enough to say nothing. Edmund looked at me for a long moment, then said, without preamble, "You found something last night." Not a question. My own answer came cool. "So did you apparently. A talent for corridors." He gave a small, humorless smile. "My dear Clara, at this point half the house knows you and my cousin are pulling old rooms to pieces under the guise of legal tidiness. What I do not know yet is whether you have found the paper that matters. The letter." His eyes sharpened minutely. "So he did not tell you everything." That told me something at once. He had hoped Julian still used uncertainty as a blanket. The knowledge pleased him to hear otherwise only because it meant our fracture might already be useful. "What do you want?" I asked. He lifted the envelope slightly. "Peace. No one who carries sealed papers into cold gardens before breakfast wants peace. You wound me." He paused. "Very well. I want a livable solution before Truscott arrives and turns this house into a sermon with ledgers attached." "How touching." Touching is rarely profitable." He took one slow step nearer. "Listen carefully. You are in danger, Clara, and not only from gossip. My first instinct was contempt. My second, more honest, was attention." He saw it and pressed at once. If Truscott is given full cause to pry, your father's name will be dragged through every record, every endorsement, every delay note, every parish whisper preserved by piety and malice over the last decade. Some of it will clear him. Some of it will not. Men who sign desperation are still judged by the signatures, not the desperation. I held his gaze. You think to frighten me with what I have already lived. No. I think to frighten you with how much worse repetition feels when one chooses it. The envelope remained in his hand between us like an extra card not yet played. Say what you mean. He obliged, which was perhaps the most offensive thing about him. Leave Wrenford before the review. For one absurd moment I thought I had misheard him. Then I laughed, once, without mirth. Your imagination grows vulgar in winter. Do's it. He tipped the envelope toward me. Annul nothing publicly. Accuse no one. Simply go. Say the weather and household pressure have exhausted you. Say the child attached too quickly, and you fear harming her by trying to take a dead woman's place. Say whatever female delicacy the county will best believe. By noon you may be on the South Road with funds enough to settle your sister comfortably for years. The room seemed to narrow around the words. You want me to abandon my husband and call it sensitivity. I want you to escape before his house consumes you as it consumed your father. The invocation was deliberate and full. I said, And what does that do for you? For the first time his patience thinned enough to show the bright metal beneath. It prevents the review from becoming a morality play at my cousin's expense. At his expense. Yes. Your sudden departure would prove what every sensible witness already suspects, that the marriage was rushed under pressure and does not produce a settled domestic sphere fit for a child. There it was. No more pretending. You mean it weakens Julian and strengthens your challenge. I mean it creates a lawful necessity. Lawful. Men are never so monstrous as when they have found a clean word for dirty intent. I folded my hands before me, because one cannot strike a man in a winter garden and still expect to dictate the next hour of one's life. And in return I receive what? Money and silence. Edmund said, Safety. I almost pitied him then, that he thought safety could be offered to me by one of the very hands now unmaking it. He extended the envelope farther. Open it. I did not move. Why? So that you understand I am not speaking idly. I took it only because refusing would have learned me nothing. Inside was a draft on a London bank so large in amount that for one sick instant my breath failed. Not because I wanted it. Because I knew precisely what it would mean to Anne. Rooms, clothes. A proper sponsor. Freedom from choosing between dignity and supper for years. Beneath the draft lay a second paper in Edmund's hand. Additional settlement to be executed upon Lady Wrenford's departure from Yorkshire before any formal guardianship hearing. So, that was the shape of it. Not even hidden well. Payment for absence dressed as settlement. My fingers tightened on the paper. You are buying instability. I am purchasing discretion. And if I refuse? His eyes rested very calmly on mine. Then Truscott will hear everything. Every rummage drawer. Every burned scrap. Every reason a newly married countess chose to conduct private searches in the company of a child. Every old debt your father signed under my family's roof, whether or not he understood their full danger. Do not overestimate the appetite of respectable men for nuanced innocence. They prefer tidy faults. Everyone does. There are threats that work because they invent pain. This one worked because it named the exact shape pain already took in the world. He saw that he had struck and softened his tone accordingly. You are not made for this house, Clara. No. No, Pa. For one terrible second he almost sounded sincere. You are too direct for the kind of rot Wrenford requires in order to continue standing. Leave now, and you may at least keep the cleaner parts of yourself intact. The memorandum against my skin seemed suddenly to burn. He is severe, but not corrupt. That, I thought, was the difference between the cousins in one line. Julian would wound by control, by silence, by choosing burden for others before asking whether they wanted it. Edmund would wound by elegance, by purchase, by naming surrender wisdom and blackmail mercy. I said, very quietly, you know about the Countess. Only one blink. But I saw it. Enough. My aunt was sentimental in illness. A convenient judgment from a man standing in a conservatory trying to buy an earl's wife before breakfast. His gaze flattened. So you did find something? I let the silence answer. He had earned no more. For the first time real urgency entered him. Not panic. That would have been almost comforting. Urgency refined by habit into sharper control. He said, then hear me well. If you hand my aunt's fancies to Truscott before the separate instruction is recovered, you may clear your father only by destroying Lily's future in the same act. There are papers enough in this house to make the child's guardianship look like a chess move inside a family fraud. Odd. That struck. He knew it would. I hated him for knowing where. Lily's future is already your instrument, I said. And Julian's too, he snapped, faster than before. Do not sanctify him merely because he looks more noble when he lies by omission. The sentence landed close enough to truth to be dangerous. I kept my face still, too still perhaps, because Edmund saw something in it and changed tactics at once. He said, softly. So that is the wound between you. I should have ended the conversation then. Instead, because exhaustion makes fools of clever women as efficiently as it does anyone else. I said, there is no wound you have not worked to widen. Of course there is. His smile returned, thin as paper. Trust always widens itself. I merely take note when it splits. He leaned in just enough that his voice dropped below the little clicks of frost against glass. Take the money. Leave before noon. Say nothing of what you have found. I will see your sister provided for. Your father spared the ugliest public particulars, and your own reputation salvaged into something society can still admire from a distance. And Julian. For one moment Edmund looked almost bored. Julian will survive scandal. He was made for it in all the wrong ways. The answer disgusted me so thoroughly that clarity returned. I placed the draft and settlement paper back into the envelope and held it out to him. No, he did not take it. Think before you become moral. Morality is a luxury in houses like this. No, I repeated. My mistake was ever thinking survival required the same shape as your imagination. Still he did not take the envelope. Instead he said, very softly now, do you know what is funniest in all this? You are angriest with him, not me. There are sentences which land because they are not entirely false and therefore cannot be rejected with clean contempt. My hand remained extended with the envelope between us. I felt, rather than heard, steps in the corridor beyond the door. Not servants. Too measured. Edmund heard them too. His eyes flicked past me and changed almost imperceptibly. That was the instant I knew we were no longer alone in the matter, whether or not the room yet proved it. I lowered my hand. What are you doing? I asked. Giving the scene its audience. The winter garden door opened. Julian stood on the threshold. He had not come in haste. That was somehow worse. He stood there in morning coat and gloves, every line of him controlled, his gaze taking in first Edmund, then me, then the envelope still half visible between our hands. No one spoke. From somewhere deeper in the house came the faint roll of carriage wheels in the sweep outside. Truscott, perhaps. Or merely another guest departure. The timing hardly mattered now. Julian's eyes came back to my face. What is this? I opened my mouth. Nothing came. Not because I lacked words. Because any first word would be wrong. If I named the bribe. I revealed at once how long I had let Edmund speak. If I named Lily, I admitted he had found the exact lever. If I named the Countess's memorandum, I did it before I had chosen, and in front of the wrong cousin besides. That single second of restraint was all Edmund needed, he said. I offered Lady Wrenford a way out, calmly. Julian did not look at him. I did not ask you. Edmund replied, "No. But you should perhaps have done it yourself before marriage made escape more theatrical." The cold in the room sharpened to a point. Julian's gaze stayed on me. A way out. I could hear what he heard in the phrase. Not blackmail first, not extortion, not payment. Out. As though I wanted it, as though I had listened because I desired it. I said finally, "He wants me gone before the review." Julian's face changed, but not into relief. "Gone," he repeated. The envelope in my hand had become unbearable. I held it toward him this time. He offered money. He took it, opened it, read once, and went still in a way I had only seen in him when anger went so deep it ceased to need motion. Edmund, damn him, smiled faintly. Practical money. Not romantic. I knew she would prefer the distinction. I heard Julian draw breath. Then he said without looking up from the paper, "Leave us." Edmund's brows rose. "Think not. At present this concerns." Julian lifted his head. I had never seen his face like that before. Not rage. Not even coldness, judgment. It stripped the room, he said. "Leave, again?" Edmund held the look for 1 second too long, then bowed with infuriating grace and moved past Julian into the corridor. As he did, he let one last sentence fall, lightly enough that only we could hear it. If she wanted to refuse immediately, cousin, she had ample time. The door shut behind him. Silence. Julian still held the envelope. I realized with sudden, sick clarity what the scene must look like from the doorway through which he had entered. His wife in private conference with his cousin before breakfast, taking papers from him, not rejecting them at once, standing there pale and intent in a cold room while the review hung over us all. He spoke at last. How long? The question was worse than anger. I came because he invoked Lily. How long? I do not know. 10 minutes perhaps. Less. His gaze shifted to my face, then a minute's. Long enough to listen. Long enough to consider. Long enough, if one were a man already wounded by omission, to believe the silence meant deliberation. "I did not come to bargain," I said. "No." The single word cut more cleanly than if he had raised his voice. "I came because he used Lily. And stayed because he used money." My whole body went cold. "No." He held up the draft between 2 fingers. "You are standing in a winter garden before breakfast with my cousin's bank paper in your hand." Because I wanted to hear what he would admit. How much did you need him to admit before you would decide? There it was. Not accusation of greed, which I might have borne, worse. Accusation of wavering. Something in me flared at once. "You think I was tempted," he said. "I think, with terrible restraint, that you heard enough from him yesterday to know what he is, and still chose to meet him alone and take papers from his hand before telling me." I had reason. "You always do." The sentence landed like a slap. We stared at one another across the tiled path with frost brightening the glass around us and the dead Countess's memorandum hidden against my skin like a second heart. I could have ended it then. One movement, one paper, one proof in Eleanor Wrenford's own hand that would have changed his face, his understanding, the entire infernal axis of the moment. But pride, hurt, and the bitter desire not to be forced into truth by his misrating all rose faster than wisdom. So I said only, "You are not the only one permitted reasons." His expression closed further, if that was possible. No, apparently not. Outside the glass, wheels rolled over the front sweep and stopped. A carriage had arrived. For one heartbeat both of us heard it and knew the same thing. Truscott. Time, which had been narrowed already, vanished altogether. Julian folded the draft back into the envelope and set it on the iron bench between us as though touching it longer than necessary would soil the hand. He said, "When this is done," and his voice was so controlled it frightened me more than any fury could have, "you will explain why my cousin believed he had room to negotiate with my wife." I felt the words like cold iron. "And you," I answered, because pain had made me brave in the worst possible direction, May explain why the thought of my hearing him seems to offend you more than the offer itself. Off. For the first time something in his restraint cracked visibly. Not loud. Not wild. Only enough to show me that I had hit the exact wound beneath the wound. Then the crack was gone. He opened the door. From the corridor beyond came Bristow's measured steps and the distant murmur of a servant announcing the arrival of Miss Truscott. Julian stood aside, not looking back at me. He said, "Comb." "Not Clara." "Not my lady." Not anything warm enough to soften command. "Just come." I did. But as I passed him through the doorway, I knew with terrible certainty that something had broken open between us in that cold glass room, and neither of us had said the one thing that might still have mended it. He did not know what the Countess had written. I knew he had misread my silence. And now we were going to meet the man for whom the dead had left instructions while carrying fresh wounds neither truth nor timing had yet been allowed to heal. Source of Philo Chapter 4 We danced too close. Text chunks returned 85 Philos written 85 righty errors 0. Source of Philo Chapter 4 We danced too close. Text chunks 85. Words 183 Cars 1097 Quote a parody first line If a house cannot be quiet, it becomes efficient. Words 107 Chars 694 Quote parody first line Mrs. Keating declared she required obedience from the same three sources. Words 185 Chars 1103 Quote parody first line merely prudence. He had said over breakfast the day before, helping himself to marmalade. Words 197 Cars 1137 Quote parody first line and I, by some monstrous good sense, had chosen a pale blue evening gown. Words 175 Carve Chars 1053 Quote parody first line. The blue was indeed not pale but a winter color, softened by candlelight and sharpened by. Words 187 Chars 1051 Quote parody first line Benson muttered, I begin to like him against my better judgment. Words U91 Chars 1110 Quote parody or first line took it 'cause the house was watching, because the guests were arriving, and because so. Words 183 Cars the 1073 Quote parody first line. At the foot of the stair, a footman announced the arrival of another carriage. Words 194 Cars 1132 Quote parody first line. Her eyes took in everything at once: gown, hair, expression, closeness to Julian degree. Words 157 Chars 950 Quote parody first line. My wife said before the first great county predator to test whether the marriage could be. Words 171 Chars 106 Quote parody first line. Reverend Halcombe brought his sister, Miss Halcombe, a woman of 50 with practical eyes. Words 183 Cars 1056 Quote parody first. Lily nodded, not curtsying because 8-year-old girls who are genuinely themselves rare. Words 182 Chars 1048 Quote parody first line. I looked away first, because one does not feed such men by admitting they have landed they. Words 196 Chars 1120 Quote parody first line. How secure are you here? Words 123-27 Quote parody first line. Both, which is unkind. Words 183 Cars 1128 Quote parody first line. Then Mrs. Devonish said with perfect sweetness, Laddie Wrenford, you must find life at the. Words 186 Chars 1013 Quote parody first line. Edmund replied, unless the coroner's object. Words 192 Chars 101 Quote parody first line. He was looking at me with that bright, patient, hateful satisfaction again. Words 188 Chars 1148 Quote parody first line. Lavington, whom Julian had included at dinner on the respectable pretense of legal business. Words 166 Chars 1005 Quote parody first line. Because Julian had been openly protective. Words 178 Chars 1044 Quote parody first line. Lady Clear, who had just been beginning an anecdote about a vicar's wife and some oranges. Words 72 Cars 434 Quote parody first line. Reverend Halcombe's sister would remember everything and say very little, which is the most. Words 181 Chars 1086 Quote parody or first line. Julian replied, so are loaded pistols when set on tables. Words 198 Chars 106 Quote parody or first line. He led me not to the set already forming for the country dance, but to the edge of the flue. Words 214 Char 26 Quote parody first line. And you intend one. Words 189 Chars 1094 Quote parody a first line. The great mirror at the far wall caught us once and sent us back doubled blue silk, black. Words 192 cars 1126 quota parody first line, he was dancing well enough, which I disliked on principle. Words 206 chars 1148 quota parody first line, Lily sat beside her on a gilt chair too large for her, and watched us with her hands folded. Words 190 chars 1046 quota parody first line, Julian guided us away with a pressure of fingers at my back so slight no one, but I would a. Words 185 chars 1075 quota parody first line, I knew the exact second she saw it, because her eyes widened by the smallest margin, and the words 200 cars 1145 quote parody T first line and Julian drew me closer for the pivot with a precision so perfect it could not be criticized. Words 175 chars quota parody first line, that is kind. Words 203 chars 1121 quota parody first line, the side passage that led toward the morning room library wing, and the narrower back stair. Words 196 chars 1126 quota parody first line, they stood just beyond the turn near the door to the old steward's room, where an unlit Words 203 cars 1123 quota parody first line, I pressed one hand against the wall to keep still. Words 176 chars 1016 quota parody first line, something porcelain gave the faintest treacherous click. Words 195 cars 1067 quota parody first line, one of your men has the memory of a sheep and the discretion of a bell. It required core. Words 192 cars 1134 quota parody first line, whatever he had seen on my face when he arrived had stripped the last easy layer from his. Words 189 chars 1097 quota parody first line, if one must return from overhearing treachery to a room full of violins, one ought at least. Words 202 chars 1139 quota parody first line, doubted very much that chocolate figured in her approval. Words 155 chart A44 quota parody first line, do you mean to pursue this now? Words 181 chars 1022 quota parody first line, he said, on that point, quietly, I may yet disagree. Words 98 chars 525 quota parody first line, Lily slid at once from Miss Halcombe's side, and came to stand against my skirts with the E. Words 156 chars 952 quota parody first line, Mrs. Div murmured something about maternal instincts ripening beautifully in winter. Words 135 cars 786 quota parody first line, no one answered because no one could do so honestly. Words 198 chars 1093 quota parody first line, Mrs. Keating said, 10 minutes my lady. Then Miss Lily must rest. Words 68 chars 365 quota parody first line, I told myself, as I crossed into the older room, that I meant only to glance. Words 9 chars 1098 quota parody first line sheets. Words 109 cars 623 quota parody first line, the paper was older than the scraps we had found, better preserved, and written in a strawn. Words 188 chars 1107 quota parody first line, if you receive this, then the paper I required from Christopher has not been restored to M. Words 188 chars 1087 quota parody first line, if the instruction emerges after my death, let the guardianship remain so long as he is Y. Words 100 chars 579 quota parody first line, yet this memorandum was addressed to Truscott, the very man Edmund feared would arrive Tom. Words 29 char 93 quota parody first line, no ambiguity there. Words 206 chars 1141 quota parody punt first line, and beneath all that, a quieter, worse question, had he known enough already that this woo. Words 123 chars 649 quota parody first line, thank you, I said. Words 184 chars 1045 quota parody first line, you were gone longer than 10 minutes. Words 178 chars quota parody first line, he said, no. Words 190 chars 126 quota parody first line, not until I knew whether Julian's surprise when it came was grief alone or recognition. Words 125 cars 7 and 31 quota parody first line, Lady Clear wanted music no one could object to and enough candlelight to flatter memory. Words 189 chars 1136 quota parody of first line, only outward appearances had never yet improved my life for very long. Words 94 chars 1152 quota parody first line, Laventon rose first. Words 2107 chars 1132 quota parody of first line, Julian's expression did not change. Words 176 chars 968 quota parody first line, in that deeper place where concealment begins to feel like carrying a second body. Words 205 chars 1099 quota parody first line, the way he said my name then would have stopped wiser women than I. Words 201 chars 1148 quota parodiga first line. You have asked me for patience while standing in rooms built from my father's ruin. UA. Words 1 and 13 chars 600 quota parody first line. He moved aside from the hearth. Words 87 chars 524 quota parody first line. At first light the house woke into weather and expectation. Words 203 chars 1144 quota parody first line. She said, Guests or law, fastening my gown. Words 195 chars 1085 quota parody first line. And Lily's comfort was exactly the sort of phrase one uses when one means blackmail has leaked. Words 244 chars 1425 quota parody first line. Iron chairs stood among the tiled paths in decorative expectation of company no one sensible. Words 187 chars 103 quota parody first line. That told me something at once. Words 196 chars 122 quota parody first line. You think to frighten me with what I have already lived. Words 145 chars 826 quota parody first. Lina said, And what does that do for you? Words 175 chars to Nevin quota parody first line. Edmund said safety. Words 991 chars 1133 quota parody first line. Then Truscott will hear everything, every rummage drawer, every burned scrap, every rees. Words 194 chars 1134 quota parody first line. Edmund would wound by elegance, by purchase, by naming surrender wisdom and blackmail murk. Words 185 chars 1079 quota parody first line. The sentence landed close enough to truth to be dangerous. Words 195 chars 1093 quota parody first line. I placed the draft and settlement paper back into the envelope and held it out to him. Words 169 chars 920 quota parody first line. He stood there in morning coat and gloves, every line of him controlled, his gaze taking I. Words 974 quota parody first line. Edmund replied, No. Words 146 chart 812 quota parody first line. Julian lifted his head. Words 172-51 quota parody first line. How long? Words 189 chars 1087 quota parody first line. He said, I think, with terrible restraint, that you heard enough from him yesterday to. Words 190 chars 138 quota parody first line. Julian folded the draft back into the envelope and set it on the iron bench between us as. Words 86 chars 453 quota parody first line. But as I passed him through the doorway, I knew with terrible certainty that something had. There are mornings in which a house understands, before any person inside it dares say so aloud, that something decisive has arrived at the door. Wrenford understood. One could feel it in the changed sound of footsteps, in the speed with which Bristow crossed the hall, in the fact that even the fire in the morning room seemed to burn more attentively than usual. Outside, the carriage wheels that had stopped in the front sweep were followed by the sharp clink of harness, the thud of a porter's trunk, and then the measured opening of the great door. Truscott entered the house like a man accustomed to being expected at moments no one else wished to endure. He was taller than I had imagined, though age had drawn him a little forward at the shoulders. His hair, what remained of it, was white rather than gray. His face had the severe, weathered look of someone who had spent 40 years listening to other people's evasions, and had long ago ceased to admire ingenuity in moral matters. Snow still clung to the hem of his coat. He removed his gloves himself and handed them to no one. He said, "Lord Wrenford." Julian bowed. "Miss Truscott." His voice remained controlled. Only I, standing half a step behind his shoulder, knew how much that control cost him now. Lavington emerged from the library at once. Bristow took the visitor's coat. Edmund, who had no business already being in the hall at that hour, and therefore naturally was, stood near the stair with an expression of grave family concern. I should have liked to improve with violence. Truscott turned to me. Lady Wrenford, no surprise, no curiosity, only acknowledgment, as if wives, scandals, winter gatherings, and concealed family rot had all been catalogued in his mind under matters secondary to whatever paper he had come to see. Miss Truscott. His eyes, clear and colder than the weather, rested on my face for one brief moment longer than courtesy required. Not rudely. Assessing. He looked like a man who had already been told enough to mistrust the smoothest account placed before him. Julian said, "Breakfast is laid. But I imagine you would prefer the library." Truscott replied, "I would prefer the truth. The library will do if the truth insists upon furniture." Sir Matthew Clear, emerging at that exact moment from the dining room with the benign confusion of a man who had not expected law before coffee, stopped short and murmured something about extraordinary timing. Lady Clear, behind him, saw Truscott, saw Julian, saw me, and understood at once that departure would now be delayed by significance. Miss Halcombe, who had been coming down the stairs, paused with one hand on the rail and gave the smallest of inward sighs, as if confirming an unpleasant theory about men and mornings. Thus the audience remained. We went to the library. The room had been prepared already. Fires built high. The disturbed packets from the annex laid in ordered stacks upon the central table. Lavington's notes arranged beside them. Chairs drawn up. Pens, blotter, sand, wax, everything ready for law, inquiry, and damage in proper sequence. Truscott set down his hat and did not sit. He said, "I have reviewed the late Countess's letter to me regarding Lily's guardianship, without preamble. I have reviewed the codicil that strengthened Lord Wrenford's present position. I have reviewed the challenges hinted by Mr. Harrow through intermediaries more cowardly than himself." Edmund smiled faintly. What a charitable opening. Truscott did not turn his head. "I find charity rarely improves legal clarity, sir." I almost loved him then. Julian said, "We have discovered evidence that the Ashton diversions and Reverend Vale's collapse were not represented honestly in the family papers." The room tightened all at once. Truscott's expression did not change, but his hand came to rest on the back of a chair. "What evidence?" Julian opened the leather case and laid out the memoranda from the hidden cabinet, the steward's notes, the ledger line about the packet removed after the Countess's illness. He did not touch my arm. He did not look at me. Yet every sentence he spoke now seemed to lean toward the place where I stood as some missing weight, still ought to have been there. Truscott read each sheet in silence. By the time he reached the line naming my father, troublesome regarding dates, something hard and very old had entered his face. He said, "I warned Eleanor this would not remain buried forever." Eleanor. Not Lady Wrenford. Not the Countess. The use of her name struck me like a bell. Truscott laid the pages down. "This is enough to prove that Reverend Val was not solely responsible for the obligations laid upon him. It is not enough to close the matter publicly," Julian said. "The separate instruction." Wes. Truscott's gaze moved from Julian to Edmund, then to me. The Countess believed it existed. She believed it would show the late Earl's direct role in the diversion and Hadley's willingness to construct the appearance of clerical improvidence when recovery became impossible. My hand had gone cold. Now. This was the moment. The memorandum from Eleanor Wrenford lay hidden in the inner pocket of my gown, or rather it ought to have lain there. The dead woman's own hand. Her warning to Truscott, her judgment of Christopher, her line about Julian, he is severe but not corrupt. It would change the room in one breath. I reached for it. My fingers met cloth. Nothing else. For one strange instant I did not understand what my hand was telling me. I tried again, more quickly, searching the hidden seam, the fold beneath it, the pocket lining itself. Empty. My pulse stopped and then returned at once so hard it made my vision flare. Julian saw the movement. What is it? The whole room looked at me then. I heard myself say, "There was—" And my voice failed. I began again. There was another paper. Truscott went very still. What paper? A memorandum. In the Countess's hand. I could hear my own breathing now, far too loud in the room. Addressed to you. I found it last night in the former nursery press, inside a lacquered workbox. Julian's face changed. Not into relief. Into something more terrible, because it held both hope and hurt at once. You found this last night. Not a question. A fact, and one that struck with all the force of what I had kept from him. Wes! Edmund made the smallest sound of surprise. Too small. Performed. Truscott said, "Where is it now?" I looked down at my gown as though I might shame the paper into reappearing by force of need alone. I had it with me. I brought it down. The Julian's voice lowered. Clara. I searched again. Futilely. Desperately. The hidden pocket, the outer pocket, the fold of my sleeve, the reticule I had not even realized I was still holding. Nothing. I had it in the winter garden, I said. Edmund's brows rose with excellent restraint. The winter garden, he repeated. I ignored him. I had it there. I know I did. Julian took one step toward me. Show me your reticule. I gave it to him. He emptied it onto the table, a handkerchief, keys, a pencil stub, Lily's ribbon from yesterday that I had forgotten to return. No memorandum. For one unbearable second no one moved. Then Truscott said, "Describe it." I did. The faded ink. The outer line addressed to him. Eleanor Wrenford's signature below. The accusation against Christopher. The line about Lily's guardianship. Every word I could remember came out too fast, too sharp, as if speed might compensate for absence. When I reached "he is severe, but not corrupt," something passed across Julian's face, so swiftly I almost doubted seeing it. Grief, perhaps. Or the shock of hearing his dead mother's judgment repeated from memory, and not from paper. Truscott listened without interrupting. At the end he said only, "You are certain?" "Yes." "Yet you cannot produce it?" "No." "Bow." Julian shut his eyes briefly. When he opened them, he had become still in the way I had come to fear most. "You left me in the winter garden to come directly here?" "Yes." "Then if you had it there and do not have it now, 'twas taken." Edmund spoke at once. "By whom?" I turned on him. "You know very well the answer most convenient to you." His expression became all injured civility. "My dear Clara, if you mean me, I have the misfortune of arriving late enough always to be accused and early enough never to be thanked." Truscott's gaze moved between us like a blade choosing where next to fall. He said, "Lady Wrenford, did anyone handle your gown or person between the winter garden and this room?" "No." "Did you return upstairs?" "No." "Bah! Did you leave the paper anywhere overnight?" I hesitated. Julian heard it. He said, "So you did." "I kept it on me after I found it." Truscott's expression hardened. "And did not show it to your husband?" The sentence was neutral in tone. "Not in effect." "No," I said. Edmund looked almost sorrowful. How unfortunate. Julian did not look at him. That was almost worse than if he had. Truscott said, "Enough. Lee, well, you search now." What followed was exactly the kind of orderly panic only great houses can achieve. The winter garden was searched first. then the corridor outside it, then the hall runner between there and the library. Bristow, white-faced with control, directed 2 footmen and a housemaid under Truscott's own eye. The nursery press was opened again. The lacquered box produced, empty of any memorandum. Mrs. Keating attested that no one but Lady Wrenford had remained upstairs with Lily the previous night after the child slept. Benson swore that my lady had not changed gowns nor emptied pockets before morning. All of which, to anyone of malice, proved both too much and not enough. Because the one person undeniably known to have had the paper was me. Servants carry news through walls faster than smoke. By the time the second search of the east corridor failed, I could feel the house already altering around the fact of me. Doors opened and shut more softly. One maid curtsied too low and did not meet my eyes. A footman who had yesterday grown bold enough to answer a small question directly now replied by staring at the carpet. Somewhere below stairs someone had already decided that the Countess had found a paper in a child's room, and then lost it between breakfast and law. That is precisely the sort of story houses never forgive a woman for surviving badly. In the nursery, Lily woke to the disturbance. I heard her before I saw her. Her small voice, frightened and sharp with interrupted sleep. "Why is everyone opening things?" Miss Keating turned at once. "Miss Lily, you should be in bed." "No. Why are they opening things?" She stood in the doorway in her wrapper, hair half down, one stocking wrinkled, looking not like a child of rank at all, but simply like a child whose world had begun to sound wrong. I went toward her automatically. "Lily." She stepped back. Not far. Far enough. My whole body registered the distance at once. Edmund, standing near the nursery press with one gloved hand on the lacquered box, said softly, "We are only looking for a misplaced paper." Lily's eyes went from him to me, then to the open shelves, the moved linen, the adults in a room that ought have belonged to ordinary sleep and now belonged instead to secrecy dragged into daylight. She asked, "Is it because of me?" Miss Halcombe, who had come up at some point with the astonishing inevitability of practical women when crisis ceases, pretending to be polite, crossed the room at once and gathered the child to her side. She said, "No." Firmly. "It is because grown people make disorder and then call it necessity." I wanted to weep with gratitude and anger in equal measure. Julian said, "Lily, go with Miss Halcombe." The child did not move. She was looking at me, not with accusation, worse, confusion. She asked, "Did you lose it?" The whole room heard. I said, because no lie would have survived her face, "I do not know." That was the moment, I think, the household divided. Not loudly. Great houses rarely divide by shouting first. They divide by interpretation. Miss Keating's face did not alter, but I saw in it the hardening loyalty of a woman determined to hold order against speculation, if she could. Bristow became even more expressionless than a butler ought morally to be. Miss Halcombe's hand tightened on Lily's shoulder with protective contempt for all of us. Benson, in the passage beyond, looked as though she might cheerfully stab any person who had touched my gown. Lavington began quietly asking which servants had attended the winter garden hearth that morning. And Edmund, with all his charm intact, moved one pace back from the center of things into the posture of a man saddened by the chaos other people's intensity had produced. It was almost art. Truscott emerged from the dressing closet holding nothing. He said, "Missing." Julian's head turned toward him. "Wes." Truscott looked at me then. Not cruelly, not kindly either. "Lady Wrenford, until that memorandum is recovered, every statement you have made about its contents becomes vulnerable to challenge." The words landed with full legal weight. I understood them at once. No paper, no proof, only my memory, my word, my searches through old rooms, my motive, if one wished to make it ugly, all too easy to arrange. Edmund sighed very softly. No doubt Lady Wrenford meant only to help, but perhaps the strain of these inquiries has encouraged a degree of— He paused, selecting poison with care. Private zeal. Miss Halcombe turned on him so coldly I thought for one wicked second she might actually strike him. Say scheming plainly if you are vulgar enough to mean it, but. Edmund lifted a hand. I mean only that houses full of old grief and hidden documents can inspire unfortunate excitability. Julian moved then. Not toward me. Toward Edmund. Just one step. It was enough to stop the room breathing. You will not name my wife excited in place of dishonest, because the second word better suits your appetite. Edmund held the look for a beat too long. Then recover the paper, cousin. Julian's face had gone so still it frightened me. He said, do not instruct me in my own house. My own house exactly once. I heard the cost of it. So did Edmund. Lily began to cry. Not loudly. That made it worse. Small, frightened tears she seemed almost ashamed to produce, standing in her wrapper while adults filled her nursery with open presses and family menace. Miss Halcombe drew her close at once. Mrs. Keating turned sharply to the maid in the passage. Hocklet? Upstairs sitting room. Now, the nursery emptied by degrees after that, though nothing had been resolved. The search continued elsewhere. The house whispered. The guests above pretended, for the next hour, not to delay their departures in order to hear more through floors and stairwells. And through all of it, the one plain fact remained fixed like a nail. The Countess's memorandum was gone, and I, who had found it, hidden it, withheld it, and failed to produce it when law required, stood at the center of that absence, like a woman already halfway written into someone else's version of the scandal. By noon the county had learned how to leave elegantly while carrying away as much damage as possible in silence. Lady Clear departed first, wrapped in civility and sable, with Sir Matthew protesting the roads and saying twice too often that he hoped Lord and Lady Wrenford would forgive. The extraordinary little confusion of the morning. Mrs. Devenish left next, with her daughters, kissing the air near my cheek, and assuring me that every house suffered misplaced papers now and then, which was the sort of sentence only women, who have never once misplaced anything dangerous, dare speak aloud. Miss Halcombe alone took my hand before she went and said, Do not let men's urgency rewrite your memory. Then got into her carriage without waiting for thanks. I might have wept for her, if I had not already used up all available softness on humiliation. By the time the last guest had gone and the front steps had quieted, Wrenford felt changed in every corridor. Not louder, far worse. Attentive. As if the house had begun listening inward to itself. Truscott remained. So did Lavington, 2 footmen, Bristow, Mrs. Keating, Julian, Edmund, and I. So did the missing memorandum. The library became court sick-room, battlefield, and confessional by turns. Truscott questioned servants with the bleak efficiency of a man who believed truth existed chiefly to be dragged out by the wrist. He established that no maid had entered the winter garden before breakfast. That one footman had passed the east corridor at 7:30 and seen no one there except Mr. Harrow leaving by the slower path, which even Bristow's raised brow could not make sound innocent. That Benson had fastened my gown and watched me leave my room with no reticule, but the small one later emptied in the library. That I had not gone upstairs again after speaking with Edmund in the winter garden. All of which did not help, because the memorandum had still vanished between my hand and the library table. At 1 o'clock Truscott closed his notes and said, We proceed on 2 assumptions until disproved. No one spoke. He said, first, that the memorandum described by Lady Wrenford did exist. Second, that someone who knew or strongly suspected its value removed it, after she found it and before she could produce it. But Edmund, who had borne the entire morning with the expression of a patient man inconvenienced by other people's nerves, said, A charitable pair of assumptions. Truscott looked at him. They are harsher than the alternatives. That even Edmund chose not to challenge. Lily had been kept upstairs after the nursery search. I was glad of it and miserable for the reason. Children know when houses begin lying in public. Better she not see the adults perfecting it. At last Truscott dismissed the servants, asked Bristow to bar private access to the west rooms until further notice, and requested a private consultation with Julian and Lavington regarding the review. I understood at once that I had been gently excluded. So I think did Julian. He said, "Lady Wrenford remains." Truscott's pale eyes came to me. "Well, if she wishes." I did wish. I wished with all the fury of a woman whose father's name had just been made precarious again by the absence of one sheet of paper. Then Edmund said, "Surely, after this morning, Clara might benefit from rest rather than another legal dissection of Wrenford's sins." Julian turned his head toward him with such stillness that I felt the room brace. "My wife's endurance does not require your management." Edmund lifted a hand. "I was thinking of her comfort." "No," I said, "you were not." Truscott closed his notebook with a dry snap. "Miss Harrow, unless your name is presently attached to the guardianship in any lawful sense, you will wait elsewhere. There are few pleasures so clean as watching a charming man discover that one older, colder man is entirely immune to him." Edmund smiled. "As you wish." But before he went he looked at me and said, "Do take care, Clara. Memory is a very fragile witness when emotion has handled it." When the door shut behind him, the room seemed to exhale poison. Truscott did not waste time. He said, "Now, tell me what Lady Wrenford was not shown before marriage." The question landed like a blade across polished wood. I turned toward Julian. He had removed his coat hours ago. His shirt sleeves were rolled once at the wrist. He looked more tired than at any point since I had known him. And because exhaustion never softened him, it only made him seem more severe. Lavington sat at the end of the table with pen poised, though I suspected even he did not know yet whether he was meant to record law or confession. Julian said, "That is not phrased fairly." Truscott did not blink. "Then phrase it for me." A silence followed in which I heard, absurdly clearly, the faint grind of a carriage wheel being repaired somewhere in the yard. At last Julian said, "Before I proposed marriage, I knew enough to suspect that Wrenford's financial rescue had overlapped with Reverend Val's collapse. I did not know enough to prove design." Truscott's voice remained even. "When did you first suspect overlap?" Julian did not answer at once. "That was answer enough for me already," he said. "After my brother's funeral." I stared. Not because the words were unimaginable. Because I had not understood the scale of them until that moment. After the funeral. Before London. Before the music-hall. Before he crossed the room to return my glove and let society turn courtesy into trap. Before he asked whether I might be induced to become useful to his household. A kind of stillness came over me so complete it frightened even me. Truscott said, "And when did you first connect that overlap to Lady Wrenford, specifically rather than to the family of some deceased clergyman in the abstract?" Julian answered at once this time. When I recognized her name in the transfer schedules and realized who she was. "Before or after your note to Lady Stanhope?" "Before." The room tilted. Only slightly. "Enough," I heard myself say. "You knew." He turned to me, not defensive, not yet. Worse. Careful. "I suspected. You knew enough to seek me out." I sought competence for Lily. The lie would have offended me less if it had been complete. Instead it was one of those partial truths men mistake for moral shelter. And my name meant nothing in that. His voice stayed low. By then it meant too much. Too much. I almost laughed. It sounded so noble arranged after the fact. Truscott, who had perhaps spent 40 years watching people try to tidy their motives while stepping over bodies, said, "Lord Wrenford, answer without dignity if you can. It muddies evidence." Lavington made a noise in his throat that might have been strangled agreement. Julian's gaze held mine a moment longer. Then he looked back at Truscott and said, "By the time the rumor began in London, I knew Lady Wrenford's father had likely been made to absorb part of Wrenford's debt crisis. I did not yet know how intentionally. I did know that, if Edmund learned her identity and reached her first, he would either use her against me or destroy what little safety she had left. There it was. Protection. Always protection. Dressed in urgency, fear, calculation, necessity, and perhaps genuine concern, but still the same old shape, a man choosing for me while telling himself the danger justified speed. "And so you married me," I said. Truscott did not stop me. Bless him for that if for nothing else. Julian answered without turning from me. "Wes. For Lily. Wes. For the review." "What?" "For my safety. Wes." He had said those yeses before. The room heard them differently now. "And for your convenience." Something flared in his face then. Not anger exactly. Pain at imprecision, perhaps. He despised being misunderstood most where he least deserved mercy. He said, "No." Truscott interjected before I could. Convenience may not be the correct word, but usefulness appears attached to every version of this history. I think Julian would have preferred a slap. Lavington at last laid down his pen. He said, My lord." Carefully. "The difficulty is not that you lacked motive. Any sane man in your position would have had several. The difficulty is that Lady Wrenford entered the marriage without knowing she herself stood at the center of the very old scandal from which you hoped partly to protect her." I could not have borne a more polite description of betrayal. Julian's hands came to rest on the table edge. Yes. Again. Again that clean agreement, which made fury almost impossible to keep pure, because it contained no easy falsehood to strike. A deceitful man may be hated simply. An honest man who has done the wrong thing for reasons part noble, part fearful, and part controlling is intolerably harder. Truscott said, "Why did you not tell her before the ceremony?" Julian's voice roughened slightly. "Because I had no proof fit to put before her without sounding like every other titled man who thinks confession after advantage counts as virtue. Because if I told her and she refused me, Edmund would still move on the guardianship and she would still be left with London's gossip and no protection from my family's reach. Because I thought I could uncover the full truth at Wrenford before asking her to bear it." He stopped. Then added, lower, "And because I feared what it would make me in her eyes before I had earned the right to ask anything else of her." A silence. The sentence did not absolve him. It did, infuriatingly, sound true. I said, "You feared I would see purchase where you meant rescue." "Yes." "So you removed my ability to choose." His gaze came back to mine at once. "I offered settlement for your sister. Independent allowance. Freedom within the house." I took one step toward the table. "You offered terms inside a decision already poisoned by what you withheld." Lavington looked at his hands. Truscott looked at Julian. Julian looked only at me, he said, very quietly. "Wes." I think that was the moment something in me truly broke open. Not because the answer surprised me. Because hearing it before witnesses stripped away every gentler interpretation. I had still been trying, against my own judgment, to preserve. He had known enough, known too early. Feared being seen correctly. Married me anyway. Told himself necessity excuse sequence. Called urgency honor when it was, in part, control. And now I stood in his library with my father's name, once again dependent on hidden paper and men's procedural timing, learning publicly that my marriage had been built not on one lie but on an architecture of selected truth. I said, "Leave me out of the next 10 minutes. No one moved. "Please," I added, because I was shaking now and the shaking had become visible. Julian did move then. Toward me. I put up one hand. Not dramatically. Not with tears. Simply enough to stop him. He stopped as if he had hit a physical barrier. Truscott stood. He said, "Lavington, with me?" The younger solicitor rose at once. As Truscott reached the door, he looked back once and said to Julian, "Protection without consent is simply another inheritance of power. I had hoped you were less your father's house than this." Then he went out and took Lavington with him. The library door shut. Julian and I were left with the fire, the old packets, and every unsaid thing still standing between us like furniture no one had chosen but both must now navigate. For several seconds neither of us spoke. Then he said, "I deserve more than that sentence from Truscott." I stared at him. Of all possible first words after what had just been laid bare, those were the ones he chose. "You deserve." My voice sounded unlike mine, thin with restraint. "That is where you begin." His face altered as he heard his own failure too late. "No. Clara, you were afraid of what I would think of you. Yes. So you made certain I had no clean ground from which to think anything at all until I was your wife." His jaw tightened. "I made certain Edmund could not use you first. And if I preferred danger with truth to safety by arrangement." He answered too fast. "You did not know enough to choose." The room went still as death. There it was, the worst of it, cleaner than all the rest. Not the marriage bargain. Not the silence. Not even the strategy. That sentence. "You did not know enough to choose." I could feel the exact place in myself where it landed, and knew it would remain marked long after other wounds healed. I said, almost gently for how furious I was. "Then we are done speaking about protection, and may call it what it was." He had the grace to look struck. "Claro." I stepped back from him. "Do not use my name as if intimacy will soften this. You married me while deciding I was unequal to my own future. I decided the danger was larger than your information." That is the same arrogance in better language. His face hardened then, not from temper but from the same iron self-command I had once mistaken for safety. "I will not apologize for preventing Edmund from reaching you first. I am not asking you to. I am asking whether you can hear the difference between saving someone and arranging them." He looked at me for a long moment. Then, very low, "I hear it now, now, now." Another dreadful word. Another admission that understanding always seemed to arrive in him just after consequence. I laughed once. It sounded ugly. How fortunate for us both. He came around the table then, slower this time, as though approaching a frightened animal, or a loaded pistol. "I am not him." I knew whom he meant without asking. My brother, my father, Edmund, every man in that line of ruin. "No," I said. "You are not corrupt." His eyes widened slightly. I saw at once that he knew the line. Not from the memorandum, he had not seen it, but because he heard his mother in it. Something in his face opened and closed again too fast to name. He said, You found that. Wes. And still you met Edmund alone." For one unguarded second I hated him. Not with the exhausted, injured anger of the morning. Cleanly. Because, even now he reached first for the choice that wounded him personally before the choice that had endangered me. I met Edmund because he invoked Lily and because I was no longer willing to have every truth in this house arrive mediated by you. He flinched. Only slightly. "Enough. That is fair. I know." The fire settled behind us with a low crack. He stood close enough now that I could see how little sleep he had taken, the darkened shadow beneath his eyes, the strain in the corners of his mouth. It would have been easier if he had looked smoother, better rested, more lordly, more sure of his own rightness. Instead he looked like a man who had tried to carry too many consequences alone, and now, having failed, was shocked to discover weight does not become virtue merely because one lifts it quietly. "I hated that I could see it," he said. "What was in the Countess's memorandum beyond what you recited?" I folded my arms. "Why?" "So you may decide what order of pain I am fit to bear next." "No." He took the rebuke without resistance. "Because if my mother left instructions to Truscott, and you are still withholding parts of them, then whatever you think you are punishing in me may cost us both the review." There. At last. A sentence not about his wound or mine, but Lily's future and the race we had named together before everything soared again. My answer came more slowly. She named Christopher. He did not move. Not even to breathe visibly. named him how? As the one who devised the Ashton diversion with Hadley. Not merely maintained it. Julian closed his eyes. Only for a heartbeat. It was enough to show me how deeply the confirmation cut. Suspicion wounds differently from certainty. Less dramatically, more persistently. I had been living in that wound with my father for years. Now, I saw the first clean edge of it enter him about his brother. When he opened his eyes again, the discipline was back. And she wrote that Edmund knew enough to be dangerous and would preserve the family name by sacrificing truth. A humorless breath left him. That sounds like my mother. It was the nearest thing to grief I had heard from him yet. I went on because stopping would have felt like cruelty, and because, despite everything, I did not want to be cruel, where only honesty was required. She also wrote that she tied Lily's guardianship to you, as far as law would allow, because Christopher must not be permitted, through others, to bury the matter with the girl in improper hands. That reached him more visibly than the accusation against Christopher had done. His fingers tightened once at his side. She knew. Wes. And said nothing to me. The sentence was very quiet. I understood it too well to answer at once. Finally I said, perhaps she knew enough to suspect and not enough to prove. He almost smiled then. It was the saddest almost smile I had yet seen on any face. You learn my defenses quickly. I have been forced to. That extinguished even the shadow of it. He turned away 2 steps, then back again, not pacing so much as containing motion inside a room too small for his thoughts. He asked, what else? There remained one line. He is severe, but not corrupt. I had not meant to give him that yet. Pride resisted. Pain resisted more. Still, after everything already spilled between us, voiding that particular judgment felt suddenly mean in a way I did not wish to become. She wrote of you, I said. His face stilled completely. What did she say? I met his gaze. That you were severe, but not corrupt. The words entered the room and changed it. Not by romance. God forbid. By truth arriving from the dead and landing where the living could not argue with it. Julian looked as if someone had struck him squarely in the chest. His mother's voice, I thought, had probably not praised him often or gently in life. To hear that line now, under these circumstances, with his brother named a destroyer and his cousin an opportunist, must have felt less like absolution than a burden renewed by a witness he could no longer answer. He said, after a moment. And you believed her? No one had ever asked me anything more dangerous. Because belief in that line meant more than judgment of his character. It meant admitting that under all my anger, humiliation, and suspicion, I had already begun distinguishing him from the house he carried. I believe, I said slowly, that corruption would have found this easier than you do. His gaze did not leave mine. And severity. Severity, I said. Oz made quite enough of a wreck without needing corruption's help. A breath passed between us that might have become something else in another life. Something warmer. Something less bruised. Instead it remained what it was, a moment of clarity too costly to call comfort. The knock at the library door came like rescue or ruin. I could not decide which. Truscott entered without waiting to be welcomed. He said, the review will proceed at 4 o'clock in the morning room. I have delayed it only so far as weather and courtesy permit. Until the separate instruction or the missing memorandum is produced, I can secure Lily's present arrangement only by arguing stability of household, fitness of guardianship, and the insufficiency of Edmund Harrow's challenge. Julian inclined his head. Understood. Truscott looked at me. Lady Wrenford, whether the memorandum returns or not, you may be asked to account for the searches, the missing paper, and your reasons for involving yourself in the family records at all. I heard the legal phrasing beneath the legal phrasing. They may call you meddling. They may call you unstable. They may call you ambitious and dangerous around a child. He understand, I said. Do you? Not unkindly. Good, Then hear the rest. Mr. Harrow has already been seen speaking separately with Sir Matthew Clear and Reverend Halcombe this morning. He is shaping witness before the review, not merely evidence. Julian's face hardened. Truscott continued. If he persuades them that Lord and Lady Wrenford are at odds, that the household is unsettled, or that Lady Wrenford's judgment has become compromised by private zeal, then Lily's security narrows at once. Private zeal. There it was again. Edmund's preferred word for any woman who opened the wrong drawer. Julian said, "Then I speak with Clear and Halcombe at once." Truscott replied, "No. You speak with them only if doing so does not look like repair. Desperation makes moral men imaginative." He turned to me. "Lady Wrenford, if you are questioned, say nothing you cannot prove, and nothing that sounds as though you want this house by right of its sins." The warning was so exactly shaped to the world's likely malice that I felt it in my teeth. "I want," I said, "my father's name." Truscott held my gaze for one steady beat. "Then be prepared for men to pretend that is the same thing." He left as cleanly as he had entered. The door shut again. Julian went to the window and stood there a long moment, looking out at the white afternoon, where the drive curved toward the gates, and every path seemed at once visible and impossible. I remained where I was. At last he said, without turning, "I should have told you everything I knew before asking for marriage." It was not dramatic, not even loud, which made it more difficult to resist. "Wes," I said, "I know." "No," the word came sharper than I intended. "You know it now. At the time you knew only that you feared the result and chose your own judgment over mine." He turned then. "I also knew that if I failed to act, Edmund would turn your name into one more piece of leverage before I had any lawful standing to stop him." "And lawful standing mattered to you more than my consent." The sentence landed. He did not deny it. I drew one steadying breath. "There is nothing left to quarrel over in language, Julian. You did it. For reasons part decent and part arrogant. I understand all of them. Understanding is not forgiveness." His face changed slightly at the use of his Christian name. Not softness. Recognition, perhaps. That war between us had crossed into some territory where titles no longer held the same shape. "I am not asking for forgiveness." "Good. A beat. Because I do not have it." Silence again. Then, quietly, "What do you have?" I looked at him. Really looked. At the exhaustion, the control. The injury of his mother's judgment. The burden of his brother's crime. The fact that he had still, despite all of it, chosen to stand publicly beside me that morning rather than let Edmund's implications settle unanswered. None of that absolved him. None of it erased what he had taken from me in choosing first and informing later. But it did make one thing impossible. I could not pretend he was simple. "I have," I said, "a child upstairs whose future is tied to 2 men and 1 missing paper, a dead father I may finally be able to clear, and a husband I no longer know whether to trust where truth and protection meet." He absorbed that without flinching. "That is more mercy than I deserve." I was too tired for mercy. "Do not call plain accounting mercy." He nodded once. Outside, somewhere in the passage, a clock struck 3. 1 hour until the review. 1 hour until Edmund tried to turn domestic fracture into legal advantage. 1 hour until I had to sit in a room and defend my place in a house that had wronged my family while still raw from learning exactly how my husband had helped arrange my fate before I knew enough to resist it. Julian came back to the table and laid one hand flat on the wood between us. He said, "Then let us speak only of Lily for the next hour. After that, you may despise me at your leisure." The line should not have moved me. It did slightly because he meant it. I said, "I do not despise you." He looked up quickly. "I despise what you did. That, I think, hurt him more." Good. Some injuries ought not go unpaid entirely. He accepted it with a small movement of his head. Very well. We spent the next 40 minutes not as lovers, not even quite as husband and wife. but as two people standing in the wreckage between betrayal and necessity, trying to keep a child from being taken by the cleaner villain merely because the better man had made a worse mess of truth. It was, I thought, a very Wrenford kind of partnership. The review in the morning room lasted 1 hour and ruined 3 illusions permanently. The first was that law, when conducted politely in a great house, differs in substance from war. It does not. It merely wears better linen. The second was that Edmund meant to seize Lily through open cruelty. He did not. He meant to do it through concern, by making every decent person in the room feel that hesitation itself was virtue, and that stability, if costly to anyone less powerful, ought still to be purchased for the child. The third was mine. I had thought, even after the missing memorandum, and the winter garden and the library confessions, that if the true strain became visible enough, the room would at least know whom to blame. But rooms like that do not seek blame. They seek plausible forms in which to continue admiring themselves. The morning room had been set for civility and judgment in equal measure. Curtains drawn back. Fire built high. Writing table cleared except for the legal papers, Truscott's notebook, and 1 silver inkstand I wanted to throw directly through the window by the half-hour mark. Sir Matthew Clear sat as local witness with the expression of a man praying the matter remain respectable enough to repeat later over port. Reverend Halcombe sat beside him, grave and decent and far less gullible than Edmund preferred. Miss Halcombe remained near the window, not formally part of anything, and yet, by some older feminine law, very much present. Lavington handled the transfer schedules. Bristow appeared when asked and vanished when not. Mrs. Keating stood in the doorway, for part of it with Lily's breakfast tray in her hands, and the look of a woman who had decided that should anyone try to remove the child physically from the house before luncheon, there would be blood in the hall. Edmund, naturally, was promotional, not grasping, not triumphant, concerned. Concern is the dirtiest costume ambition owns. He did not accuse me directly of deceit. He did not need to. Instead, he expressed grave unease at the current volatility of Wrenford's household, the unfortunate effect of rummaged rooms, missing family papers, and a newly married countess whose zeal, however understandable, had made old domestic tensions more visible than was perhaps healthy for a sensitive child. Private zeal, domestic tension, sensitive child, each phrase chosen not for accuracy, but because moral people enjoy repeating them. Julian cut him down where he could. Reverend Halcombe refused 2 of Edmund's smoother insinuations. Sir Matthew, thank God, seemed more interested in obvious decency than sophistication, and said, bluntly, that no child looked neglected in a house where half the trouble appeared to arise from too many adults wishing to control her future at once. Miss Halcombe said almost nothing and thereby did the most good. But none of that altered the central wound. The missing memorandum could not be produced. My searches were admitted. My reasons, though truthful, sounded perilously like obsession to ears not born into my father's humiliation. And the fracture between Julian and me, however carefully we stood beside one another in the room, was visible to anyone old enough to recognize the difference between unity and discipline. Truscott secured delay. That was the victory, not safety. Delay. The formal review would not strip Julian of guardianship that day. But neither would it close Edmund's challenge. Further evidence was now required. The separate instruction remained essential. The missing memorandum, if recovered, might strengthen our case immensely. If not, my spoken recollection of it would remain vulnerable to attack. By the time Truscott rose and declared the matter adjourned until the next relevant production of evidence or formal petition, I felt as though I had been held upright by wire. Edmund bowed first to Truscott, then to Sir Matthew, then to me with the infuriating respect of a man who had just failed to win and was still pleased with the shape of the field. He said, "Until further clarity, I nearly laughed in his face. Julian escorted the witnesses to the hall. I remained where I was because movement had become uncertain, and because if I had followed at once, I feared I might either say something disastrous in public or begin shaking visibly, which would have delighted every bad theory in Yorkshire. Miss Halcombe paused on her way out and touched my sleeve. She said, "My dear, softly, do not let them teach you shame for wanting things named correctly." Then she went. The room emptied by degrees. At last only Truscott, Lavington, Julian, and I remained. Truscott stood at the hearth with both hands clasped behind him, looking less like a solicitor than an exhausted prophet. Lavington said, "It could have gone worse," which proved he had spent too many years among legal professionals and not enough among ordinary grief. Truscott looked at him. He said, "It did go worse. It simply did not yet finish." Julian came back from the hall carrying his gloves and not wearing them. That alone told me enough of his state. He was a man who armored himself almost absent-mindedly. To leave his hands bare now was either carelessness or strain. In him it was always strain. He asked, "What now?" Truscott answered at once, "No, your cousin spends the afternoon telling anyone respectable enough to matter that he is heartbroken by domestic disorder and motivated only by Lily's welfare. Heartbroken, I repeated. The word came out as something between contempt and disbelief. Truscott said, "Wes. He is very good at it." Julian moved to the table and put his gloves down too sharply. "Then I go to York myself. I speak with the registrar regarding the old transfer schedules, I pull Hadley's surviving accounts, and I search the former chapel rooms again before dusk." Truscott said, "No." Julian looked up. "If you run now," Truscott continued, "you look exactly what Edmund has been trying to make you look, a man whose house cannot stand still because his foundation is unsound." "My foundation is unsound," Truscott replied. "Wes, do try not to advertise it theatrically." Under other circumstances I might have admired the sentence. I was too tired to do more than breathe through it. Lavington said, carefully, "There is another question." No one wanted another question. He looked at me. "My lady's presence has become central." It was a solicitor's way of saying dangerous. Julian's face changed at once. "No." Lavington spread both hands minutely. "I state the visible fact, my lord, not a wish. Mr. Harrow has now tied the missing memorandum, the West Side searches, and the child's disturbed peace all to Lady Wrenford's involvement. Any further household disruption with her at the center may be used before the next hearing." I understood before Julian did. Perhaps because the proposition was already forming in the back of my mind like ice under shallow water. Truscott looked at me. If Lady Wrenford were not at Wrenford when the next round of evidence gathering occurs, Edmund would lose one present line of attack. Julian turned so fast that the fire behind him seemed to leap with the movement. Absolutely not. There it was. Immediate, whole, unconsidered enough to sound like fear. No one in the room missed it. Truscott said, "I have not advised banishment. I have stated a legal reality. It is not reality. It is capitulation. May also be strategy." Julian's gaze came to me then, sharp and utterly opposed. He said, "No. It not to Truscott now, to me." The old heat of anger rose at once. Not because I wished to leave. Because hearing him forbid the possibility, before it had even become a choice struck too close to every other decision he had made for me in the name of urgency. I said, "Stop." The room held. Truscott and Lavington became very quiet, which was decent of them. I went on, looking only at Julian. "Do not say no to my life as if I am still standing in London without enough information to choose." His face altered. He knew what he had done the instant the words landed. That, I confess, gave me no comfort. This is different. Because now I know enough. Because now Edmund wins if you go. Edmund also wins if I stay, and every step I take becomes proof that I unsettle Lily and the house alike. His jaw tightened. "I will not let him use you that way." The sentence nearly undid me from sheer repetition of the shape. "That is exactly what you do not understand," I said. "This is not about what you will let happen. It is already happening." Silence followed. Not one of those rhetorical silences in which everyone waits for better phrasing. A real one. The kind that arrives when truth has finally chosen a place to stand, and no one else in the room likes where it is. Truscott said, very quietly, "If Lady Wrenford went to Winchester or Bath under the pretense of visiting her sister or a female relation, the house might calm. The witnesses would settle. Mr. Harrow's present picture of domestic agitation would weaken." Julian did not look at him. "No." This time I almost smiled, not from affection, from bleak familiarity. Always no. Always first. Always with the certainty of a man who mistakes refusal for care. I folded my hands because they had begun to tremble. "I will go." The words came out calmer than I felt. Julian's head turned slowly toward me. "What?" "I will go." "No." "Yes." Lavington mercifully found a paper on the far side of the room requiring intense attention. Truscott went to the window. I suspect both had reached the age at which married people's decisive arguments begin to seem less like scandal and more like whether one survives by not standing in the open. Julian came toward me. Not all the way. Just far enough that his presence became pressure. "You are not leaving this house because Edmund dirties your name, Dom. I am leaving because he has already done it, and because every hour I remain here gives him another way to tie Lily's future to my presence as disturbance. I can counter that." "No." I heard the exhaustion in my own voice now, the ragged edge of too many truths arriving in too little time. "You can answer him. That is not the same as undoing the shape he has already made." His eyes locked on mine. "This is still my house." It was the wrong sentence. He knew at the instant it left him. I did too. "My God," I said softly. "Are we learning nothing at all?" He stopped as if struck. The room had grown so quiet that I could hear the coal settle in the grate. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped, roughened, lost the command that had spoiled the first attempt. "Clara, do not go. There are pleas that come too late and still hit their mark. This was one. Because he had not said you must stay. He had not said I forbid it. He had said do not go in the voice of a man who had finally understood what choice cost, when it belonged to someone else. I closed my eyes briefly. "If I stay," I said, "I become his evidence. If I go, I become your wound. At present Lily can survive my wounding you better than she can survive my remaining where he can keep pointing to me." The words hurt to say because they were true. Julian looked at me as though he had not prepared for truth to take precisely that form. Truscott turned back from the window. "Lady Wrenford is right." But Julian's gaze did not leave mine. "I am not discussing what is right with Truscott." "Then discuss what is necessary with me," I said. "You told me once that you chose marriage because danger was moving too quickly. Very well now. I choose departure because danger has changed its shape." He drew breath as if to answer. Did not. The failure of that first breath told me more than words might have. Lavington finally put down his paper and said, into the fraught space like a man laying a legal instrument over an open wound. "If my lady travels today, by late afternoon gossip becomes concern for her nerves, rather than proof of active household conflict. If she waits until tomorrow, it looks arranged in reaction to this morning's review." Practicality. Always the ugliest kindness. I looked at Julian. He looked back. There was a whole marriage between us in that silence. Not the legal one. The impossible, unfinished one made of what he had done, what I had learned, what we had almost become before truth split timing open like rotten wood. At last he said, "View here. Winchester first. Anne is there under Cousin Miriam's care. After that, Bath if needed. Somewhere proper enough that no one can pretend I have fled to melodrama." His mouth hardened. "You make this sound easy." "No." A laugh almost escaped me and died before it fully lived. I make it sound logistical, because the alternative is to say I am leaving the one place where my father's name may finally be cleared in order to save the child of the family that ruined him, while my husband watches because stopping me would prove my worst fear true. The words stood there between us. No one else in the room moved. Julian's face had gone white under the winter pallor. Then, slowly, he nodded once. It was the most terrible consent I had ever seen. Not because he agreed in spirit, because he understood that refusal now would indeed make him exactly what I feared. Truscott let out a breath. Lavington sat down at once and began drafting letters no one wished to need. I stood very still, because if I moved too quickly I thought I might fall. Julian said, "You leave after luncheon." His voice had become almost expressionless. I heard beneath it, the cost. He went on, "Bristow will arrange the carriage. Benson goes with you. 2 grooms on the road. You stop at Harrowby Inn before dusk and do not travel after dark unless the road is utterly clear." I might have laughed at the precision, if it had not been how he kept from breaking. "I know how roads work," I said. "I know." A pause. "Let me have this much." And there, because I was already too tired and too wounded for pure anger, pity moved in me like a blade wrapped in cloth. Not enough to heal. Enough to hurt both hands. "Very well," I said. Truscott and Lavington withdrew, on some useful pretext the moment it became humanly possible. That left us alone in the morning room with the fire. The aftermath, and the particular silence that exists only between 2 people who have not yet spoken the one thing both know. Julian stood by the table, one hand flat against it, his head bent for a moment as if the polished wood required close study. I waited. He straightened at last. If I ask you not to make this permanent, will that also sound like theft?" I looked at him. So that was the shape of his fear. Not merely that I would leave, that I would not come back. "I do not know yet," I said honestly. He accepted that without visible protest, which somehow made it worse. "I deserve that." "You deserve many things," I said, some of them contradictory. His gaze lifted to mine. For one suspended instant I thought he might come to me then, cross the room, put his hands on my face, ask forgiveness badly, or kiss me with all the force of everything we had not yet had room to become. He did none of those things. He only said, with awful steadiness, "I will find the separate instruction. Wes. I will clear your father if it exists to be done. Wes. I will not let Edmund near Lily." That one broke something in his voice at last, only slightly. Enough. I looked away because I could not bear the sight, and keep my own face as I wanted it. "Lily thinks I am leaving because I lost something." The words came out before I had meant to say them. Julian's expression changed at once. "I will tell her the fault is mine." "No." I shook my head. He said, "She has enough men arranging truth around her. Tell her only that I had to go south for Anne and that I mean to write." After a beat, "You do not owe me that kindness, I know." Silence again. Then, unexpectedly, he crossed the space between us at last, not close enough to touch without permission, but close enough that I could see the strain in every line of him. "Clara." My name again low, nearly ruined. I forced myself to look at him. He said, "If I stop you now, I become exactly what you fear." "Yes. And if I let you go, I prove nothing except that fear is already governing us both." That, too, was true. We stood in it. Then I said the cruelest honest thing available. Then perhaps for once we may both benefit from seeing what truth looks like without one of us arranging the room first. He did not flinch. That was his courage, I think, to absorb the blow and not reach for authority when tenderness would step back. He said, "Go and pack." Not coldly, not gently. Simply because if he said anything else, I think one of us would have broken and neither had the right. I turned toward the door. At the threshold I stopped, because there are moments when leaving once requires another kind of courage than entering did. Without turning, I said, "I did not take Edmund's money." Behind me, after one short silence, Julian answered, "I know." I almost asked how. I did not. Because if he knew, and still that winter garden scene had wounded him as it did, then the injury between us ran deeper than jealousy or suspicion. It ran into trust itself, where neither of us any longer stood easily. I went upstairs to pack. Benson cried only once, and then only with rage. Mrs. Keating sent traveling broth. Lily refused to come down from the nursery until I went up to her myself. When I did, she looked at my half-buttoned pillows and the trunk already strapped in the passage, and understood everything children ought not have to understand. She said, "You are leaving because of the paper." "Partly." "Will you come back when it is found?" There are questions that alter the shape of the body when asked. I knelt before her. "I will come back when coming back helps you instead of harming you." She frowned, because children hate conditional love and conditional absence equally. That is a grown-up answer. "Wes, I dislike it." "So do I." She put her small hands around my neck, then sudden and fierce. I held her so carefully it hurt. When I finally rose, Julian was standing at the far end of the passage. I do not know how long he had been there. Long enough to witness the child's embrace. Not long enough, perhaps, to hear the whole of it. We looked at one another over Lily's bowed dark head, and the packed trunk between us. Neither moved. Then Mrs. Keating came for the child. Benson came for my gloves. Bristow announced the carriage. And the whole ugly machinery of departure began. By the time the front doors opened and cold daylight rushed in over the threshold, I felt carved hollow. Julian helped me into the carriage himself. He did not touch more than necessary. He did not say anything theatrical. He did not ask again that I stay. That was mercy. That was punishment. That was, perhaps, love beginning too late to name itself without damage. When the door had been shut and I looked through the glass, he was still there on the steps in the winter light. Black coat against the snow. One hand bare at his side, because he had again forgotten the glove in the violence of feeling and control. The horses started forward. Wrenford fell slowly behind. And for the first time since London, I let myself feel not only anger, not only humiliation, but grief. Not for the marriage bargain. Not even for my father. For the possibility that something true had begun between us under all the ruin, and that I was now leaving it in the hands of a man whose worst lie had been born from fear, and whose best self I could still no longer afford to trust. The road south taught me that grief is easier to bear when everything outside the carriage is ugly enough to deserve it. Snow had thawed at the edges afternoon and frozen again by late afternoon. So the ruts shone with a hard gray glaze that made every mile a negotiation between prudence and impact. Benson sat opposite me with a traveling blanket over her knees and the expression of a woman personally insulted by Yorkshire. One groom rode ahead, the other behind. The world outside the carriage windows was hedgerow, ditch, bare trees, and fields gone colorless under winter light. I had thought leaving Wrenford would bring relief first and sorrow after. Instead it brought an hour of fury, a second of numbness, and then a slow, punishing ache that seemed to settle into every ordinary thing. The ring on my hand. The fold of the lap robe Julian had tucked more firmly over my knees before shutting the carriage door. The sound of Lily crying somewhere behind the front hall as we drove away. The memory of Julian standing on the steps with one hand bare and his face so controlled it had become almost impossible to look at directly. By the time we reached Harrowby Inn at dusk, I felt not like a woman traveling to her sister, but like a wound being moved carefully between locations. The inn was clean, respectable, and determinedly warm in the way provincial establishments become when they understand rank and distress have arrived in company. A parlor was given me at once. Benson unpacked with angry efficiency. A tray appeared. Then a second. Then hot bricks for the bed and enough broth to imply Mrs. Keating had threatened someone on my behalf before the carriage even left Wrenford's drive. I sat by the fire and stared at the spoon in my hand, as though it had asked me a legal question I preferred not to answer. Benson stood over me. She said, "If her ladyship means to live through this evening, she must at least pretend to eat. I am pretending admirably." "No, madam, you are performing decline. There is a difference." I laughed once despite myself. She folded her arms. "That is better. More insolent. More you." The kindness of the sentence hurt me so badly, I took 3 spoonfuls of broth simply to have something else to do with my mouth. Night came early. I wrote 1 line to Anne, then crossed it out for sounding cheerful. I wrote a second and crossed it out for sounding doomed. At last I settled on a brief practical note to be sent on ahead in the morning, informing her that I would arrive sooner than expected and with more luggage than originally planned. There is no good way to write My marriage has not ended, but it has become temporarily incompatible with standing in the same county as my husband's cousin, a missing memorandum, and the child whose future all of us have made into evidence. So I did not try. At 8 of the clock the innkeeper's wife knocked to say that a rider had come from Wrenford. I stood so quickly the chair behind me struck the carpet runner and slid. Benson was already at the door before I reached it. The rider was one of Wrenford's men, powdered with road frost and breathing hard from speed. He held out a sealed letter with Bristow's hand on the outside and Julian's seal beneath it. My fingers shook before I had even broken the wax. "Lady Wrenford, Truscott and Lavington remain. Edmund has been denied private access to Lily and the West rooms. Miss Halcombe has stayed the night by Truscott's request. Your departure has steadied the visible household more quickly than I wished, and therefore proves you right more than I care to admit." I stopped there for a moment, because the sentence was so exactly Julian, severe even in concession, honesty arriving with its own correction attached, that pain rose in me like heat. I read on. "After you left, Lily asked whether the old nursery rocking horse ought still to be sent to the attic now that you were gone. Mrs. Keating said it had once belonged to my mother, and was kept only because the former countess disliked throwing away what might yet hold use." The phrase struck me. I went back to the former nursery, and to the chapel press beyond the old linen room. Behind the Dessous devotional shelf there is a narrow cavity between the chimney breast and paneling. Empty now, but recently disturbed. Wax marks. Dust broken. A packet of similar size to the missing memorandum could have been hidden there for years. My pulse changed at once. The chapel press. The former nursery. The places Edmund had named in the winter garden. The places he had searched because he knew. Julian's hand continued. Harder pressed now across the page as if speed had begun to outrun steadiness. "You were right about the Countess. She moved family-sensitive papers through women's rooms, because men never inventory sentiment properly. I found in the cavity one torn wrapper bearing Truscott's office stamp from years ago, and in the ashpan beneath the small chapel grate, the remnants of newer sealing wax not used anywhere else in the house. The missing memorandum was taken there or from there. More importantly, the separate instruction was hidden there once. Edmund has not had it long if he has it at all. He searched where my mother hid what she no longer trusted men to keep." I sat down again without meaning to. Benson, who had been pretending not to read my face while absolutely reading it, moved closer. "Is it bad?" I answered without looking up. "Wes." Then, after the next line, "And perhaps not hopeless." The letter continued. "Truscott has recalled, after seeing the wrapper, that my mother sent him a private packet 3 years before her death and then, through a maid now gone to Bath, requested its return unopened on the grounds that she had chosen a safer domestic hiding place. He refused at the time to say where he believed she then placed it, partly from loyalty and partly, I think, because he assumed Christopher would search his rooms before he searched hers. He no longer refuses. The chapel cavity confirms his memory. I read the next sentence twice. If the separate instruction is still in Wrenford, it was moved recently by someone who knew both my mother's habits and the Countess's fear of male inventory. If it is not in Wrenford, then Edmund removed it only after your searches made him panic. Either answer helps us. I lowered the page and closed my eyes briefly. There it was, the first real trail not made of scraps and conjecture alone. And it had come from the very way Eleanor Wrenford had moved power through rooms men dismissed as sentimental. Workboxes, nursery presses, chapel shelves. Places women used because no one important, in the masculine sense, thought to search them until too late. I opened my eyes and kept reading. The final portion of the letter had been written later. I could see it at once in the change of ink, the heavier hand, as if Julian had stopped after the practical facts and returned only when something more difficult had become unavoidable. There is more. Truscott found among my mother's returned correspondence an entry, long overlooked, noting that if the separate instruction were ever produced publicly, the Ashton diversion could no longer be treated as a private family shame. The title itself would not fall, but the moral credit on which Wrenford has traded for 20 years would. Tenants, magistrates, parish committees, every creditor who dealt generously with my father and brother on the assumption of ordinary misfortune rather than engineered fraud, all would read the same page at once. My brother's memory would be stained beyond repair. My father's house would be known to have survived partly by feeding your father to the county as improvident. The fire before me had gone very still. I read the paragraph again more slowly, though I had not missed its meaning the first time. Not merely scandal. Not merely embarrassment. The moral credit of the title itself. The county's respect. The house's standing. Every graceful fiction by which Wrenford had continued being Wrenford without too close a look at the beams. All of it would blacken at once. For the first time since London, I understood in full what truth would cost him. Not just grief for his brother. Not just shame before me. Not just Lily's legal danger. The house. The name. The public structure of honor inherited long before he was born and worn now like responsibility, even when it disgusted him. I looked back down at the page. You should know this before you hear anything gentler from another source. If the instruction is found and proves what I now believe it proves, I will produce it. I will not bury your father again to preserve what comfort remains to the title. Whatever Wrenford loses by the truth, it has already kept too long at his expense. My breath failed. No flowered language. No plea. No tenderness to soften the blow. Only decision. For the first time I thought he had chosen not merely me or Lily or some careful compromise between legal protection and emotional damage. He had chosen truth over the inheritance comfort of silence. I felt it as shock first, then as something far more dangerous. Trust, perhaps. Not restored, not even near healed, but moved. The last lines were shorter. Do not return yet. Winchester remains the correct choice until Truscott advises otherwise. Write to Anne. Rest if you can. I know I have forfeited the right to ask anything of you beyond practical caution, but I ask this much anyway. Then, after a visible hesitation in the hand, one final line. I should have told you before I ever asked for your life. No flourish. No signature beyond the formal one below. Julian Wrenford. I sat with the letter in my hand until the paper warmed from my skin. Benson had retreated tactfully to the other side of the room, where she performed minor violence upon a traveling dress in order not to look directly at me. At last she said, "Well." I turned the page over once, though there was nothing on the back. He found where the letter was hidden. Found it. No. Found where it was moved from. I looked into the fire, and he means to produce it if he gets it, even though doing so will stain the title. Benson paused. That from her was as eloquent as a sermon. Then she said, "That sounds expensive." "Yes." "In money?" "No." She resumed folding linen. "Those are usually the dearest kinds." I laughed once very quietly, and felt tears rise at the same time. The combination offended me. I read the letter once more before folding it. Julian had written what I needed to know and almost nothing I wanted. Yet in the shape of that omission lay the clearest proof of all. He was no longer trying to persuade me by elegance. No longer arranging the room first. No longer selecting which truths I could bear until he had made them survivable. He had told me the cost to his house and chosen it anyway. That did not erase what he had done before. It did not mend the bruise of being arranged into my own marriage. It did not restore the missing memorandum or remove Edmund from the world. But it did alter something. I rose and crossed to the writing table. Benson asked, "What are you doing?" Answering him, I took up the inn's pen, dipped it, and stared at the paper until words became possible. "Lord Wrenford." I stopped there at once. Too formal, too injured, too safe. I took another sheet. "Julian." That hurt more. I kept it. "I received your letter. I understand the distinction you meant to make by telling me the full cost to the title. I do not thank you for honesty as though it were a favor." But I nodded. I read that back and nearly tore it up. It sounded exactly like me and therefore too exposed. "Still," I continued, "I am glad Truscott stayed. I am glad Miss Halcombe remained with Lily. I am glad the chapel cavity was found, and less glad that Eleanor Wrenford had to be cleverer than the men around her in order to preserve what conscience she could." The fire shifted softly. I went on. "You were right about one thing only. Edmund would have used me if he reached me first. You were wrong in believing that this made choice less mine. I do not withdraw that judgment. There. Let him keep that wound. He had earned it." Then my hand slowed. "But, if you mean what you wrote, that you will produce the instruction, even at the title's expense, then I withdraw one smaller injustice of my own. I no longer believe you fear truth more than scandal. I believe you fear what truth costs the people for whom you feel responsible. That is not the same thing." I stopped again. Benson was very quiet now. I did not look at her. "Find the instruction. Clear my father if it can still be done. Keep Lily away from Edmund, and do not let Truscott bully grief into becoming a virtue he can admire." That was too sharp. I left it. Finally, after too long over a blank line, I wrote it. "I did not take Edmund's money, because there was never a version of leaving you in that fashion I could live with. I should perhaps have said so sooner." I stared at that sentence for a very long time. Then, because cowardice has its limits, and because he had finally, in writing, offered me truth without arrangement, I added one more. "Come to me only when you have the paper or certainty. Anything less would only make us wound one another more elegantly." I signed simply, "Clara." When the letter was sealed, Benson took it without comment and called for the writer to eat before returning to Wrenford, which was the sort of practical mercy I could not have performed myself at that hour. Later in bed, I did not sleep quickly. The inn breathed around me in familiar sounds. Steps in the corridor, low voices below stairs, a door latched somewhere against the cold. I lay awake and saw again the front steps at Wrenford, Julian's hand bare in the snow, Lily's face in the nursery, Edmund's envelope in the winter garden, my father's name in the steward's notes, Eleanor Wrenford writing against her own son, while time still permitted secrecy. At some point in the dark a new thought came, and would not leave. The missing memorandum had been taken. The separate instruction had been moved. Edmund had searched the former nursery and the chapel press, and yet he had not won outright. Which meant one of two things. Either he did not yet have the letter, or someone else in Wrenford had touched the truth before he could close his hand around it. By the time sleep finally took me, I knew only this: Julian had chosen his side. Now the house itself would have to choose whether it meant to keep hiding the dead or yield up, at last, what it had swallowed in their name. A source of file chapter 5 is lie my ruin. Text chunks return 70 files written 75 right errors zur. A source of file chapter 5 is lie my ruin text chunkster 75. Words 205 chars 1048 quota parody first line. There are mornings in which a house understands, before any person inside it dares say so. Words 168 chars 1010 quo parody pa first line his voice remained controlled. Words 169 chars 1017 quota parody first line Truscott replied, I would prefer the truth. Words 187 cars lun 42 quoten parody first line, he said. I have reviewed the late Countess's letter to me regarding Lily's guardianship. Words 270 chars 1560 quota parody first line, by the time he reached the line naming my father, troublesome regarding dates. Something. Words 205 cars 1147 quota parody first line my voice failed. Words 173 car 16 quota parody of first line Julian took one step toward me. Words 218 chars 137 quota parody first line. You left me in the winter garden to come directly here. Words 194 chars 11 quota parody first line, then the hall runner between there and the library. Words 103 cars 579 quota parody first line. That is precisely the sort of story houses never forgive a woman for surviving badly. Words 177 chows on 7 quota parody first line she stepped back. Words 183 cars 1098 quota parody first line he said, because no lie would have survived her face. I do not know. Words 192 chars 122 quota parody first line, laddie Wrenford, until that memorandum is recovered, every statement you have made about it. Words 144 chars 834 quota parody first line Julian's face had gone so still it frightened me. Words 188 chars 1096 quota parody first line the Countess's memorandum was gone. Words 191 chars 1123 quota parody first line, by the time the last guest had gone and the front steps had quieted, Wrenford felt changed. Words 189 chars 1136 quota parody first line, at 1 of the clock Truscott closed his notes and said, we proceed on two assumptions unt. Words 200 cars 1137 quota parody first line, if she wishes. Words 121 chars 6071 quota parody first line. The question landed like a blade across polished wood. Words 157 cars 939 quota parody first line at last Julian said. Before I proposed marriage I knew enough to suspect that Wrenford's. Words 1770 chars 99 quota parody first Julian answered at once this time. Words 139 chars 805 quota parody first line. Then he looked back at Truscott and said, by the time the rumor began in London, I knew L. Words 18183 quota parody first line, he had said those yeses before. Words 198 chars 11134 quota parody first line, an honest man who has done the wrong thing for reasons part noble, part fearful, and part. Words 196 chars 1140 quota parody guide first line, you offer terms inside a decision already poisoned by what you withheld. Words 241 chars 1334 quota parody first line Truscott stood. Words 206 chars 148 quota parody first line not the marriage bargain. Words 192 cars 1052 quota parody first line it sounded ugly. Words 106 chars 580 quota parody first line. He stood close enough now that I could see how little sleep he had taken. The darkened Shah. Words 200 cars 1141 quota parody first line. What? So you may decide what order of pain I am fit to bear next. Words 214 chars 1136 quota parody first line. That sounds like my mother. Words 164 chars 99 quota parody first line had not meant to give him that yet. Words 137 chars 87 quota parody first line no one had ever asked me anything more dangerous. Words 174 chars 1075 quota parody first line he said. The review will proceed at 4 of the clock in the morning room. Words 64 chars 389 quota parody first line Truscott continued. If he persuades them that Lord and Lady Wrenford are at odds, that the Words 978 chars 77 quota parody first line Truscott replied, no. Words 197 chars 4 quota parody first line yes I said. Words 199 chars 1078 quota parody first line, the fact that he had still, despite all of it, chosen to stand publicly beside me that more. Words 200 chars 1132 quota parody First line. Julian came back to the table and laid one hand flat on the wood between us. Words 178 chars 144 quota parity. First line. He meant to do it through concern, by making every decent person in the room feel that has. Words 183 chars 40 quota parity. First line. Miss Halcombe remained near the window, not formally part of anything and yet, by some old. Words 174 cars 26 quota parity. First line. Reverend Halcombe refused two of Edmund's smoother insinuations. Words 182 cars 39 quota parity. First line. If not, my spoken recollection of it would remain vulnerable to attack. Words 245 chars 1464 quota parity. First line. Truscott stood at the hearth with both hands clasped behind him, looking less like a Solic. Words 189 cars 42 quota parity. First line. Truscott replied, "Was?" Words 208 chars 126 quota parity. First line. Immediate. Words 180 chars 1010 quota parity. First line. I will not let him use you that way. Words 204 cars 1116 quota parity. First line. Julian's head turned slowly toward me. Words 244 chars 1290 quota parity. First line. The room had grown so quiet that I could hear the coals settle in the grate. Words 163 chars 9050 quota parity. First line. And Lavington put down his paper and said, into the fraught space like a man laying Words 159 chars 8881 quota parity. First line. I make it sound logistical because the alternative is to say I am leaving the one place Words 183 cars 982 quota parity. First line. He went on. Bristow will arrange the carriage. Benson goes with you. 2 grooms on the row. Words 211 chars 1113 quota parity. First line. If I ask you not to make this permanent, will that also sound like theft? Words 214 chars 1073 quota parity. First line. I will tell her the fault is mine. Words 65 chars 374 quota parity. First line. Simply because if he said anything else, I think one of us would have broken and neither H. Words 198 chars 1093 quota parity. First line. I almost asked how. Words 200 chars 1099 quota parity. First line. When I finally rose, Julian was standing at the far end of the passage. Words 80 chars 420 quota parity. First line. Wrenford fell slowly behind. Words 202 chars 1141 quota parity. First line. The road south taught me that grief is easier to bear when everything outside the carriage. Words 168 chars 905 quota parity. First line. By the time we reached Harrowby Inn at dusk, I felt not like a woman traveling to her cyst. Words 158 chars 852 quota parity. First line. That is better. More insolent, more you. Words 69 chars 377 quota parity. First line. I stood so quickly the chair behind me struck the carpet runner and slid. Words 199 chars 1142 apparitors. First line. Truscott and Lavington remain. Words 179 car 35 quota parity. First line. The chapel press. Words 196 chars 1140 quota parity. First line. And perhaps not hopeless. Words 191 chars 1049 quota parity. First line. Places women used because no one important, in the masculine sense, thought to search them. Words 54 chars 3A28 quota parity. And first line. I read the paragraph again more slowly, though I had not missed its meaning the first time. Words 201 chars 1133 quota parity. First line. All of it would blacken at once. Words 80 cars 453 quota parity. First line. The last lines were shorter. Words 193 cars 1041 quota parity. First line. I sat with the letter in my hand until the paper warmed from my skin. Words 124 chars 679 quota parity. First line. No longer arranging the room first. No longer selecting which truths I could bear until he. Words 215 chars 1134 quota parity. First line. That hurt more. Words 154 chars A7 quota parity. First line. That is not the same thing. Words 734 quota parity. First line. Clara. Words 104 chars 559 quota parity. First line. The missing memorandum had been taken. I lasted exactly one morning on the South Road before realizing that distance, when chosen for strategy rather than peace, has a talent for making every thought louder. Harrowby Inn had gone ordinary with daylight. The parlor looked smaller, the fire less heroic. Even the broth, which had seemed medicinally kind the night before, now tasted of onion and resignation. Benson packed and unpacked the same shawl twice, while pretending not to watch me read Julian's letter again by the window. The words had not changed in the night. The chapel cavity. The torn wrapper from Truscott's office. The Countess moving truth through women's rooms, because men never inventoried sentiment properly. The title's moral credit ready to blacken the instant the separate instruction emerged. And, beneath all that, the one line that would not leave me alone. I will not bury your father again to preserve what comfort remains to the title. There are promises that sound noble, because they cost nothing. That one did not. It cost him his house as inheritance, had taught him to understand it. It cost him his brother's memory. It cost him whatever remained of the easy shelter of family shame, kept private, and called unfortunate. I had wanted truth from him without arrangement. At last he had given it. And because I am human enough to dislike being morally corrected by the man who hurt me, I spent an hour trying not to admit that this changed anything. It changed something. Not forgiveness. Not trust restored in one elegant movement. Something narrower and more dangerous. The direction of my anger. Benson latched the smaller trunk and said, "If we mean to reach Winchester by dark, we ought to leave within the quarter hour." I kept my eyes on the letter. Did Mrs. Keating say exactly what Lily asked about the rocking horse? Benson stopped. Only what was written in his lordship's letter, madam. That the child asked whether it still ought to be sent to the attic now you were gone. Now, you were gone. The phrase had not hurt me last night. It did now. I folded the page once, then opened it again. Former Countess disliked throwing away what might yet hold use. I said aloud. Benson waited. She had learned by now that when I repeated lines to myself in that tone, either revelation or disaster generally followed. Yes, madam. I looked up. The workbox in the former nursery press. The chapel cavity. The Countess sent packets through women's rooms because no one important searched them properly. I could feel the thought taking shape as I spoke it, and Lily did not say the horse should be thrown out because it was broken. She asked whether I ought to go to the attic now that I was gone. Benson frowned. Children say odd things when they are upset. Wes. And in houses like Wrenford they also repeat codes they do not know are codes. As she stared at me for one beat longer, then said with the dreary calm of a maid long resigned to her mistress's worst ideas, "We are going back. We are, before breakfast. Immediately after you fetch my cloak." She did not argue. Benson's chief virtue, after loyalty and a near criminal hatred of muddled linen, was that she knew when argument had passed into logistics. By the time the carriage was ordered, my heart had become intolerably active. I told myself it was for my father. For Lily. For the letter. For the simple fact that Julian's trail and the Countess's habits had finally begun to converge. This was only partly true. The rest I did not dignify by naming. The road back north was still poor. Frost held in the ruts where yesterday's though had failed to complete its vandalism. The hedges stood black and mean under a washed-out sky. Yet now every mile seemed to carry not only distance but urgency. I kept seeing the rocking horse in my mind as Lily had described it last evening from the doorway of the nursery, with all the sullen importance of a child announcing a kingdom's oldest law. The old nursery rocking horse ought still to stay because Grandmama kept what might yet hold use. Not just memory, not comfort. Use. Lenore Wrenford, I thought, must have grown clever in exactly the way women do when the men around them insist upon deciding which truths may travel in daylight. When Wrenford Hall finally rose it again out of the winter landscape, Ray and watchful and entirely too capable of surviving its own conscience. I felt the old contradictory pull at once. Angered. Relief. Dread recognition. The front doors opened before the carriage had fully stopped. Bristow came down the steps himself, which told me enough before he said a word. He said, "My lady," bowing with a depth that combined respect, alarm, and most interestingly, no visible surprise at my return. "His lordship is in the blue drawing-room. Miss Lily is with Mrs. Keating in the schoolroom. Has anything been found?" The butler's expression remained a triumph of discipline. "Not yet, my lady. Not yet." I stepped down without taking his offered arm. The cold bit through my gloves. Somewhere in the house a clock had just struck 11. Inside, the front hall smelled of beeswax, coal, and the faint metallic chill old stone acquires when truth is being hunted through it. Julian was halfway across the blue drawing-room when I entered. He stopped at once. In another life I might have taken pleasure in how poorly he hid surprise when it genuinely overcame him. Now, I had no room for pleasures not immediately useful. "You came back." It was not accusation, not welcome either. Something far more dangerous. Hope trying not to look foolish. "Wes." His gaze moved over me once, swiftly, taking in the traveling cloak, the color in my face, the fact that I had come not with trunks for a stay, but with urgency, plain enough to make luggage irrelevant. "You should have continued to Winchester. I should have done many things differently this week. Let us not begin listing them unless you have cleared the afternoon." A flicker crossed his face. Not offense. Recognition of the tone. We had at least not lost that. He took one step nearer. "Why did you return?" "Because I did not trust distance. Because Eleanor hid truth in women's things. Because your letter changed the shape of the world under my feet. Because I woke this morning unable to endure the possibility that you might stand one room away from what clears my father while I sat in an inn pretending patience. Instead I said, because the rocking horse is wrong." This time he blinked. "The rocking horse. Wes." He stared for one beat longer, then something in his expression sharpened all at once. "Mrs. Keating said the former countess kept it 'cause it might yet hold use." "Yes." "Lily asked whether ought to go the attic only now that you were gone." "Yes." His head turned toward the door, not to call for a servant, toward the schoolroom passage, where children's rooms and older feminine storage places lay beyond. I said. She moved papers through women's rooms. The workbox. The nursery prex. The chapel cavity. If the horse was kept as something useful, not sentimental, then it was either witness or hiding place. Julian's face changed in the exact way it had in the library gallery when I held up the key. Alertness first. Then that dangerous, concentrated respect that made me feel both valued and infuriated. He said, very quietly, "Why search the press? The cabinet, the cavity. I did not search the horse." "No man ever does," I said. "That is why women keep secrets in children's furniture." Ah. The sound that left him might almost have been a laugh if the room had been less sharp around us. Instead, he moved toward the bell pull. At that exact moment the door burst open, and Lily flew in with all the force of a child who has smelled a change in the weather and decided on personal intervention. She stopped dead when she saw me. For one heartbeat she simply stared. Then she ran at me with such speed that I barely had time to kneel before she struck my arms. "You came back." Not a question. A verdict, yes. You said only when it helped. I have decided to be helpful again. That earned through tears not yet fully dry from yesterday, the beginning of a smile. Mrs. Keating appeared 2 seconds later in the doorway wearing a look that suggested no one under this roof would ever again be forgiven for moving quickly between rooms without written notice. She said, "My lady." With relief too well bred to show openly, Miss Lily escaped the schoolroom on what she described as moral grounds. Lily turned in my arms to point at Julian. I told him the horse. Mrs. Keating closed her eyes briefly. Julian said, Very still. What horse, Lily? The prayer horse. She looked at him as though he had disappointed not only her but history itself. Grandmamma's. The one in the old nursery. I said it yesterday, but you were being all review and no listening. I felt Julian go silent beside me a different way. The prayer horse, he repeated. Lily nodded with full impatience, now that adults were once again behind the conversation. See you. She used to hide church letters in his belly when Cousin Edmund was being tiresome in the hall. She said boys never look under saddles, because they only think of riding, not keeping. For 1 second nobody moved. Then Julian looked at me. Not triumph, not even surprise now. Simply that hard, electric understanding when two minds land on the same truth at the same instant, and know at once there is no time to waste resenting each other for earlier failures. He said, the nursery. No, I answered. Lily drew back enough to peer between us. Was that right then? I kissed her forehead without thinking. It was very right. Her whole face lit with fierce child satisfaction. Mrs. Keating, catching up to the content and not at all pleased by it, said, Miss Lily will not be included in any more family archaeology today. Julian answered before I could. No, but she has just done more good than the lot of us. Lily looked smug. Mrs. Keating looked unconvinced. Both reactions were justified. The former nursery still smelled faintly of linen, lavender gone old, and the sort of dust no fire ever fully defeats. The rocking horse stood near the window where I had seen it last, large, dark, and absurdly innocent, looking in the pale winter light. Its painted eye had chipped at the corner. One stirrup strap was cracked. The saddle, however, was better kept than the rest of it. Oiled, preserved, useful. Julian crouched beside it at once. I must have looked straight at this thing a dozen times. Wes, I said, kneeling opposite, like a man. He glanced at me only briefly. I am trying very hard to believe that was not a personal attack. It can be two things at once. Lily, from the doorway where Mrs. Keating had permitted her 3 seconds more before removal, announced, the leather flap under the front part. Grandmama used the little brass button and said not to tell, because prayers travel better in wood than paper, if the men are stupid. Julian let out one breath that, had the room been safer, I think might have become astonished laughter. Mrs. Keating said, Miss Lily out. The child vanished at last, though not before casting the horse a look of proud proprietorship. I turned the saddle edge back with careful fingers. There it was. A tiny brass stud sunk into the leather, where age had darkened it to near invisibility. Pressed once, nothing happened. Pressed and twisted, the narrow panel beneath the saddle shifted with a soft internal release. Julian's hand covered mine instinctively. Not to stop me, to steady the movement. We both froze for the smallest fraction of a second at the contact. Then he withdrew at once. Open it. The compartment inside the horse was lined in faded blue baize. For one dreadful instant it looked empty. Then I saw the oilskin packet laid flat against the inner wood, no larger than my hand. Julian saw it at the same moment. Neither of us spoke. He reached in slowly and drew it out. The packet was old enough to have stiffened at the folds and newly enough disturbed to bear one edge bright with rubbed wax. Not untouched then. Not by years. But not yet destroyed either. Across the outer wrapper, in faded brown ink beneath newer smears, stood 2 words, separate instruction, and below them, in Eleanor Wrenford's firmer hand, for Truscott if Christopher fails to restore it before Lily's majority. My throat closed. Julian held the packet as though it were heavier than paper had a right to be. Behind us, Mrs. Keating said nothing at all. That was how I knew she understood the gravity if not yet the content. Housekeepers always know when a room's air changes from trouble to consequence. Julian stood. Library. I rose with him. Mrs. Keating stepped back at once, then said, in the grave practical tone women reserve for disasters they mean to survive tittily, I will keep Miss Lily away from the corridor and send for Truscott and Mr. Lavington. Julian nodded once. We crossed the passage without speaking. In the library, Truscott was already there, as if old legal ghosts had taught him the value of moving towards silence, rather than waiting to be summoned after it broke. Lavington came at his shoulder. Bristow shut the door behind us. No one invited Edmund. That, too, was a pleasure. Julian laid the packet upon the central table. For the first time since I had known him, his hands were not perfectly steady. Truscott looked at the outer inscription and closed his eyes briefly. He said, "Elinor," under his breath. Not sentimentally. With the roughness of a man long past easy affection, and not untouched by memory all the same. He broke the outer thread with no ceremony at all. Inside lay 3 folded papers, and 1 short codicil tied separately in ribbon faded nearly white. Truscott opened the first sheet. The hand was Christopher Harrow's. Even I, with only limited acquaintance of his surviving writing, recognized it from the ledgers and letters we had already handled. Bold. Elegant. Entirely too sure of its own right to order damage. Truscott read in silence for the first page, then aloud for the second. The Ashton improvement monies are to be diverted temporarily to satisfy immediate obligations otherwise pressing upon the estate. Reverend Val having agreed to endorse the interim notes under assurance of private restoration, once the York advance is secured. Hadley is to maintain the separate memorandum outside common schedules, so that tenant alarm and creditor speculation do not precede the quarter day. If Vale grows uneasy, remind him his name need never enter county talk provided he behaves with discretion equal to ours. My father's name swam before my eyes. Not improvident, not sole author of his own collapse, pressured used, promised privacy as payment for risk. Truscott turned the page. His face hardened as he continued. Should the York advance fail and Vale prove less tractable than expected, Hadley is to proceed with the account already discussed, namely that the Reverend's unsecured endorsements reflect private disorder and not Wrenford arrangements. The notes themselves must remain detached from principal family schedules until the matter is either regularized or absorbed. My mother is not to see the second instruction, unless necessity compels. Edmund concurs that scandal is better localized in a clergyman than allowed to spread across the title. The room went silent in an entirely new way. Localized in a clergyman. My father reduced, in his own hand, to a more useful vessel for scandal than the title. I could not move. Julian did not speak. I think for those seconds he could not. Truscott laid the first paper down and opened the second. This one was Eleanor Wrenford's hand. Shorter. Far colder. I have seen enough of Christopher's arrangements to believe Reverend Vale was induced into obligations he could not safely bear, and then made the visible face of Wrenford's failure. When those obligations cease to be convenient. If the separate instruction is ever required, Lily's guardianship must remain, with Julian provided he will accept the scandal attached to the truth. Edmund is not to have the child under any condition touching the Ashton matter. Christopher has chosen preservation of appearance over justice. Edmund would choose preservation over the child. Julian at least knows the weight of burden, and may yet learn the cost of honesty. I heard myself breathe. So did Julian, I think. Truscott opened the ribbon, tied codicil last. Its legal phrasing was tighter, cleaner, and devastating for that very reason. Eleanor Wrenford directed that if the separate instruction emerged in any matter concerning Ashton, Reverend Vale, or the integrity of the title's financial conduct during Christopher's early years, then Lily's person, education, and property will remain under Julian's guardianship unless clear moral unfitness in him could be independently shown. Not family preference, not household convenience, clear moral unfitness. The trap, as Eleanor had built it, closed cleanly around Edmund's claim. Truscott looked up first. That ends his challenge. Lavington let out a breath that seemed to have been waiting in his body for hours. He said, It also clears Reverend Vale of the central fraud. voice sharpened by professional astonishment. The unsecured endorsements remain imprudent, but not deceitful. The deceit was here. In the diversion. In Hadley's account. In Christopher's instruction to localize the scandal. My knees nearly gave way. I gripped the back of the nearest chair. My father. All the years of whispered improvidence, of parish pity sharpened into contempt, of moral failure attached to his name as though God himself had signed the ledger beside it, and here, on Wrenford paper, in Christopher's own hand, lay the truth that he had been made useful to another man's rescue and discarded once the debt of convenience matured into shame. For one terrifying instant I thought I might weep. I did not because grief was less, because it had become too large for tears and gone on into something colder, cleaner, and far more dangerous. Julian spoke at last. Very low. Send for Edmund. No one moved immediately. Truscott said, that would be satisfying. It would also be foolish if done before witnesses are assembled. Julian's gaze lifted. Truscott went on. Seer Matthew Clear and Reverend Halcombe are still in the neighborhood. They delayed departure under the excuse of weather and breakfast. Good. Let them witness what he meant to distort. Let the paper be read before exactly the kind of men whose moral memory he has been cultivating. Lavington nodded at once. And Miss Halcombe. Truscott's mouth shifted by the smallest fraction. Yes. Miss Halcombe too. One occasionally requires a woman in the room in case the men grow decorative. I almost laughed and did not, because the H in my throat had turned into something too close to relief to risk movement. Julian turned then. Toward me. The library, the fire, the old packet, Truscott's cold eyes. Lavington's astonishment, all of it seemed to fall back one pace while he looked at me and I at him. This was the moment I had wanted and dreaded in equal measure. My father's name restored on paper. His brother damned by his own hand. Lily secured. Edmund weakened. It should have been triumph. Instead it was something far more difficult, because the truth had come from his house. Because he had chosen to produce it. Because he had meant what he wrote. And because every line that cleared my father now also blackened the name he bore. He said, so quietly only I could hear it. He should never have touched your father. The sentence entered me like warmth and wound together. Not my brother should never. Not Wrenford should never. Only that. He should never have touched your father. For one bare second I saw not the Earl, not the strategist, not the man who had married me under pressure and chosen for me first. Only Julian. Stripped of defense. Carrying the cost and not trying to make nobility of it. I said, equally low. Nothing else was possible. Truscott broke the moment cleanly. Bristow, the butler, who had somehow contrived to be both present and invisible at the same time, stepped forward. My lord, Sir Matthew Clear, Reverend Halcombe, Miss Keating if she will come, and Miss Harrow. Bristow bowed. At once, my lord. As he left, I felt the shape of the next hour settle over the room, like weather moving in from the moor. The paper had been found. My father had been cleared. Lily's guardianship had been secured. Now came the harder thing. Reading truth aloud before witnesses and choosing, in full daylight, whether to let scandal do what scandal always wants, feed first on the weaker name, or force it at last to consume the title that had built a quarter of its dignity on his ruin. Julian laid one hand flat on the recovered instruction. When he looked up, the grief had not gone from his face. Neither had the resolve. He said, stay. Not command this time. Not arrangement. Not fear disguised as management. And ask. I met his gaze. Wes, I said. And this time the word was wholly mine. The waiting lasted 11 minutes and stretched itself into something biblical. Truscott used the time to arrange the recovered packet and its contents upon the library table, in an order that made argument harder and denial look theatrical. Lavington copied out the key lines at speed in case any page later suffered from accident, fire, or male conscience. Mrs. Keating came first and took a place by the door, not because anyone required a housekeeper for legal witness, but because women who have kept houses standing through men's disasters know exactly when their presence becomes part of the record. Sir Matthew and Reverend Halcombe entered together. Miss Halcombe followed at a pace that suggested she trusted neither snow nor gentleman to arrive at truth without supervision. Edmund came last. He looked from the papers on the table to my face, then to Julian's, and for the first time since I had known him I saw not fear exactly, but uncertainty sharp enough to thin the polish of his expression. "That alone was worth half a winter," he said. "What an assembly!" lightly. "If I had known breakfast was to become liturgy, I should have chosen a better cravat." No one rewarded him. Julian stood at the head of the table, with one hand resting beside the recovered instruction, and the other at his back as if sheer discipline had become the only way to keep still. Truscott remained at his right. I stood near the hearth, because my knees no longer entirely trusted me, and because from there I could see every face in the room when the words landed. Lily was not present. Thank God. Truscott spoke first. We are here because the separate instruction referred to in the Ashton materials has been recovered from the former nursery. It bears the late Countess of Wrenford's hand, Christopher Harrow's hand, and a codicil directly touching Miss Lily Harrow's guardianship. It will now be read before witnesses whose moral memory Maitre Edmund Harrow has been at some pains to cultivate. Ah! Sir Matthew shifted. Reverend Halcombe went still. Miss Halcombe's mouth almost moved. Edmund smiled faintly. "You flatter me." "No," said Truscott. "I classify you." He lifted the first paper. Christopher's voice, preserved in ink and vanity, entered the room once more. Truscott read the diversion of the Ashton moneys, the use of my father's unsecured endorsements, the instruction that Hadley maintain the separate memorandum outside common schedules, the promise that my father's name need never enter county talk if he behaved with discretion equal to theirs. At that line I saw Reverend Halcombe's face alter first. Not outrage, recognition. The kind a clergyman must feel when hearing the exact shape of worldly caution dressed in language he has known parish men mistake for honor all his life. Truscott continued. He read the failure of the York advance. Christopher's order that Hadley proceed with the account presenting my father's notes as evidence of private disorder. He read, very clearly, the sentence about scandal being better localized in a clergyman than allowed to spread across the title. Sir Matthew muttered, "Good God." No one corrected him for irreverence. Edmund did not move. That was perhaps the worst thing about him. Even now, even with Christopher's own hand naming his concurrence, he did not lurch toward guilt or anger or shame. He merely became more intent, as if still calculating whether the room might yet be arranged advantageously with enough poise. Truscott laid the first paper down and took up Eleanor Wrenford's memorandum. When he read aloud her belief that Reverend Vale had been induced into obligations he could not safely bear, and then made the visible face of Wrenford's failure, when those obligations ceased to be convenient, something in me finally gave way, not publicly, not through tears, internally, a long-held strain snapping cleanly where no one could see. My father, not weak, not saintly either, not magically blameless in every practical respect, human, pressed, used, made to carry a title's embarrassment because the county preferred clergy fallibility to aristocratic fraud. Truscott read Eleanor's line about Christopher choosing preservation of appearance over justice. He read her judgment of Edmund. He read the sentence about Julian, severe, but not corrupt. And the room, without visibly reacting, nevertheless changed around it. I felt every person there hear the distinction. Then came the codicil. Legal language is often dry enough to hide cruelty. Here it revealed mercy by refusing ornament. If the separate instruction emerged in any matter touching Ashton, Reverend Vale, or the integrity of the title's conduct, Lily's person, education, and property were to remain under Julian's guardianship, unless clear moral unfitness in him could be independently shown. Clear moral unfitness. Not family displeasure, not domestic discomfort, not gossip, not my lost memorandum, not Edmund's sorrowful concern, clear moral unfitness. When Truscott finished, silence stood in the room like another witness. No one reached for immediate speech. No one could. At last Reverend Halcombe said, very quietly, "Then the child stays where she is." Truscott replied, "Wes." Miss Halcombe looked directly at Edmund. "I should think that ends the matter of your concern, then." Edmund spread one hand. "The matter of guardianship, perhaps. Not the matter of conduct." There he was again, finding the one open window and trying to turn it into a door. Julian had not yet spoken. I realized, all at once, that he had chosen not to let Truscott read, and then rush in over the body of the room with immediate explanation. He had let the papers stand first. Let Christopher condemn himself. Let his mother testify against the house before the house attempted defense. That was new. That was, perhaps, the first wholly unarranged truth he had ever permitted to enter a room of his own. Edmund turned to the witnesses with admirable gravity. "My late cousin has damned himself in language no one can prettify. My aunt, in illness, damned him further. I do not dispute the handwriting. What I dispute is the chaos now invited into the county by reading every family shame, as though titles were not also responsible for tenants, laborers, dependents, and reputations beyond their own comfort." His gaze moved deliberately to me. "Reverend Vale may have been wronged. Lady Wrenford's indignation is understandable. Yet there remains the practical question of whether every dead scandal must be made public in order to satisfy one family's grief." One family's grief. I felt the room flinch from the phrase even before anyone answered. Because he had said aloud what better people would often choose silently, that harm to the less powerful becomes troublesome when repair grows expensive for the greater house. Julian lifted his head. "This is not one family's grief." He spoke without raising his voice. The words nevertheless landed with the force of a verdict already entered. He continued, "It is one house's crime." I think every person in the room stopped breathing then. Even Edmund. Julian rested one hand on Christopher's paper. "My brother devised the diversion. My steward maintained the lie. My father's house profited by Reverend Vale's public humiliation, and allowed his name to carry what should have blackened ours. That is not misfortune. It is not private embarrassment. It is fraud followed by cowardice." Sir Matthew stared. Reverend Halcombe closed his eyes once as if in prayer or pain. Mrs. Keating, by the door, did not move at all. Edmund said, "You speak very nobly for a man inheriting the benefits." Julian did not look away from him. He said, "Wes, I do." That clean agreement again. But this time, instead of cutting me, it steadied me. Because he was no longer using it to admit only what I had cornered him into saying. He was using it before witnesses to strip away the last refuge of inherited innocence. He went on, "I inherited the estate saved by this act. I inherited the county's respect built partly on a false understanding of our difficulties. I inherited tenants whose trust was purchased, in part, by letting another man's ruin appear simpler than our own. Whatever benefit came of that belongs morally to Reverend Vale's family before it belongs to mine. The room had become so still, the ticking clock on the far shelf sounded indecent. He turned then, toward Sir Matthew first, because Sir Matthew was witness in the county sense. Toward Reverend Halcombe next, because he was witness in the moral one. Toward Truscott, Livington, and finally me, he said, "I will produce these papers wherever needed to clear Reverend Val's name. I will authorize copies for the diocesan record, county legal review, and any parish or creditor account in which his conduct was used to preserve ours. I will also establish a restitution fund from my private income and estate reserves sufficient to restore, as far as money can, what Wrenford's lie cost his surviving family money. At the word I felt an old recoil rise in me at once. Not because it was wrong, because it was insufficient in the way money always is when placed beside humiliation and grief. Julian looked at me as if he knew the recoil had come and meant to answer it before anyone else could mistake his purpose. He said, "This is not payment for silence." The sentence was not addressed to the room. It was addressed to me. I know money cannot purchase forgiveness, nor buy the shape of a life that might have been had Wrenford chosen honesty 20 years ago. I speak of restitution because failing to make it be one more theft. I do not offer it in place of truth. Something hard in my chest shifted. Not melted, shifted. Edmund laughed softly. How admirable. Shall we all applaud while you perform public penance over papers no one outside this room has yet seen? Truscott's head turned. Thee will see them. Edmund's smile sharpened. Will they? And if they do, how quickly do you imagine county generosity toward the estate survives? Tenants like integrity in clergymen. They prefer solvency in landlords. Julian answered before Truscott could. Then they will have to decide whether they prefer solvency built on a false grave. The sentence silenced even Edmund for a beat. Sir Matthew cleared his throat. He said, I am not much used with legal niceties, which was perhaps the truest opening of the morning. But if what has written there is what it appears to be, then Reverend Val was used badly and spoken of worse. I don't see how we can hear that and call it merely family shame. Reverend Halcombe inclined his head once. He said, No, we cannot. But Miss Halcombe spoke next, and, because she had been silent so long, every person in the room listened twice as hard when she finally did. She said, The county will survive learning that a title lied. It is less clear that it deserves to, if it will not survive learning which man paid for its dignity. Edmund looked at her with real dislike now. A cleaner face on him than charm had ever been. You speak as if scandal were morally cleansing. She said, No, only as if concealment had had enough of a turn. I loved her then, openly in my own mind and without reserve. Edmund's final attempt came, as I think all final attempts by such men must, dressed in reason. He said, Very well. Produce the papers. Clear the Reverend. Stain Christopher beyond the grave if it eases conscience. But do not mistake one document's moral usefulness for a sound household in the present. Lily's future still sits inside a house that has become a stage for private searches, missing memoranda, and a marriage contracted under pressure and already visibly strained there. His true weapon. Not the old fraud now. The present fracture. My lost paper, my departure, my return. Julian's confession. The wound between us standing in the room, whether named or not. The witnesses felt it. I knew they did. Because all at once the recovered instruction, however decisive, no longer stood alone. It stood beside us. Julian began to answer him. I stopped below me. Every eye turned. He went still at once and stepped back. Not because he was an injure enough to be gracious. Because, for perhaps the first time since London, he understood instantly that this answer belonged to me. I moved closer to the table. Not to his side. Not apart from him either. A place exactly where I chose it. Messer Harrow is right about one thing, I said. This marriage was contracted under pressure. The house has been strained. I searched rooms I should never have needed to search. Lost a memorandum I would have given much not to lose, and left Wrenford because my staying had become one more instrument for his challenge. I did not look at Edmund while I said it. Let him hear truth without the reward of my attention. I looked instead at Sir Matthew, Reverend Halcombe, Miss Halcombe, Truscott, Mrs. Keating, and finally Julian. I did not leave because I feared my husband's house would become poor, nor because I found scandal intolerable. I left because the child's peace had become entangled with my presence, and because every act I took inside Wrenford was being turned into evidence that a newly married woman from a disgraced family could not be trusted around old papers and a vulnerable girl. The room took that in slowly, which was well. Such sentences should not be digested too quickly. I went on. That was not domestic instability. It was manipulation, and it worked. I will not pretend my husband and I have not wounded one another with silence, timing, and mistakes in judgment. We have. But if anyone in this room means to decide that these wounds make him unfit to guard Lily, they must first answer a simpler question: who in this house sought truth, and who sought leverage? I let that stand. Then, because my father deserved it, I added, my father was not the only person Wrenford taught the county to read wrongly. I will not now let the same skill be used on Julian. The use of his Christian name in that room struck with all the force of a thrown glass and none of the mess. I knew at the instant I said it. So did everyone else. Julian did not move. That was his only mercy to me. He did not make my defense easier or harder by showing what it cost him. Sir Matthew coughed once into his hand and said, awkwardly but with unmistakable honesty, well, that seems plain enough. Reverend Halcombe looked at Edmund. I think, sir, that your challenge is now very nearly exhausted. Edmund's face had become refined ice. No challenge is exhausted while human weakness remains active under the same roof. Miss Halcombe said, then by your standard no child in England is safe with any family at all. Edmund turned to Truscott. You mean to let this stand? On what basis? A dead countess's disgust with one son and sentimental faith in another. A recovered packet found in a child's toy. Lady Wrenford's memory of a missing memorandum. A household held together by force of will and female indignation. Truscott closed the packet. He said, no. On the basis that your claim rested on instability and moral superiority. The codicil destroys your legal footing. Christopher's instruction destroys your moral one. Lady Wrenford's return to speak in Lord Wrenford's favor, after every reason to condemn him more easily, destroys the present picture you have been painting for the witnesses. He paused. And your morning attempt to purchase Lady Wrenford's departure before the review destroys what little remains of my patience, Tom. For the first time, actual surprise broke through Edmund's control. He looked at me, then at Julian, then back at Truscott. Purchase. Truscott's mouth did not move. Edmund said, did you imagine extortion improved by calling it settlement would remain private once the relevant woman ceased being afraid of you? Very carefully now. There is no proof of such an exchange. Julian reached into his coat. When he drew out the envelope from the winter garden, the whole room seemed to lean toward it. He said, I kept it. He opened it and laid the bank draft and settlement paper beside the recovered instruction. Sir Matthew uttered a sound not fit for church. Reverend Halcombe's face emptied of all patience. Miss Halcombe looked almost serene, which I thought a dangerous sign in any woman. Edmund had gone pale, not much. Enough. Julian spoke directly to him now. You offered my wife money to leave Wrenford before the review and to do so under a pretense of female delicacy, so that Lily's stability might be argued against me. Edmund did not answer. You invoked her sister. Still nothing. You invoked her father's public shame. A flicker then. And you did so after helping preserve the lie that caused it. Pause silence. Then Edmund said, because even cornered men of his kind prefer one last shred of elegance. I offered Lady Wrenford a practical path away from a collapsing house. Ah! Julian's expression did not alter. It is no longer collapsing in your favor. The sentence ended him, not dramatically, not with raised voices or legal thunder. Simply by making clear that the room no longer required his version of events in order to interpret what stood before it. Truscott gathered the papers into one stack. He said, this matter will now be reduced to formal copies and sworn statements. Mehero, you may pursue whatever further petition you like, but unless you intend to argue that Lord Wrenford's moral unfitness is proven by refusing to continue a fraud begun by his brother and enlarged by you, I suggest you reconsider your appetite for public proceedings. Edmund looked from face to face and saw, at last, what I saw too. The room had left him. Sir Matthew would not repeat his concern kindly. Reverend Halcombe would not lend parish respectability to the challenge. Miss Halcombe would flay him alive in any drawing-room foolish enough to ask for her opinion. Mrs. Keating would preserve the household against him as if he were mildew in the walls. Truscott had him measured. Lavington had him recorded. And Julian, for all the grief, strain, and shame now attached to him, had chosen the more expensive truth in front of witnesses who mattered. That mattered too. Edmund bowed. Not because he meant respect. Because he had no graceful move left that did not involve standing. He said, "As the county seems determined to grow moral all at once." Softly, "I shall not impede it." He turned and left the library. This time no one stopped him. No one called him back. No one cared enough to improve his exit with words. The door shut. I had thought triumph would feel larger. Instead it felt like a room after fever has broken, cooler, clearer, and too exhausted for celebration. Truscott looked at Julian. "Prepare the copies." Then at me. "Lady Wrenford, I will need your account of the missing memorandum set down in full while memory is still hot." "I will give it." "I know." He left with Lavington and the packet, taking Sir Matthew and Reverend Halcombe in his wake for attestation. Miss Halcombe paused beside me, squeezed my hand once with devastating practicality, and said, "Well done," as though I had merely solved a household inconvenience rather than stood in the center of my own father's exoneration. Mrs. Keating remained just long enough to ask Julian, "Miss Lily?" He answered without hesitation, "Tell her it is finished." The housekeeper inclined her head and went. Then the library was empty at last except for us. Julian and I stood on opposite sides of the same table where so much harm had already been handled. He did not come to me at once. Neither did I. The fire crackled once softly. Snow light held at the windows. Somewhere in the passage a servant carried coal past the door with measured steps as if ordinary life, indecently enough, meant to continue. "My father," I said. The words came out as little more than breath. Julian answered, equally quietly, "Wes." Not cleared. Not restored. Only yes, because anything more decorative would have insulted the size of the moment. I pressed one hand against the edge of the table to keep steady. Thee made him carry it. Yes. And everyone let the simpler story live. His face changed. "I am sorry. There are apologies one cannot bear because they are too small." This one did not feel small. It felt helpless, which was more honest. I looked at him. "You did not do it." "But," he said. "No. I only inherited it, benefited from it, concealed parts of it too long, and married the daughter of the wronged man before telling her enough to choose freely." There it was again. No shelter. No softer word. I let out one strange broken breath that might have become laughter in another century. "You have improved at confession," he answered, with the faintest shadow of tired wit. "I have had excellent instruction. The line should have eased us. It did not. Not fully. Because the truth had won something greater than either of us, and left us still to answer one another for the price." He came around the table then. Slowly, giving me space to refuse. When he stopped before me, there was no witness left to satisfy. No county eye to reassure, no child listening at the door, no cousin to defeat by posture. Only us. At last. And that was somehow the most frightening arrangement of all. He said, "I do not ask you to forgive me, because the right paper was found. I do not ask you to mistake what was proved today for repair already made. But I ask one thing." I could feel my pulse in my throat. "What?" "One, this house is spoken of next. Do not leave me on the same side of the line as the men who did this." The plea in it was quiet enough to be almost invisible. That made it far more dangerous than any grand declaration. I answered honestly because anything else would have been cowardice in the wake of so much public truth. "You are not on their side." Something in his face loosened all at once. Not enough to undo pain. Enough to let me see how hard he had been holding it. I continued before I could retreat into gentler ambiguity. But you stood on their ground too long, Wes. The clean agreement again. This time I did not resent it. We looked at one another in the quiet library, my father cleared at last, Lily secured, Edmund beaten back, Christopher damned by his own hand, and the whole county now ready to learn that Wrenford's honor had been bought years ago with a clergyman's disgrace. This should have been the place where stories make love simple again. It did not. It made it possible, which is a more difficult gift. News in a county house travels in two directions at once. Upward through the family, where it becomes history before luncheon. Downward through the servants, where it becomes truth long before that. By the time Truscott and Lavington had taken the recovered instruction to the morning room for copying, Wrenford was no longer a house waiting to see whether scandal would break. It had broken. Now, the question was only whose name it would drown first. I learned that in the front hall. Mrs. Keating had sent for me with the grave economy of a woman who does not summon countesses, unless the alternative is worse. When I came down from the library, my hand still unsteady, and my father's name still ringing through me like a struck bell, the great doors stood open to the grey afternoon. A carriage waited on the sweep, and Sir Matthew Clear was taking leave with all the awkward dignity of a decent man who would rather face cannon than a family scene. Lady Clear, however, was not taking leave. She stood near the foot of the staircase in dark plum velvet, her gloves not yet buttoned, her expression too composed to be accidental. Reverend Halcombe and Miss Halcombe remained by the arch to the drawing-room. Bristow had become monumental beside the door. Two footmen in the background were pretending, with heroic lack of success, not to know that something of consequence still hovered in the air. And Edmund, of course, had chosen not to depart quietly. He stood near the central table where callers left cards, one hand resting on his hat, the other gloved and idle at his side. His face wore the look I had come to recognize as his last and most dangerous one. Not charm, not rage, not even courtesy, but the expression of a man who has lost a battle and means to poison the narrative before leaving the field. Julian was descending the stair as I entered the hall. His coat was buttoned now. His face had regained its public severity. Only I, perhaps, could hear the strain still alive beneath it. Sir Matthew saw me first and straightened. Lady Wrenford. That title, in that moment, sounded less like rank than question. Lady Clear's eyes came to my face and stayed there. Miss Halcombe folded her hands. Reverend Halcombe looked as if he wished desperately to be home with parish registers and no living aristocrats at all. Edmund smiled. He said, "My dear Clara, I am relieved to see you before I go. There is something indecorous in leaving a house when half its inhabitants have decided morality and matrimony may be repaired in the same afternoon." Julian stopped on the last stair. "Jet out, Bot." The words fell clean and hard enough that even the footman looked up. Edmund did not. He said, "You see," lightly turning not to Julian but to Sir Matthew and Reverend Halcombe. "Such command is admirable in law, less so in marriage." Lady Clear's mouth thinned. Sir Matthew said, "Now, look here." Edmund raised one hand as though begging pardon from the room itself. "I mean no insult, only concern. We have all heard remarkable things today. The late Earl's conduct, Hadley's invention, my aunt's distrust, my cousin's conscience, Lady Wrenford's eloquence." He let his gaze settle on me with calculated softness. "But for all that, one practical question remains. Is Lady Wrenford to stay at Wrenford because she now believes in justice, or because, after all this ruin, she is still Countess of it?" The hall went very still. There it was, at last spoken plainly. Not schemer, not fortune hunter, not improperly ambitious. Something fuller because it was polished, that I might now choose to remain not out of love, not even out of reconciliation, but because after all the stains and truth and dead men's letters, the title was still a title and the house still a great one. I felt Julian move before I heard him. He came off the last stair with the force of a storm held inside human shape. He said, "Do not answer him." To me, it was instinct in him. Protection again. The old disastrous reflex. I looked at him once, and because we had finally come so far through truth, he heard what that sentence cost the moment it left him. He stopped. The whole room seemed to register the halt. Something changed in his face then, not weakness, choice. He stepped back, not far enough, and in doing so he gave me exactly what he should have given long ago. "Space," he said. "Then answer him." Quietly. I had not known until that instant how much I needed that from him in public and before witnesses. My anger at him did not vanish. My hurt did not vanish. The years attached to my father's disgrace did not vanish. But the ground beneath me steadied. I turned to Edmund. "No," I said. He smiled faintly. "No, which part?" "No, I am not to be spoken for by you. And no, I do not remain anywhere for a title bought partly with my father's humiliation." The words rang in the hall sharper than I had meant them to. "Good." Edmund inclined his head. "Then perhaps for affection." How gratifying if true. Though I had gathered affection at Wrenford still suffered from certain legal delays. Julian's jaw tightened. Lady Clear looked ready to bite through silk. I said, "You mistake me, Miss O'Hara. I am not here to make our marriage look pretty for the county." Reverend Halcombe lowered his eyes briefly, as if gratitude and embarrassment had arrived together. I went on. "My husband did me a grave wrong." The sentence struck the room harder than any gasp might have done. Because I said my husband, and because I said wrong before those witnesses without softening it. Julian did not move. I felt, rather than saw, the force with which he held himself still. He knew too early that Wrenford's ruin and my father's disgrace were tied. He feared what the knowledge would make him in my eyes. He feared what Edmund would do if he reached me first. And instead of trusting me with enough truth to choose freely, he chose speed, protection, and marriage in that order. Lady Clear's eyes widened by the smallest degree. Sir Matthew stared at Julian in naked alarm. Miss Halcombe, God bless her, did not look shocked at all, only attentive. Edmund's smile sharpened. He said, "Dear," softly, "we are at last honest." "Not yet," I replied. That checked him, because the room understood what I meant before he did. I turned slightly, not away from Edmund but enough to include the others, enough to make every next word part of the record. "What he did was arrogant," I said. "It was controlling. It was born partly from conscience and partly from fear, and the fear did not make the damage smaller. I left this house because staying in it had become one more way for you to use me against Lily." Edmund's expression altered then. Only slightly. He had not expected me to speak the line of departure that cleanly. I looked directly at him. "You offered me money to continue that use under another name." Sir Matthew made a sound of disgust. Lady Clear shut her gloves with unnecessary force. Reverend Halcombe's face emptied of all patience. Edmund said, "Lady Wrenford, I offered you practical safety in a violent—" "No," I said. Not loudly, worse. "No. You offered me silence purchased by fear. You invoked my sister, my father, and a child who has already been made to stand too close to men's schemes all her life. Do not call that safety again in my hearing." He did not answer. There are moments when a room leaves a person socially before it leaves them physically. I saw it happen then. Not because anyone took a dramatic step away. Because no one moved to soften what had been said. I could feel Julian's gaze on me now, not possessive, not intervening, only there. It would have been easier if I had not felt how much it cost him to remain silent, and let me name him too. I turned back toward the center of the hall. "Now we may finish honesty." My voice had steadied completely. "I do not remain at Wrenford because I am Countess of it." I looked at Sir Matthew first, then Lady Clear, then Reverend Halcombe and Miss Halcombe, because Edmund had worked so hard to cultivate their witness, and I intended now to choose what they carried away. I remain because my father was wronged here, and because the truth has at last been produced here. Then, after a beat, I looked at Julian, and because when the moment came to preserve the title's comfort or clear my father, Julian chose the scandal. The use of his name did not echo this time. It settled. Lady Clear inhaled. Sir Matthew looked between us like a man who had unexpectedly wandered into Scripture. Miss Halcombe's face softened for the first time all day. Reverend Halcombe let out one long breath, and did not disguise it. Julian had gone utterly still. I could not stop now, not with witnesses, not with truth finally large enough to bear daylight. I am not blind, I said, and my eyes stayed on his. He cannot undo what he chose before marriage. He cannot return my freedom of choice to the shape it should have had. He cannot make me admire silence, just because it was meant, in part, as shelter to his throat moved once. But he put Christopher's paper on the table before the county. He put my father's name above his own house's comfort. He did not bury the truth when it could still have been called private shame and passed off as duty. I heard my own pulse then, but it no longer frightened me. That is not innocence. It does not erase the wrong. But it is why I believe him now, when he says he will not continue the lie. The hall had become so quiet that the ticking clock on the landing seemed vulgar. Edmund said at last, very softly, "How moving. You have turned moral injury into romance after all." I looked at him with something too tired to be contempt and too clear to be pity. "No," I said. "I have turned your failure into judgment." He took that blow badly because there was no graceful answer to it. So he tried one last cruelty instead. He asked, "And if the title had chosen comfort? If Julian had hidden the paper? If he had preserved his brother and his tenants and his splendid old house by leaving your father with his share of scandal?" His eyes flicked once toward Julian. "Would you still stand there calling him by his Christian name and mistaking severity for love?" Every person in the hall felt the indecency of the question. Julian moved then. "One step only. Enough." Edmund did not look at him. He kept his eyes on me. I answered before Julian could speak again. "No." The word landed clean. "No." I repeated. If he had hidden the paper, I would have left him. Julian's face changed, not by much. "Enough." I went on, still looking at Edmund. "That is why you have already lost. Because you do not understand the difference between a woman choosing a man with truth in his hands and a woman being trapped at a title with lies in its walls." For the first time, I think, he understood that I had not merely refused him morally. I had rendered his entire view of women and leverage intellectually contemptible before the exact people whose regard he most wished to direct. Lady Clear spoke then into the silence he could no longer command. "I think, Mr. Harrow, that no more need be said." Her tone was not loud. It was final. Sir Matthew straightened. "Quit." Reverend Halcombe added, "You have pressed concern beyond charity into something rather uglier, sir." Miss Halcombe said nothing at all. She only looked at Edmund in a way no living creature should ever wish to be looked at by a practical woman over 50. Edmund bowed. Not to Julian. To me, the gesture should have been respectful. It was not. It was a man masking defeat in elegance, because coarser exits had been taken from him. He said, "My lady." I did not answer. He turned and walked out of Wrenford Hall without another word. The front doors shut behind him. No one in the room moved at first. It is a strange thing when an enemy leaves, and does not take the tension with him, only changes its shape. The hall remained full of consequence, but now the consequence belonged no longer to Edmund's challenge. It belonged to us. Lady Clear recovered first. Naturally. She crossed to me and took both my hands in hers with a warmth that would have irritated me yesterday, and now only made me want to sit down very suddenly. She said, "My dear," and for once the phrase contained no social architecture at all. That was the most honorable speech I have heard in Yorkshire in 10 years, and I include bishops. Sir Matthew coughed into his glove. Reverend Halcombe looked pained and amused in equal measure. Miss Halcombe said, 12 years. It was such a ridiculous correction that Louder broke the room at last. Not long. Not carelessly. Enough. Mrs. Keating appeared at the schoolroom door at the far end of the passage, and, seeing the hall no longer arranged for battle, allowed herself the smallest visible ease in the shoulders. Lady Clear released my hands and turned to Julian. She said, "My lord," and the title from her sounded more pointed than respectful. "You have much to mend. I trust scandal will not make you lazy about the harder work." Julian bowed. "No." Again that clean agreement, but now it drew the faintest smile from her rather than a wound from me. One by one the witnesses took their leave. Sir Matthew with grave handshakes. Reverend Halcombe with a promise to see to the diocesan side of the Vale record personally. Miss Halcombe with a brief pressure of my arm and a glance at Julian that said more than any sermon might have done about what she expected next. Then they were gone. Mrs. Keating went to fetch Lily. Bristow disappeared with the flawless tact of a butler who knows when history no longer requires silver. The footman dissolved. The hall quieted. At last only Julian and I remained in the winter light with the closed doors, the empty space where Edmund had stood, and all the words I had just spoken still alive between us. He did not come toward me at once. Neither did I. Perhaps both of us understood that after so much public truth, anything private required a different courage. At length he said, "You should not have had to defend me." The sentence surprised me enough that I laughed once, softly, without bitterness. "No, I should not. And yet you did." "Yes." His gaze held mine. "Why?" "There are questions one can answer elegantly and lie. I was too tired for elegance." "Because what you did to me was real," I said. "And what you did for my father was also real." Edmund would have liked the first fact to erase the second. I would not let him. He looked down briefly, then back up. I did not deserve that generosity. It was not generosity. What was it? I thought about it, then answered the only way I could. Accuracy. For the first time since the front hall in London. His face opened all the way into something unguarded. Not relief. Too early for that. Wonder, perhaps. And grief. And a kind of reverence so quiet it frightened me more than admiration ever could have. He took one step nearer, then stopped. The distance left between us was deliberate now, chosen, not forced by rooms or witnesses or resentment alone. He said, "I do not know," very quietly, "how to ask for anything from you without fearing I am stealing it." The words went through me with devastating force. Because they were late. Because they were true. Because they were, perhaps, the first real beginning we had ever been given. I answered just as quietly. Then begin by asking. His breath changed. "May I come closer?" There it was. A simple question, a proper one, offered in a hall where once he had made decisions for me, because he thought danger moved too fast for consent. I looked at him and felt the entire week between us. London. Bargain. Marriage. Papers. Missing memorandum. Departure. Return. My father's name. His brother's disgrace. Lily's future. Edmund's money. The county's witness. And the terrible strange possibility that truth had not ended us but brought us, bruised and unwilling, to the first honest threshold we had ever shared. "Wes," I said. And when he crossed the last step between us, it felt less like surrender than choice. The first thing I noticed when Julian came to stand before me was that he still waited. He had crossed the distance because I had said yes. But once there, he did not presume upon the answer and turn it into something larger without asking again. His hands remained at his sides. His gaze stayed on mine. The whole force of him, which I had once felt chiefly as command, held itself now in restraint chosen openly rather than imposed by circumstance. It changed the air between us more completely than any declaration could have done. I said, because truth deserved at least one clean place to stand that day. I am still angry. I know. You should be. Wes. The agreement might once have hurt me. Now it steadied me. I let out one breath and felt, beneath the anger, all the other things too large and contradictory for simple naming. Grief for my father. Relief sharp enough to ache. Weariness. The remembered humiliation of being chosen before I was trusted with enough truth to consent freely. The undeniable fact that, when the final paper emerged, Julian had set it on the table before the county and chosen scandal over comfort without asking what he might lose by doing so. And beneath all of it, no longer deniable love, not tidy, not innocent, not born in safety, but real. You were wrong, I said quietly, not only in silence, in believing I would rather be arranged than afraid. His expression changed, not with defense but with the pain of recognition fully accepted. I know. You keep saying that. Because each time I mean something worse by it. That ought not to have made me laugh. It did softly, despite the tears suddenly rising where I least wanted them. The sight of them undid him more quickly than anything else had that week. His hands came up an inch, stopped, then fell again. May I? The incomplete question did more for me than if he had touched me at once. Yes, I said. Only then did he lift his hands to my face. Not hurriedly, not possessively, as if he knew exactly how much of me he had once presumed upon, and meant now to claim nothing I did not freely place in them. His palms were warm from the library fire, and rougher than many gentlemen's hands have a right to be. I felt, absurdly vividly, the slight tremor still alive in them under all his control. That, more than anything, nearly broke me. Julian Wrenford, trembling and choosing not to hide it from me. He said, I should have asked before I ever touched your future. The words came low and rough. Wes, I cannot repair that by saying it now. No. But I say it now because I mean never again to take silence for permission where you are concerned. Something in me softened then that anger alone had not been strong enough to preserve. I put my hands over his wrists. Then ask me something true. His eyes searched mine as if the whole answer to his life might somehow be written there, and he no longer trusted himself to read it without error. Then, with a courage I think cost him more than any public declaration in the library had done, he asked, Will you stay? Not at Wrenford, not as Countess. Not for Lily or restitution or duty. Stay. The whole question held inside it. I answered honestly because anything less after this day would have been sacrilege. Yes, I said, but not because the scandal has ended. It has not. No, I almost smiled through the H. And not because I have forgotten what you did. You should not. I will not. He took that in with the same bleak steadiness which he had taken every deserved blow from me since truth began arriving faster than either of us could arrange it. I went on. I stay because you chose the truth when it could still have cost you everything you were raised to protect. I stay because Lily should not learn that love leaves the instant houses grow difficult. I stay because my father's name deserves not only clearing, but living witnesses who do not flinch from what it costs to clear it. My fingers tightened slightly on his wrists. And because I love you, Julian. Which was poorly timed, very inconvenient, and not improved by your methods. But there it is. For one heartbeat he simply looked at me. I had never seen him look undone before. Struck, yes. Grieved, yes. Shamed, yes. Undone. No. Now I did. His eyes closed briefly, and when he opened them there was nothing guarded left in them at all. He said, Clara, and my name in his mouth sounded like astonishment and gratitude at once. I love you. There are confessions which arrive prettily and feel thin. This one did not. It came worn by truth, stripped of safety, and all the more devastating because of it. He said, Think. Voice unsteady now in a way I had never heard from him. I knew it before London ceased being simple. Perhaps before that, I knew it badly first, in fear, in urgency, in that wretched desire to keep danger from you by taking choice from you, as if love and authority were cousins. I know better now. I touched his cheek. Good. The answer startled a laugh out of him, brief, disbelieving, entirely real. I felt it under my palm like a miracle too small for witnesses and much too large for any room less honest than this hall had finally become. Then he bent his head. He did not kiss me until I rose onto my toes and closed the last breath between us myself. It was not the sort of kiss girls in schoolroom novels are ruined by. It was worse, and better. Not hungry with opportunism, not reverent with performance. Simply true. All the restraint of the weak altered shape in it, the gallery shadow, the dance. The winters of silence and wrong inheritance and chosen scandal between us. His hand came to the back of my neck, not forcing, only holding. Mine tightened in his coat. The whole great hall, with its marble and winter light and old family portraits, vanished into the one terrible fact that I was kissing the man who had wounded me, chosen me wrongly first, chosen me rightly later, and was now giving back with one asked and one answered question what he had once stolen by urgency. When he drew back, his forehead rested briefly against mine. He said, "I do not deserve an easy future with you. No. I may ask for one anyway." "That would be very like you." Another laugh, quieter this time, almost stunned by its own existence. Then, because happiness in old houses is never allowed to stand unwatched for long, Lily's voice rang from the schoolroom passage. "Are they done being tragic?" We sprang apart. Mrs. Keating's voice followed at once, full of outrage too well bred to become noise. "Miss Lily." Miss Halcombe, who had clearly not yet departed and whom I blessed for it, said from somewhere just beyond sight, "The child only names what everyone else is polite enough to let rot indoors." Julian looked at me. I looked at him. Then we both laughed properly at last. Lily came flying into the hall a second later, stopped short, and narrowed her eyes with dreadful intelligence. "You both look different." Mrs. Keating appeared behind her, clearly resigned to the fact that this family would never again preserve a proper amount of mystery in front of children. She said, "Miss Lily, your observations are not required. They are usually helpful, bah." Julian crouched to the child's height, something in his face so visibly altered now that even Lily could not miss it. He said, "The matter is finished." She looked between us, "They pay Wes, and Cousin Edmund, Gone, and Aunt Clara." I answered that one. "Staying." Lily's whole face changed. Not with ordinary pleasure, with relief so fierce and immediate that it made my throat ache all over again. She launched herself at me, then at Julian by instinctive extension, and for one chaotic moment the three of us became an arrangement no etiquette book had properly prepared for Earl, Countess, and child in the middle of the hall with too much history behind them, and, at last, something like a future beginning in public without pretense. Mrs. Keating turned away with all the dignity of a woman refusing to witness tenderness for too many seconds in a corridor. Miss Halcombe smiled openly. Bristow, appearing with supernatural timing at the far arch, developed an urgent interest in a non-existent speck upon the silver card tray. Lily drew back just enough to issue instruction. "Then no one is to send the horse to the attic." Julian said, "Agreed," solemnly, "and Aunt Clara must sit at dinner in the proper place." "I believe I already do," I said. "Not as Countess." Lily frowned, seeking precision. "As mine." The child had inherited the family tendency toward devastating sentences. Happily, she used hers for better ends. "I think," I said, glancing at Julian, "that may be negotiated." Lily said, "With me? Most things are not." That decided it. By late afternoon the house had changed in ways even servants could not fully conceal. Doors opened more normally. Voices lost their strained hush. Fires were built with energy rather than obligation. Mrs. Keating supervised tea as if restoring empire after siege. Truscott prepared the formal copies. Lavington dispatched writers to York, the diocesan office, and 2 creditors' clerks whose memories would shortly be improved by documentary shame. Reverend Halcombe sent word he would preach Sunday from the text concerning false weights and measures, which Lady Clear later remarked was either courage or a county entertainment of a very high order. Anne's future was the next practical matter. By evening Julian and I sat together in the library, together, not across from one another in strategic distance, while Lavington laid out the first structure of restitution. My sister's settlement would be secured independently, in Anne's own name, not as charity but as the first formal acknowledgment of harm. Additional funds were to be directed to a parish trust honoring my father's clerical work, and restoring the scholarship monies he had once personally underwritten before ruin swallowed the possibility. "I do not want a monument," I said. Julian looked up from the draft. "No, I want record." Yes, exact record." His gaze held mine warm and grave and no longer frightened of plain agreement. "Wes, so we built it that way. Not sentimental, not decorative, exact. The county would know. The parish would know. The Vale name would no longer be a cautionary tale in drawing rooms, where no one had bothered to ask whom the caution served." And when at last the papers were signed, the fire had burned low enough that Benson and Bristow each appeared from opposite doors in mutual indignation that their employers had once again mistaken night for an administrative preference. Julian stood as Lavington bowed himself out. Then, when the room had emptied and quiet returned, he held out his hand to me. "Comb." No explanation, none needed. He led me not upstairs at first but to the chapel. A little private chapel off the east corridor had been reopened after the day's searches and left warm for once. Lamps lit along the narrow altar rail, the small stained glass window dark against the winter night. The hidden cavity beside the shelf had been neatly closed again. Only we Truscott and Lavington now fully knew what it had given up. Julian stopped at the front pew. "My mother used to come here whenever the house had lied to her beyond what she could bear politely." I looked at the worn kneeler. Frequently. A faint shadow of humor touched his face. More often than my father deserved. That might have been the first time he had spoken of his parents without reverence or bitterness hardening every edge. The honesty of it felt like another kind of peace. He turned to me then. He said, "I wanted to bring you here not because this room cleanses anything. It does not. But because my mother tried, in the only ways left to her, not to let your father vanish beneath our comfort. And because if there is to be any beginning worth trusting between us, it should know exactly which dead we owe." I had thought the day done teaching me humility. Apparently not. So I stood there beside him in the small chapel while winter pressed at the glass, and all the old hidden machinery of Wrenford had finally begun, at last, to yield truth rather than trap it. I thought of my father with his ink-stained fingers and worried brow, of Eleanor Wrenford writing against her own son, of Lily naming things more correctly than the adults, of Julian, severe and uncorrupt, and still maddeningly himself, learning at last that asking is not weakness. I slipped my hand into his. He looked down at it once, then covered it with his other hand as if he still could not quite believe he had been allowed this, and did not intend to squander the miracle by pretending it ordinary too soon. He said, "I cannot promise never to be severe. I should find the effort suspicious. I can promise never again to decide your future in the dark, because I fear what light will make of me." That vow mattered more than any prettier one could have done. "Good," I said, "because I should be very difficult about it." I had already assumed so. We smiled then, both of us, with the wary unembarrassed joy of people who have come through something ugly enough to strip away any appetite for foolish elegance. When we returned upstairs, Lily had left upon our bedchamber hearth a note, in determined childish hand. If adults are finished losing papers and being honorable in passages, tomorrow may be ordinary. I would like jam. Underneath, in Mrs. Keating's neater script, had been added, Miss Lily has had too much excitement and not enough sleep. Please encourage the latter tomorrow if you wish to keep the former tolerable. Julian read the note twice, then looked at me. I begin to suspect we have inherited a dictatorship. Yes, I said, but a morally useful one. He folded the note and set it on the mantel. Then he turned back to me with that same carefulness I now understood to be not coldness, but respect, still learning to trust itself in happiness. He said, "We do not have to hurry any part of this." It was the sweetest sentence he had spoken all week, precisely because in another life he would once have mistaken hurry for love's proof. I crossed the room to him, I know. And because I did know now, because for the first time all week choice stood plain between us and neither of us feared it, I took his hand myself and led him the remaining step. Outside, snow began again soft against the panes. Inside, at last, nothing in me needed hiding. By spring the county would say Wrenford had been shaken. By summer they would admit it had survived. By autumn they would tell the story differently than before, because now it would include a clergyman cleared, a title chastened, a child kept safe, and a countess who had chosen scandal only when scandal meant truth. As for us, we did not become easy all at once, thank God. Easy things are rarely worth such trouble. We became honest, then tender, then, gradually, happy in ways old houses do not much like, but eventually learn to shelter when they realize the alternative is losing everyone worth keeping. And if, in later years, the rocking horse remained exactly where Lily insisted it ought to stand, and no one ever again sent it to the attic, that was merely one more proof that the most useful things in a house are often the ones men are foolish enough to call sentimental. Source of Phila Chapter 6 I choose the scandal. Text chunks return 76 Philus written 76 righted errors zur. Source of Phila Chapter 6 I choose the scandal. Text chunks 76. Words 137 chars 844 quota parody first line I lasted exactly one morning on the South Road before realizing that distance, when chosen. Words 174 chars 9 and 89 quota parody first line will not bury your father again to preserve what comfort remains to the title. Words 183 chars to Navan quota parody first line, only what was written in his lordship's letter, madam, that the child asked whether it's tea. Words 199 chars 9 quota parody first line. She stared at me for one beat longer, then said with the dreary calm of a maid long resigned. Words 111 chars 659 quota parody first line. The old nursery rocking horse ought still to stay because grandmama kept what might yet hoe. Words 168 chars 985 quota parody first line he said, my lady, bowing with a depth that combined respect, alarm, and most interest. Words 160 cars 899 quota parody a first line his gaze moved over me once swiftly, taking in the traveling cloak, the color in my face. Words 198 chars 31 quota parody a first line the rocking horse. Words 72 chars 69 quota parody first line instead he moved toward the bell pull. Words 188 chars 78 quota parody first line, you came back. Words 146 chars 829 quota parody first line. She used to hide church letters in his belly when cousin Edmund was being tiresome in the. Words 1 to 99 chars 1133 quota parody first line Julian answered before I could. Words 203 cars 1150 quota parody first line Julian let out one breath that, had the room been safer, I think might have become a stonus. Words 221 chars 1285 quota parody first line but not yet destroyed either. Words 180 chars 1122 quota parody first line Truscott looked at the outer inscription and closed his eyes briefly. Words 182 cars 1108 quota parody first line if Vale grows uneasy, remind him his name need never enter county talk provided he behaves. Words 139 chars 8064 quota parody first line Truscott laid the first paper down and opened the second. Words 264 chars 1664 quota parody first line its legal phrasing was tighter cleaner, and devastating for that very reason. Words 195 carn 43 quota parody first line very low. Words 170-98 quota parody first line Lily secured. Words 178 chars quota parody first line my lord. Words 118 chars 722 quota parody first line Truscott used the time to arrange the recovered packet and its contents upon the library. Words 150 chars 808 quota parody punter first line. He looked from the papers on the table to my face, then to Julian's, and for the first Tim. Words 156 chars 998 quota parody first line. We are here because the separate instruction referred to in the Ashton materials has been. Words 154 chars 9 quota parody first line not outrage. Words 156 chars 3 quota parody first line. When he read aloud her belief that Reverend Vale had been induced into obligations he cool. Words 96 chars 6-39 quota parody first line. If the separate instruction emerged in any matter touching Ashton, Reverend Vale, or the I. Words 194 char and 34 quota parody first line Truscott replied, Wes. Words 18 chars allows and 31 quota parody first line his gaze moved deliberately to me. Words 9 chars on 26 quota parody first line Sir Matthew stared. Words 202 chars 1131 quota parody first line toward Truscott, Lavington, and finally me. Words 251 chars 1452 quota parody first line something hard in my chest shifted. Words 190 Carcelan 16 quota parody first line she said, no. Words 194 cars 1114 quota parody first line. Because, for perhaps the first time since London, he understood instantly that this answer. Words 100 cars 557 quota parody first line the room took that in slowly, which was well. Words 41 chars 769 quota parody first line my father was not the only person Wrenford taught the county to read wrongly. I will not. Words 176 chars 1092 quota parodiger first line Miss Halcombe said. Then by your standard no child in England is safe with any family at. Words 182 chars ton 64 quota parody first line Edmund said. Did you imagine extortion improved by calling it settlement would remain pry? Words 157 chars 920 quota parody first line then Edmund said, because even cornered men of his kind prefer for one last shred of elegance. Words 191 chars 105 quota parody first line the room had left him. Words 9454 quota parody first line then at me. Words 250 chars 4022 quota parody first line, he answered without hesitation. Words 206 chars 1137 quota parody first line he answered, with the faintest shadow of tired wit, I have had excellent instruction. Words 124 chars 60-4 quota parody of first line, something his face loosened all at once. Words 176 chars 998 quota parody first line news in a county house travels in two directions at once. Words 200 cars 1136 quota parody first line. She stood near the foot of the staircase in dark plum velvet, her gloves not yet buttoned. Words 135 chars 781 quota parody first line Lady Clear's eyes came to my face and stayed there. Words 193 chars 105 quota parody to first line Edmund raised one hand as though begging pardon from the room itself. Words 36 chars 188 quota parody first line I looked at him once, and because we had finally come so far through truth, he heard what? Words 193 cars 10-8 quota parody first line something changed in his face then. Words 182 chars 149 quota parody first line Reverend Halcombe lowered his eyes briefly, as if gratitude and embarrassment had arrived. Words 141 chars 803 quota parody first line I turned slightly, not away from Edmund but enough to include the others enough to make E. Words 193 37 quota parody first line no I said. Words none 71 chars 943 quota parody first lines I remain because my father was wronged here and because the truth has at last been product. Words 203 cars 1083 quota parody first line. But he put Christopher's paper on the table before the county. He put my father's name ab. Words 197 cars 1099 quota parody first line. Would you still stand there calling him by his Christian name and mistaking severity for? Words 109 chars 605 quota parody first line Reverend Halcombe added. You have pressed concern beyond charity into something rather ugh. Words 189 chars 1009 quota parody first line. It is a strange thing when an enemy leaves and does not take the tension with him. Only ch. Words 205 cars len 45 quota parody first line she said, my lord, and the title from her sounded more pointed than respectful. You, Wards 166 Chars 9 or 9 quote a parody first line, at length he said, you should not have had to defend me. Wards 7 to 9 to cow 63 quote a parody at first line he took one step nearer. Wards 197 Chars 5 quote a parody first line yes, I said. Wards 147 Chars 823 quote o parody first line, the undeniable fact that, when the final paper emerged Julian had set it on the table biff. Wards 213 Chars 1138 quote a parody first line, the incomplete question did more for me than if he had touched me at once. Wards 1091 Chars 1064 quote a parody first line, then with a courage I think cost him more than any public declaration in the library had. Wards 193 Chars 1068 quote a parody per first line, and because I love you Julian, which was poorly timed, very inconvenient and not improve. Wards 205 Chars 109 quote a parody first line he felt it under my palm like a miracle too small for witnesses and much too large for any. Wards 118 Chars 6076 quote a parody first line I may ask for one anyway. Wards 102 Chars 627 quote a parody first line. Lily came flying into the hall a second later, stopped short, and narrowed her eyes with D. Wards 2 to 12 Chars 664 quote a parody first line he answered that one. Wards 168 Chars 371 quote a parody first line Lily said, with me. Most things are not. Wards 234 Chars 1372 quote a parody first line, additional funds were to be directed to a parish trust honoring my father's clerical work. Wards 200 Chars 1095 quote a parody first line only we Truscott, and Lavington now fully knew what it had given up. Wards 201 Chars 1130 quote a parody first line thought of my father with his ink, stained fingers and worried brow. Wards 227 Chart 157 quote a parody first line, if adults are finished losing papers and being honorable in passages, tomorrow may be ordy. Wards 140 Chars 783 quote a parody first line, by autumn they would tell the story differently than before, because now it would include